The tale kicks off with a young man softly stroking his cat Nike, as she purrs pure happiness right in his hands. He stared at his life and felt it was nothing but a dull, empty blur. He admits everything has flipped on its head, and suddenly his future looks way brighter than ever. He swears this shift comes from fresh magic, and a rare trade skill he just unlocked, one that'll let him get absolutely anything he wants. Suddenly, the story snaps into a brutal new world. He clutches the Nike and squares off with a roaring, monstrous tiger beast, shouting that he'll climb to the very top. Elsewhere, a brutal surge of energy rips across the sky, and a cloaked blonde woman can't help but look as a caravan rolls through the forest below. Her elf-like companion yells her name, Karina, but she's instantly thrown off, staring around like, "What was that?" and brushing it off with a weird, electric feeling still buzzing in her chest. The story snaps into a memory. There's a framed photo of his older grandfather, while the young man's voice cracks as he admits the man who raised him after his parents died is gone too. He shuffles back into the present, collapses on his bed amid tangled clutter, and the crushing truth hits him. He's completely alone in the world now. He just gapes at his phone, a weird ache clinging to him as he realizes, somehow those hours since the funeral have stretched into 10 whole days. Daichi Asakura sprawled on his bed, and the cold glow of his phone carved shadows across his face. An HR email from Kawakato Corporation sat on the screen with his name, and after all that grueling screening, it hit him with one brutal message. He'd been rejected. That rejection detonated in his head, unleashing a vicious chorus of familiar voices, telling him he'd set the bar too high, that he should be thankful for his student loans, and that he couldn't afford to be picky. They jeered at his lonely love life, laughed off his dreams as empty talk, and even claimed his late grandfather would have been happy if he just grabbed some decent job. With despair swallowing him, a gentle little meow cut through the gloom. His cat Nike had climbed up onto his chest and softly nudged his hand like, "Hey, you've got this." He shot upright and scratched the cat's chin, telling himself there was no use wallowing. Nike was still right there with him. So he grabbed a bite to eat first, then jumped back into his job hunt. Right as he decided to push ahead, his hand knocked a small wooden box on his bed, and that simple bump snapped a long-buried memory back to life. He grabbed the box, popped it open with a tiny click, and there they were, old rings cushioned in padded slots. He remembered exactly where they lived, reached in, and picked one. He slid the chosen ring onto his finger, raised his hand like he couldn't believe it, and bam, it fit him perfectly. Suddenly, an unnatural gust blasted through the room and both of them jumped in shock. Nike, pulled by the ring's strange pull, sprang up and lunged to grab it off Daichi's finger, and Daichi snapped, yelling at him to let it go. In the next blink, everything crumbled into a burst of blinding light, and when he finally came to, he was sitting on the ground, not in his room, but in a giant open field beneath a blazing sky. A massive mountain range stretched out in front of him, and he just stared, stunned, wondering if this was real, or if he'd wake up from some crazy dream. He spun around, confusion crashing over him, and there, Nike sat in his arms, just as lost as he was. He gripped her tight, desperate to know where they were and how he'd ended up in a place like this. He scrambled to understand where he was, snapping back to the fact that seconds ago he'd been sprawled on his bed, and since he didn't feel any more tired or hungry, he knew hardly any time had passed. Then it hit him like a wrecking ball in the chest. The ring. That thought detonated into panic. He tore through his pockets, yanking at his clothes like the ring might still be there, but it was gone. Then, desperate and shaking, he grabbed his cat, Nike, pried its mouth open, and demanded to know if it had swallowed the ring. He shot the thought down right away. No way that ring would have slipped off that easy, yet he still had no clue what was really going on, and one gut-sure certainty kept tightening. The ring's vanishing was tied straight to the mess he was in. The moment this connection clicked, it hit him like a manga panel coming alive, and a terrifying realization crawled up his spine. No way, not for real, there's no way this could be another world. Shock hit him like a thunderclap. He stared down and found his bare feet planted on alien grass and dirt, and the awful truth of where he was started to sink in. As the panic finally loosened its grip, a wild, desperate hope surged in instead. If this really was another world like the stories, then he had to land some kind of special cheat ability. With that last shred of hope burning hot, he yelled into the empty wilderness, "Status open." Open's call rang out, but nobody answered, and the endless landscape stayed eerily silent, unmoved, like it didn't care. With nothing left, he crumpled to the ground, mumbling that he was completely screwed. Sprawled in despair, he watched Nike drift in on the breeze, until the cat's dark little smirk sparked in his face as he joked that at least one of them was actually having fun, and then Nike sweetly licked his cheek right after. Right in the middle of that sweet little moment, a shocking thought hit. His eyes went wide as the truth clicked, and he just stared at Nike, blurting out, "Wait, when did you learn to fly?" Then immediately spun to, "Or hold up, maybe it's Nike who got the cheat abilities, not me." That final, absurd twist was the last straw. He crumpled onto the grass, utterly defeated, with Nike sitting right there, and he snapped that he was done, convinced there was absolutely no way he could survive in that place. Daichai snaps out of his despair and latches onto a wild idea. If Nike really has powers, then Hope isn't dead yet, he just has to figure out what they are. Crumpled on the ground, he watches a faint, translucent screen blink into existence in front of him. He thinks it's Nike's status screen until the words hit, Daichai Asakura ***. His magic is listed as having no attributes, but his unique skills, Trader * and Appraisal ***. His eyes snap wide with a jolt. This is a Nike screen and it's showing him. Relief crashes over him hard because yeah, he really does have a cheat skill. He still doesn't get what Trader means, but Appraisal hits like an old school weapon, a classic brutally powerful ability. He jumps to test it right away, points at Nike, who's poking the floating screen like it's a puzzle, and snaps on the Appraisal skill. The whole world blurs into a playful storm of floating cat silhouettes for a split second. The results of the Appraisal pop up on a brand new screen, confirming it's Nike, and they slam the truth in place. The cat has no special attribute magic, but it's packed with spirit magic for all 4 core elements: earth, wind, fire, and water. Daichai stares at his companion and blurts out how he got this insanely powerful. Nike only answers with a baffled little meow. He clutches Nike to his chest and stares into that huge, strange landscape, stunned by how lucky they still are, because at least both of them got special abilities. With no way back home, their only shot is to team up and fight to survive, and he decides to train his Appraisal skill first. With fresh resolve burning in his chest, he storms into a tangled, pitch-dark forest, tiny against the towering ancient trees that loom over him like giants. He steps up to one of the huge trunks, slaps his hand to the rough bark, and kicks on his Appraisal skill. Bam, a detailed readout pops up, calling it a medicinal leaf tree, towering at 40 meters with notes on where it grows, how it can be harvested, and even how it's used in construction. He shrugs at the Appraisal like it's just run-of-the-mill, then snaps his focus to his next skill, staring at the word Trader glowing on his status screen and deciding to put it to the test. The second he activates the skill, the world snaps. His senses shatter into a wild rain of digital blocks and blazing symbols. He staggers back, clutching his head in pure shock, trying to wrap his mind around it, and blurts out whether this is the Trader ability. Then a tiny glowing plant-like thing materializes in his hands. He jerks back, yelps, and drops it, and the moment it hits the ground, Nike hisses and recoils in terror, while Daichai rushes over, apologizing non-stop to his scared companion. He shot an apology at the startled cat, begged it to just stay put, and told it to watch for a moment. Then he slammed his skill on, and with a thunderous crack, the massive tree vanished right before his eyes. The young man gaped in disbelief as the final wisps of that tree vanished, tearing away everything until only an empty space remained. He spun toward Nike just as lost and stunned as he was, and admitted how wild all of this was, then told his companion, "Watch closely, this is only getting started." With one sharp gesture, the tree snapped back into existence in a burst of light, and it made Nike jump with a sudden, startled hiss. He hurriedly apologized to the furious cat, then snapped his focus back to the tree. This was the moment to finally prove his new skill worked for real. He snapped his focus to the item box screen, replaying the moment he'd just shoved the tree in there. He hit side to kick off the trade, watched the tree icon flip into a pair of shoes, and his points shot up to 30,200. He just swapped the tree for something totally different. A moment later, those same sneakers popped into his hand with a soft hum, and he just froze, staring at them like they'd broken the rules, because it actually worked. The truth slammed into him like a knockout punch, his fist snapping shut in pure triumph, because he finally realized this trader's skill was unreal, like he'd just hit the jackpot for real. He gripped the fresh sneakers like they were his lifeline, picturing a future so bright it practically lit up his mind. This was his shot to survive, and maybe if he played it perfectly, rake in an absolute fortune. Then it hit him in the middle of the dream, he'd need socks too. That hit him like a lightning bolt. Suddenly he couldn't stop himself, so he charged back in, testing the edge of his power and smashing strikes into the forest around him. His item box UI flashed like crazy, instantly locking in not just a massive tree, but a huge boulder too, all in one go. To push his tests even harder, he traded some points for an electric chainsaw. And still, even with all that material packed away, his inventory wasn't filling up anywhere near as much as he expected. While he worked, hunger hit him like a punch and told him it was time to eat. Then a sharp hiss from Nike snapped his thoughts to a halt, and he spun around, startled, blurting out, "What's wrong?" "Nope, too late to ignore it." The cat's warning hit right on time. Nike bolted away in pure terror, and between the trees, a massive shape crawled out of the shadows. Daichai froze, staring in disbelief as that monstrous black tiger filled the darkness. That beast was absolutely gigantic, so huge it made even the fiercest brown bears look harmless. It roared so loud Daichai whipped around and stumbled back, his whole body shaking with pure terror. Panic hit him like a punch. He lunged his hand forward, trying to use his storage power on the creature, but it slid right past him. Then it clicked. When he stored the trees, the insects got left behind, meaning his power only works on plants, not living creatures. Daichai's go-to skill crumbled the moment he faced this thing, and panic hit his mind like a runaway train. What did he even do now? He had to grab a weapon, or at least find something that could scare it back. He forced himself to rein in his panic, eyes locked ahead as the tiger still lurked some distance away. He had this. A sharp plan snapped into place, hit first before the beast could even swing back. He remembered his earlier test like a guarantee. Both storing and summoning objects only worked up to exactly 100 meters, no matter how big the target was. Staring down a monstrous tiger, Daichi hatches a plan and decides to stash the ground right beneath it. Nike leans on his shoulder and swears he'll be okay. Then the beast rockets forward and Daichi drops into a low crouch, ready to strike. He snaps his plan into action. One massive shipping container slams into existence where the ground was, and the tiger drops straight inside. No pause. He dumps liquid nitrogen in immediately, convinced the fight is finished, even as the creature's brutal roars thunder from within. The declaration of victory gets cut off by a thunderous clang blasting out of the container, and the impact whips him backward as he stumbles. Shielding his eyes from the choking dust, he swears he nailed it, then whips his head toward Nike with a proud grin, basically begging her to praise his flawless plan. Daichi's confidence evaporates the second the tiger monster smashes out of the wreckage unharmed, glowing faintly like it's getting stronger. Then pure panic hits. He realizes he's got to grab a weapon or he's done for. Nike snaps with pure rage, hissing like a storm as it spits a brutal volley of liquid orbs straight at the beast closing in. But this creature is way too agile. It vaults through the air like it owns the sky, slipping past every projectile as they explode harmlessly into the ground behind it. As the monster hurls itself forward, Daichi clamps Nike to his chest, praying this isn't spirit magic, and those water bullets looked like armor-piercing rounds, yet they hit and did nothing. With grim determination burning in his chest, he commits. He's going to act. He taps into his power, sets his sights on storing something to turn into a wall, then yanks a tiny object from his pocket to make it work. He realizes there's nowhere left to run, so he snaps into action because if he hesitates, it's over. Right as the tiger rockets in for the killing blow, everything suddenly feels wrong. The world drags into slow motion. He can't help wondering, did something just mess with the fight, or is it only that shockingly calm, death-gripping stillness inside him? He rips open his stored item, a massive shipping container, and hurls it forward with raw, crushing strength. It slams straight into the lunging tiger monster, the whole forest rattling as the impact booms like thunder. That hit lands, and the monstrous beast shatters into glittering particles of light, its body vanishing for good. Daichi drops to the ground, cradles Nike close, and lets out a shaky breath, finally believing he pulled it off. Then he snaps his attention to his ability, monster captured, converted into a card, and locked away in his storage. Now that the threat is gone, the adrenaline starts to fade, and then a massive, gut-rattling hunger storms in. He shoves that thought aside for a second, then a steely look flashes across his face as he locks in his next move. His first move is to prepare. He fires up a mental checklist, locks in his gear and weapons, grabs the food he needs, and then makes sure every single scrap of evidence from that fight is wiped out for good. As soon as he finishes setting everything up, he leans into Nike and declares, "First contact now." He flips on his trader skill, and suddenly he's got a razor-sharp top-down tactical view of a far-off caravan, jaw-dropping at how insane the power feels. Then a bridge of blinding light starts to stitch itself across the sky. Down the road below, two cloaked riders thunder across a dry, hilly pass on horseback, their journey steady, silent, and unstoppable. As they're racing down the road, Daichai suddenly drops onto the path in front of them, stepping onto the road with a nervous but friendly wave, and Nike pops his head out from the collar of Daichai's jacket. The riders all freeze in surprise, and the younger, pointy-eared girl bursts with joy, "You've got a kitty," while Daichai shoves Nike forward and says, "It's just me and my pet." But the hooded woman pinches her eyes shut in suspicion, staring him down as she demands to know if he's really traveling alone. Daichai didn't answer her question. He pointed at the little companion at his side and asked straight up whether cats were a rare sight around here. Then he bowed and introduced himself, Daichai Asakura, along with his partner Nike. The hooded girl answered that sure, she sees cats all the time, but she's never seen one with fur this long. She yanked her hood back and flashed a bright, cheerful smile, then introduced herself as Alicia Heartland. For a second, Daichai totally froze, thinking a girl like her would have made him the hottest thing in high school. And once Alicia spotted Nike, her eyes lit up. She asked if she could pet her, and Daichai immediately nodded like there was no way he'd say no. Karina snapped the sweet moment in half. She marched up and snapped at Alicia for being careless. And then she pushed the pressure onto Daichai, firing off the same question again. Was he really alone with only an animal? Daichai didn't flinch. He insisted he was a traveling merchant and flashed the bare minimum gear to prove it, a backpack, a bow, an axe, and a knife, plus his perfectly crafted cover story to sell it. He drove his point home by snapping out a cylindrical device, *click*, and a blazing beam of light shot forward, making both women jump, and Karina instantly wondered if it was some kind of magic bag or tool. But Alicia leaned in hard and realized she couldn't feel a single trace of magic coming from it. As soon as he heard their words, his gut screamed, "I knew it!" This world really had magic bags and magic tools, just like that status screen had hinted. He dropped the tool into their hands and told them to inspect it, and Karina quickly swore it wasn't magical, while Alicia leaned in, stared at the light in total awe, and couldn't believe what she was seeing. He spotted his chance, checked that they were caravan escorts traveling as a team, then with a jittery smile asked if he could ride with them to the next town and be introduced to their leader. His request sparked a tense, wordless debate. Alicia insisted he didn't look like a bad guy and pushed Karina to say yes, but Karina just stared back with sharp, lingering suspicion. She finally shattered the silence and offered to hand back his weapons. When he stared back confused, she said it straight. She didn't need to keep them, because she could read it in his hands. He never really knew how to hold a bow or tie a knot. She jabs a gloved finger at him, face stone cold and dead unimpressed. Then, right when he's caught in the lie, Daichai can only choke out this shaky, wide laugh because yeah, he's done for. She's got him figured out. Even with his lies laid bare, she softens just a little and swings the conversation her way. "I'm Karina." Then she tells him she'll bring him straight to the caravan leader and asks, "Do you mind?" Alicia watches with starry, bright-eyed curiosity. Daichi, clutching Nike, blurts out his thanks, then steps forward and introduces himself formally to both of them. His cat, but it instantly steals the spotlight. Alicia squeals that Nike is adorable, scoops the little furball into a warm hug, and it meows like it's in heaven, while Daichi turns back and thanks them all over again for their kindness. Karina cuts him off mid-thanks with a sharp demand. She'll take him to the leader, but he has to stay within 1 meter of her at all times. She tells him she can't afford to let a possible magician get anywhere near the person she's assigned to protect. Daichi bristles with confusion, stuck on the word magician, while Karina can't believe he's traveling solo with zero obvious combat skills. She catches the shift in his voice, then her eyes drop to the long sword strapped to his back. She's clocking everything. And when she lays down her rules, Daichai nods and agrees to the 1 meter limit, so she confirms they'll move forward together. Then he flashes a playful wink and laughs it off, saying this is just how he talks every day. Since they look about the same age, he figures that casual vibe between them should be totally fine. Karina doesn't budge. She tells him to say whatever he wants, but she warns him to stop those sudden moves or she'll get on edge fast. And when Daichai asks if he really looks that suspicious, she answers instantly, Yes, he really does. With the terms locked in, they stride up to the caravan, horse-drawn wagons packed tight, merchants guiding the line as they cut across the wild plains. A hard-faced older man with a tidy goatee steps out of one of the wagons, locks his intense eyes on Daichai, and straight up asks if Daichai is the one who wants to ride with them to the city of Quran. The man steps forward and introduces himself as Klaus Bertram, the captain of this caravan and the president of the Bertram Trading Company. Then the young man straightens up and formally gives his name, Daichai Isakura. He squared up to the caravan boss, Klaus Bertram, and admitted just how huge his demand was. Then, not knowing how deep the Bertram Trading Company's reach really went, he made it crystal clear he was coming with a serious offer. With one bold move, he dangled a tiny pouch tied shut, promising he'd sell what was inside for the exact price, no markups, just straight cost. Lo snatched the pouch and his eyes went wide with pure shock as he peeked inside, while his associate and Karina hung back at a distance, watching the merchant's jaw-drop reaction. The old man stared up, trying to figure out if Daichai was being wildly generous or just clueless about what it was really worth. Daichai admitted the truth: he had no idea how valuable they were in this country. Klaus's eyes sharpened with calculating hunger as he stroked his goatee, weighing the bombshell of that confession. Daichi laid out his business beliefs, wisdom his grandfather handed down, then hit the point hard. Honesty comes first because lies rot everything from the inside. He told them that back home the product is grown there, so it's treated like everyday stuff, but the moment it hits the market, its value can swing wildly. Klaus nodded along, totally sold, and you could tell he was genuinely impressed. With that same honesty on full display, Klaus yanked open the pouch and laid it out. Pepper. He told Daichai it might be worth something back where he was from, but here, it would fetch many times more, and Daichai's jaw just couldn't believe it. He flat out said that across the whole continent, nobody could ever grow a single pepper. Every bit had to be shipped in from elsewhere, turning it into a crazy luxury that only nobles and the super wealthy could pay for. The realization hit Daichai like a punch to the gut. Klaus had already figured out he wasn't from this continent, and the merchant seized the moment, snapping that since Daichai was a foreigner from another continent, he'd never carry the permit needed to sell pepper in the city. Even though everyone agreed Daichai's clothes and beliefs felt weird to them, nobody expected the shock that he wasn't just different, he was from a whole other continent, and that could blow up their lives. Daichai's relief was obvious, but the tension stayed locked in his bones. He begged the man to keep it secret while Karina and Alicia stared at him, stunned. He lets out a grateful breath to the merchant for the kindness, sweat beading on his face as pure relief hits, and right next to him, Alicia and Karina just sit there, staring in silence at the whole exchange. Klaus rubs his goatee, mulls it over, and asks Daichai if he'll pay with something besides money. Then he declares he'll handle the pepper deal, telling them to give him a moment while Nike the cat watches. Seizing the moment, Daichai snaps into action with a bold counteroffer. He begs to become a merchant in this country but admits one brutal truth: as a foreigner he doesn't know enough to survive. So he turns to Klaus and asks for exactly what he needs: support and guidance to not just make it but thrive in this new land. Daichi's proposal hangs there like a bomb about to blow. Klaus even calls out how trusting he seems, but Daichi fires back that he just knows he can read people well. And right beside them, Karina gasps in disbelief at how wild that request is. The merchant weighs the deal, then points out Daikai's still missing a crucial bit if he's going to become a real merchant. Daikai's brows knit with worry as he asks, "So how many more pepper clouds do I need?" He smiles and doubles down, saying it's a solid choice and he's not talking about pepper at all. He's pointing at Daichai, calling him capable and a real ally worth trusting. Then Daichai clocks what the merchant is aiming for and hope hits him so hard he can't help but tremble. He lays out his whole business philosophy, pulling out his grandfather's advice like it's a cheat code. When you're dealing with a big-name partner, you don't meet expectations, you smash right through them. Then he shrugs and adds, like it slipped out on its own, that maybe he just picked it up from some book. After he makes up his mind, Klaus whips around to his older assistant, Lloyd, and orders him to grab the pepper. Then he turns straight to Karina and speaks to her. Karina demands that she escort Daichai and Alicia all the way to the town of Cameroon and stand guard for them too, then turns to Alicia and asks, "Is this okay?" Alicia gives a quiet nod. With the new arrangement locked in, Daichai grins wide and proudly says he can't wait to travel with both of them. while behind him, Klaus and Lloyd turn and walk off, their role in this moment's chaos finally over. He kicked off his journey side by side with Karina and Alicia, Karina saying she couldn't wait for the road ahead, and Alicia bowing her head to tell him it was truly a pleasure to meet him. As they walked, he pressed, "Where are we headed?" Alicia said they had to first report his situation to the captain of the guard, Karina's boss. He couldn't stand the stiff formalities, so he told them both, "Just call me Daicha." And then he admitted he was terrible with customs like that, begging for a break from the rules as a shy blush warmed his cheeks. His casual request totally caught Alicia off guard, but the second she spotted the creature perched on his shoulder, her whole focus snapped to it, and when he introduced his partner, Nike, her eyes lit up as she blurted, "Oh my gosh," at the cutest, fluffiest kitty in sight. Before he could even react, she yanked Nike off her shoulder straight into his face, making him gasp in shock, and Alicia instantly started smothering the tiny creature in non-stop cuddles, cooing about how absurdly, impossibly cute Nike was. He calmly cleared everything up, confirming that the one she was hugging was Nike and that the guy standing there was just Daichai. Alicia finally lifted her face from the embrace, staring back with a blank look like her brain was buffering mid-statement. Moments later, she turned her face away from him with a tiny pout, and he just stared, totally thrown off by how fast her mood flipped. To speed things up, he urged them to march straight to the guard captain, promising she could keep holding Nike, and she, all rattled, blurted out that she agreed. Then he leaned in close and teased that he couldn't hear her, setting her off in a loud stammer. "Come on, Mr. Daichai," she shouted before snapping back and correcting herself to Daichai. Daichai traded places with Alicia. She looked totally mortified, head bowed tight as she clutched her Nike, while Daichai rubbed the back of his head with a half-weary, half-amused look. All through their back and forth, Nike stays locked in a crushing, licious embrace, eyes bulging, trapped in pure shock and silent panic. The story cuts through a huge merchant camp under a heavy, cloudy sky, tents sprawl everywhere. Torches blaze to fight off the creeping dusk, and everyone hustles like the night might swallow them whole. Inside a well-appointed tent, Klaus Bertram settles by a lantern-lit table, chin on his hand, staring into the flames like they owe him answers. Then he snaps his gaze to his subordinate and asks, "Lloyd, what do you think of that young man?" Lloyd lays out his analysis and clocks Daichai's hands. Too clean, too well taken care of, so he concludes the guy's never wrestled with hard labor and probably grew up in a wealthy, well-educated family. Then Lloyd points out that for someone from another continent, Daichai thinks fast and carries himself with solid manners like he already knows the ropes, and Klaus nods along as he digs deeper, asking Lloyd what he thinks of Daichai's latest moves. He keeps going, saying that giving away something that priceless with nothing solid in return can only mean two things. Either Daichai's the rich merchant's kid, or he's the noble's fool who doesn't get how the real world runs. House's eyes harden the moment he spots the item box, so pristine it practically screams, "This thing keeps you safe and makes meals better." And he can't shake the feeling its owner is someone who's destined to rise to something huge. The item box skill is pure gold, so rare people swear it's a gift straight from the gods. You carve out a pocket subspace to stash your stuff, its storage depends on your magic power, and inside that space, time stands still. Inside, it's not that kind of enchanted bag, this one's different. A magical bag is just a pouch packed with spellwork, and sure, it can stretch its storage way past normal, but the space stays locked at whatever size it's built for, no matter how much magic the owner has, and the time inside keeps ticking just like the outside world. Back in the tent, Klaus lays it out fast. Daich probably thought it was just a harmless magic bag, tried to grab the pepper, and didn't even realize what he was accidentally exposing with that item box. Klaus figures that wild, fearless confidence, the kind that let him survive an ocean crossing, has to come from a power that insane. Lloyd nods, pointing out Daichai's still just a kid, and Klaus shoots back that this box probably holds even crazier, more valuable stuff. Lloyd asks if they should alert the right people and push everyone to treat Daichai with absolute courtesy, but Klaus shuts it down on the spot, saying it's pointless because the real key is this: Daichai holds knowledge from a land they've never even seen. Lloyd makes it crystal clear Daichai gets no disrespect, not just inside the company but even from the guards, and from his seat he just says, "Understood." Meanwhile, Daichai has no clue about this big power move, and he keeps marching forward with pure determination on his face. As the new day kicks off, Daichai's sidekick Nike stretches with a colossal yawn, then powers up with his deadly skill, because the epic journey for the boy and his cat is officially underway. Before they met the escort party's captain, Daikai, a worn-out Karina and Alicia pushed through the loud, crowded caravan streets of Kamut, with Nike snug in Alicia's arms. Daichai's eyes snapped to a crowd of merchants, one scar-faced man waving a shining, high-grade glass goblet like it was his crown, bragging about his big connections. So Daichai leaned in and realized the glass was worth a fortune, but the craftsmanship looked like it came from some much older era. As the trio kept trekking through the camp beneath the evening sky, a voice suddenly cut through the air, demanding to know for Ms. Karina. That voice belonged to Colette, a young woman who was hunched over a tiny stove. She instantly apologized for cutting in while Karina was giving their guest a tour, then leaned forward and asked if she could get a hand with the fire. Daichi blinked at the weird request, then it clicked. She wanted Karina to light the fire with magic. Karina brushed it off to Coletta, saying it was totally okay as long as Mr. Asakura didn't care. Daichi could barely contain himself, instantly approving and begging to watch it happen. Shelette poured out her thanks, admitting how brutal it was to get a fire going with flint. But Karina just lifted her gloved hand over the kindling, and with one sudden burst of energy, flames snapped into existence. He stared in awe. He just clocked it as fire spirit magic, and it hit her even harder. All she had to do was hover her hand above the wood. He grilled her, asking if she always helped like that, and Karina nodded that she did as long as her hands weren't tied up. Then it clicked for him. Nike's attacks were jaw-dropping, but watching magic used for everyday chores was just as electrifying. Alicia laid out the whole situation for him. If someone can't use fire magic, they have to rely on flint, but even mages who can cast other types can still use fire magic items too. Daichai took it all in, nodding like he'd finally got it. You jumped in to make it crystal clear. So if someone's got even a little magic, they can use magic items no matter what element they're tied to? And Alicia shot back, yeah, that's true, before leaning in like there was something bigger to it. With a stone-cold face, she said the truth in one breath. If you can use magic yourself, your job prospects change overnight. Most of the time, magic users get picked over everyone else. Her words about the growing gap between people hit Daichai like a punch. Because in this world, non-users can't even touch modern comforts, and they sure don't get to earn a decent living. He was yanked back into his own past. Lying on his bed, he stared at a rejection notice on his phone from Kawakato Corporation's HR, basically shutting the door on his application, while his nightstand held a framed photo of his grandfather like a silent punch to the chest. That memory was just one more brutal struggle. Fresh graduates crushed under student loans, fighting for jobs like they were invisible ghosts. Then boom, his day got yanked back by a voice, Colette. She stared him down and said his whole life might literally hinge on whether he could actually do math. She flinched the moment she realized he'd blurted out his real thoughts, then he snapped an apology right away. But Colette just waved it off, saying it was fine and that she'd already gotten used to it. She kept going, insisting that even without magic in her hands, she still found a job with a top-notch company. And she went on and on about how everyone around her is sweet as can be, always stepping in to help her with whatever she needs. With a soft, almost heartbreaking glimmer in her eyes, she finally admitted she was truly blessed. Her words hit him like a thunderclap, and suddenly his first plan, using his power to climb the merchant ladder, felt cold and selfish. Then a brand new purpose ignited in his head, because now he knew, with his ability, he could change lives for everyone who didn't have magic. He grinned, and you could practically see the excitement crackling in his eyes, because the idea of shaking this world's value system sounded insanely fun. His plan was to drop Earth's secrets into this world, new sneakers, blinding flashlights, and even drones, so people with no magic could live the same life as mages, and he'd turn them into the customers he'd value most. He snapped that new resolve into action, spun toward Colette with a confident grin, and told her he had his own fire-starting tool too, ready to light it up with his very first demonstration. She steps forward and flashes this tiny metal thing to the crew. Karina, Alicia, and everyone else crowd in, eyes wide and curious. Karina clocks it right away. It's not some magical pyromancy tool. Alicia leans in and goes, wait, it's clear like a gem. Then Daichai grins and reveals the name. It's a lighter. He nudges Colette to try it, but she jerks back like it burned her, insisting she could never touch something that looks that expensive. In a total panic, the lighter slips right out of her fingers, and the onlooker's gasp crashes with it as it clatters onto the dusty ground. He picks it up with total calm, reassures her she can use it with zero fear, then tells her the device is way tougher than it looks. and that even if she snaps one or two, he won't get mad. Her worry slips away as she grabs the lighter, snaps it with her thumb, and a spark jumps to life. She watches that tiny flame latch onto the tinder, then nestles it carefully right among the firewood. The moment the flame touches the wood, it ignites instantly and the fire erupts, crackling to life like it can't wait. Colette locks eyes on the lighter in her hand, wonder lighting up her face, and she whispers, "What an amazing tool!" before she decides his country has to be a truly great place. She leans in and asks if he's a foreign merchant, and he admits it, then spills his big dream: to flood the whole country with tools anyone can use, even if they don't have magic. A bright, real smile blooms across her face, and she tells him straight from the heart that with products that good, he's going to succeed, no doubt. Her words hit him right in the heart, so he thanks her, and to make up for the interruption, he tells her to keep the lighter. All she can do is gasp in stunned shock. He whips around to his crew, Nike perched on his shoulder, and snaps that it's time to roll, but before they can move, Karina blurts out with her hand raised, demanding he wait. Colette, all flustered, scrambles to hand back the lighter, swearing she can't take something this valuable, while Daichai calmly tells her it's nowhere near that pricey. Right as their words hang in the air, a huge, intimidating man suddenly stomps in. Karina clocks him instantly, lunges forward, and demands to know why he's here. He snaps his focus to Daichai, brushes off her question, and declares he's here to meet him. Then Daichai just stares up, stunned by the man's massive presence. Alicia steps in fast, introduces him as Captain Jeffrey, the escort party's leader, and tells Captain Jeffrey that Daichai is the merchant who's been handling business with Mr. Beltran. Captain Jeffrey grins and makes it crystal clear he's calling the shots for the trading company's escort. Then he tells Daikai he'll ride with their crew straight to the next town, and Daikai takes the offer with zero hesitation. Then he lays it out: he's escorting both Miss Alicia and Daichai. Jeffrey says the president himself told him to make sure the customer's taken care of, and Daichai just grumbles under his breath, annoyed that it sounds like he needs babysitting. Jeffrey doesn't even blink, he just motions, "Come on, follow me." As they stroll through the encampment beneath the evening sky, Jeffrey tries to shove some booze into his hands, and Daichi politely shuts it down. Meanwhile in camp, Colette clutches the lighter she received, and as her thoughts click into place, realization finally lights up her face. Hours later, the last scraps of that simple meal have been wiped clean, and the day's whole routine finally winds down. Night has fully dropped over the modern-style tent, Daichai's world, plain and real, glowing beneath the stars. Inside the tent, Daichai can't sleep. He lies back on his cozy bedding with his hands behind his head, while Nike snoozes peacefully on his chest. Daichai just stares at the tent ceiling, swallowed by his thoughts. He couldn't sleep in his tent when Colette's voice snapped him awake, asking if he was still there. She clutched that little lighter's warmth like it was treasure, staring at the plastic like it was a gem, and he just sat there thinking, did we really overdo it? Because they seemed way more fascinated by the case than the flame it actually spit out. Right then, Karina burst through the tent's entrance, apologizing for keeping everyone waiting, and as she spoke she checked her face like she meant it, just past the night's edge. She told him the president wanted to see him, then flicked her eyes to the clock on his wrist, 8:41 p.m. Without a second thought, he agreed to get ready right away, quietly thinking his watch was nothing special. He yanked his jacket on in a hurry, then a weird thought hit him: what if that summon came because the pepper was trash quality? So just in case, he stripped it off his person before he even stepped out. He trailed Karina deeper into the camp, and boom! This place was alive with non-stop motion, men crowding around crackling fires, guzzling drinks, and yelling back and forth, while Karina pointed out just how wild and lively it all was, and he had no choice but to nod along. She dragged him into this huge, fancy tent, and when he peered inside, there was President Klaus Bertram, pardon in his eyes, waving him in like nothing happened and motioning him to sit down, while a young woman with a ribbon in her hair was already waiting at the table. He finally slid into his seat, blurted out an apology for the late hour, and dismissed class like nothing happened. Yet Daichai still looked worried, asking straight up if the pepper's quality was off, promising he'd swap it out right away. Lao swore the pepper was top tier, then slid the lighter across the table like a magic reveal, because that was the real reason they'd been called here. He just stared, completely thrown. He snapped the truth into place fast, saying that the lighter was a gift he'd handed Ms. Colette, and he never stole it from her. Colette flashed back to the moment she handed Klaus the lighter and told him she'd been questioned about how to use it, except she'd never even seen something like that before. Right there in the present, Klaus's smile vanished into pure seriousness. He looked Daichi dead in the eye and said it felt like he had no clue what that item was truly worth. Daichi froze because he'd been treating it like some normal thing Klaus wanted to buy. Now it hit him. He couldn't just slap a tag on these and sell them like they were everyday household junk. He leaned in as Klaus explained this. Yeah, back home a lighter's just everyday stuff, but here it's a noble's treasure, a rich person's prized possession, and it's worth more than you can imagine. The merchant leaned in and said its real value wasn't the magic. It was the fact that even non-magic people could use it, which made it way more valuable than a normal magic item. And as Daichi peeked from behind the seat, he couldn't help wondering if that was exactly why it was so valuable. He weighed the consequences and Klaus broke it down. The lighter's core might not be worth precious jewels, but its case, made of top-tier glass, was absolutely valuable, and the merchant let out a little impressed chuckle. The merchant's face tightened the moment he sized up the market, because if enough of these items ever started showing up, the rich and powerful would come crawling in fast, sniffing out a chance to slap an outrageous price on them. That warning hit him like a truck. He clapped a hand over his mouth, realizing that if he sold these items without thinking it through, he'd only be inviting disaster. He finally owned up to his mistake in front of Klaus and the girl with the ribbon, then remembered his promise to help, so he leaned in and asked what they should do next. Klaus rubbed his goatee, weighing his next move, and Daichi knew pretending this never happened was off the table, because selling those lighters would smash the very way this world measures value. While they were still debating, the young woman snapped up and pointed at the glass on the table, claiming even that little thing was something sold to the wealthy. Keeping right on her heels, Klaus unveiled another masterpiece, a jaw-dropping metallic rose that practically sparkled under the light. While both the ribbon girl and Klaus looked genuinely stunned by its beauty, and Daichi just couldn't help thinking he might have gone a little too far again. Just when awe hit full force, Klaus suddenly roared, "Wait!" But Daichi barely had time to blink before Karina burst in with her sword out, aiming straight at him. His eyes lock on the target rock steady, and not a shred of fear shows up. Seeing how calm Karina stayed, Klaus started to wipe the sweat from his brow and told her it was fine, even though he admitted he'd completely lost his composure. So Karina quietly asked to be excused. Then he spun toward Daichi, stumbling out an apology for snapping his voice so suddenly. Daichi only smiled, calm as ever, telling him it was totally fine, while he was still reeling because she had crossed the space and slipped into the tent in an instant, commanding him to stay within a meter of her. That cool, outward calm didn't fool anyone, so the girl with the ribbon pointed it out, saying he looked totally unshaken with a sword pressed right in his face. Daichi kept stroking Nike on his lap and swallowed his real thoughts. The truth? He hadn't even fully clocked what was happening yet, but he was certain she'd stop herself. Once the tension finally eased, Klaus leaned in and pushed the conversation forward, then turned to Daichi and asked if it was okay for Karina to join them. Daichi said yes, even as he admitted to himself that the whole encounter had scared him stiff. Once the dust finally settled, Klaus snapped his focus onto Karina and warned her they had to handle the problem right now. She just nodded, plain and simple. "I'm aware." Then he jumped right back into things with Klaus, unveiled a brand new item and told him it wasn't just anything. It was a glass sculpture worth a fortune, traded for way more than those cheap, inferior gems. Klaus reached for the rose, eyes blazing with disbelief, and muttered that he'd never guessed this was the very same glass he knew, while the young woman beside him nodded hard, calling it magnificent and genuinely beautiful. Then he clocked their reaction, snatched his bag open and dumped out more top-tier loot. A delicate glass butterfly, a flawless clear sphere, and even more lighters. Lao stared at the collection, a bead of sweat sliding down his temple, and he realized their shine didn't match anything he'd ever seen before. He leaned in as Daichi talked about grabbing capital by selling glass goods, and Klaus nodded sharply. He spotted that the lighter's case was made from a different kind of glass, so he guessed people would still try to flip just the case for a crazy price. Daichi leaned in with a smug smirk and spilled the real plan. He was slipping in a lighter as the freebie. He laid out the whole scheme to Klaus. First, he'd hand out the lighters for free to anyone who bought his pricey glassware, turning them into an everyday status symbol. Then, once the wealthy and nobles couldn't stop talking about their usefulness, he'd start selling them on the market for real. After Mark heard the full proposal, Klaus finally gave in. Yeah, it wasn't brilliant, but it beat every other option they had, so he nodded and they decided to move forward with it. Dai-kai pressed for a clear answer, asking if Klaus truly meant to team up with him. Klaus grinned, nodded, and promised he was in, then extended his hand like a match struck for their partnership. He grabbed the offered hand and slammed it with a solid shake. Just like that, the deal was locked in, and for Daichai, this was his big first step. Later that night, beneath the dark sky, Karina marched up to Daichai to apologize for snapping at him earlier, only to find him calmly telling her it wasn't her fault. He said she was just doing her job, but then he insisted he should be the one apologizing, because his sudden arrival had thrown both Karina and Klaus into shock, and they both erupted into startled shouts. She still didn't buy it. She trailed off mid-push for her apology, and right beside her, the ribbon girl's face crumpled with worry. Her panic ripped through her the moment she lunged for Nike, burying her face in the cat's soft fur as a muffled cry burst out. Then the cat meowed and she gasped, calling Alicia's name in shock. Relief flooded his chest as he realized cheering her up was almost too easy. Then he turned to his cat Nike and asked if it loved seeing Alicia smile too, and all he got back was a simple meow. Alicia shot him a bright, totally flustered smile and asked, all shy, if this was better. Then she went along with his request, trying to show him her happiest self. Her bashful look just fueled him, and with a cheeky grin he insisted her shy face was cute too. Alicia went mortified and begged him to stop, while Karina watched the whole thing with pure, simmering annoyance. Later that night, around the campfire beneath a sky full of stars, he finally cracked, telling Karina he'd caught the caravan folks staring at him like they knew something he didn't. She confirmed his worst fears. Turns out the lighter wasn't the only thing that made them clock Colette's interest either, and the rest of the caravan had been whispering about who he really was. Harina spilled the savage rumors flying around. Some swore he was the heir of a rich foreign merchant, here to learn the trade, while others insisted he was a disgraced noble who tossed his title for a lost love. And then there was the truly wild theory. He was the royal family's illegitimate heir, hunted down and forced to live out his days as a drifter. As Daichai listened to that wild lineup of fantastic stories, he could only shake his head at how far everyone's imagination ran. Karina laughed it off as pure speculation, and Alicia looked genuinely stunned by just how wildly varied every tale was. Their calm talk got ripped apart by desperate screams. One terror-struck man burst through the trees, yelling that they couldn't shake the monsters, blasting a frantic warning that a pack of king apes was bearing down on them. Karina didn't even hesitate. She yanked her blade free, jaw set tight, and ordered Daichi and Alicia to stay right beside her. Then, out of the woods, cold darkness, a pack of ape-like monsters with blazing eyes and bared, snapping teeth surged into view, and you could already feel the fight coming. The battle detonates into full-blown chaos when a sudden ambush slams the caravan. Vicious king apes surge out of the surrounding wilderness, and the guards scream in panic as Daikai, Karina, and Alicia stare at the attack unfolding before them, faces hard with dread. When the assault hits, Captain Jeffrey lets out a thunderous roar and his troops scramble into a huge beast intercept formation, shields up, weapons cocked, ready to meet the charge head-on. The defensive line locks in and Daichai wastes no time. He grills Karina about the creatures. She fires back. King apes are brutal, smart monsters that hunt in packs with lightning speed and crushing strength. When Daichai wonders why she isn't taking her place, she snaps that her job is simple. She's got to guard Alicia. He keeps insisting she doesn't have to worry about him, even pushing that it's better if she only focuses on Alicia. Karina shuts that down instantly, saying she can't drop her mission and ordering him to let her handle the job. Alicia's voice snaps him back to focus. She tells him she can use non-elemental magic too, like physical enhancement and enchanted gear, and as Daichi catches on, he suddenly understands what that really means. Alicia snaps out that the creatures are closing in and Karina tightens up for the fight. Daichi, meanwhile, can't stop thinking about enchanted gear. If it runs on the same boost system as physical enhancement, it has to be meant for equipment. So can he use it himself? Terrifying screeches rip through the air as king apes slam forward in a screaming horde, their eyes blazing with pure feral fury. So when Jeffrey spots that deadly wave coming, he snaps, fire. Daichi's command goes out and the archers unleash a storm of arrows that rips across the battlefield, hammering several of the rampaging beasts. while Daiichi just watches, smugly convinced it's already done since even smart monkeys can't possibly dodge an arrow midair. His confidence crumbles as the arrows bounce off the ape's brutal hide like they're hitting stone, and he just stares, stunned, nothing landed. Then Captain Jeffrey snaps into action, roaring the next order like a command from war: magic attacks. At the captain's command, Alicia blasts out a roaring wave of magic. Her spell rockets forward and smashes into the charging king apes, drowning their screeches in pure agony. Caravan guards brace in a wall, their shields groaning under the king ape's brutal fury. Then Captain Jeffrey charges straight into the chaos, his face set with unshakable grit. From afar, Daichi whips around to Karina, concern spilling in his voice as he asks if that man is going to be okay. Alicia cuts in with calm, razor-sharp confidence, telling him the guards can weather attacks like this without even blinking. Just then, a lookout shrieked, "Incoming!" and right from the southern forest, King Apre enforcements surged forward, a dozen strong. Still, Captain Jeffrey didn't flinch. He barked at his men to drive them back, convinced they held the upper hand. Daichi clocked how solid they looked, but his instincts screamed to jump in and help. He blinks at the whole mess, wondering what kind of modern weapon could even fit the moment, then shuts that thought down, choosing not to show his power, telling Nike in a low voice to stay out of sight and keep her hands off magic. Karina snaps into command, realizing king apes don't usually rage like this, and orders Alicia to hunt the southern forest for any more beasts. Yet before Alicia can even answer, Daiichi's eyes go wide as a fresh wave of monsters surges in from the east, and he screams a frantic warning to Karina about their exposed flank. The flanking apes tear across the gap at terrifying speed, so fast Daichi's gut drops the moment he realizes he's too close. His mind scrambles for a weapon as the beasts slam in at once, lunging straight for both him and Karina. The arena goes ice cold as the freezes hit without warning, then another ape rockets straight for Alicia's throat. Daiichi spots the danger and rips her name out like a last lifeline. He rockets across the battlefield in a blur, streaking past Karina, and then he dives straight into the charging monster's path, slamming the brakes on it at the last second before it can reach Alicia. Barehanded, he whirls midair and hammers a thunderous kick into the ape's head before it can even recover. Then he snaps in with a savage punch that smashes the jaw of another ape that tried to strike him. With pure, fluid power, he snatches the beast he just hit, yanks it into the air and slams it hard into the ground, so fast and brutal that Alicia and Karina can only freeze, stunned into silence by his unstoppable martial strength. She slams into the ground so hard he gets blasted off his feet, and Alicia gasps his name, panic carved across her face as she demands, "Are you okay?" He fights his way back up, blood trickling from his cheek, then clenches his teeth and tells her he's fine. They stand together again, and he snaps at the two women to fall back, because the king apes have swallowed the root, their hulking bodies looming as glowing eyes burn from the darkness. Obese Lunge explodes into action, springing forward and snapping a massive clawed hand out of the way. Then, as he fights the monsters head-on, another ape towers over Alicia, and the torchlight throws a savage, scary glow across everything. A colossal moss-clad ape snaps its jaw shut just inches from Alicia's terrified face, and right then another one lunges in, grabbing Daiichi from behind with crushing strength as powerful arms lock around his torso. Karina and Alicia scream in terror as the creature tightens its grip. Then he clenches his teeth, ready to fight it off, only to realize something way worse: it's not hurting him at all. He's totally unharmed, and even the ape looks baffled by his stubborn survival. His eyes snap wide with sudden clarity. Alicia's words hit him hard in the mind. He can use non-elemental magic like physical enhancement and enchanted gear, and that's exactly why he's been so ridiculously hard to take down. He suddenly realizes back then even the ape's moves felt weirdly sluggish, and now it clicks. He'd been using the magic the whole time without even knowing it. Armed with this new insight, he blurts out that he finally gets it, then snaps a knife up and drives it straight into the arm of the ape that's gripping him. The blade slides into the creature's flesh with horrifying ease, and he just stares, awed by how his physical boost and enchanted gear hit like magic, thinking it feels exactly like skewering a cake with a fork. He whips his gaze to Karina. She's still trapped in the fight, so he blurts her name, taps into his power on purpose, and vows he'll back her up as he rockets forward to crash into the battle beside her. He pours magic into his replica Bowie knife, an enchanted gear, and drives it straight into the king ape's chest, The beast screams and thrashes in raw agony, and panic hits him when he realizes the blade is too shallow to break its heart. So as it whips and flails, he stumbles and slips. The slip yanks him off the monster's back, and as he tumbles through the air, the ape whips a giant claw toward him, smiling that pure, evil grin. Right before the beast can smash in, a blur of blonde hair slices through the air and a streak of steel stops the blow. Karina darts between Daichai and the ape, her weapon snapping up to deflect those deadly claws just inches from his face. She flashes in, blade carving one ruthless, blinding arc, snapping the king ape's head free from its shoulders. Then its blood explodes outward, splattering her face as the monster collapses hard to the ground. With the danger ripped away, she drops her eyes downward, right as Daichai, still sprawled on the ground, cranes upward in shock, staring at the sight of his blood-splattered savior like he can't even breathe. His day collapses into chaos the moment Karina and Alicia sprint in, shouting his name with raw worry, because he's still not fully on his back after that brutal hit. He shoves himself upright, a bruised grin on his face, Nike perched on his shoulder, and throws up a thumbs up, dodging their panic as he checks. "So you two okay? Any injuries?" He's injured, and both girls snap back with exasperated relief. Karina's eyes brim with tears as she insists that they're the ones who should be asking him that question, while Alicia begs him to finally take better care of himself. He snaps up to his feet, shifts his stance, locks back onto the fight, and demands a status check on the defensive line. Then Karina tells him the enemy ranks are breaking apart and they can probably push him back, and she hits him with one clear promise. Her job is to keep him and Alicia safe. As the declaration hangs in the air, Daichai's face hardens into pure determination, and Karina watches him with a serious, protective stare. He stared into the tiny campfire as it crackled, the smoke and silence of the battle's aftermath creeping all around them, while right beside him, a gloved hand clung to the gear, saying nothing but somehow still screaming. As he snapped his head around, Karina blurted that the apes tried to sneak around the defensive line, but it all fell apart. She was sure their morale wouldn't last long. Daichai froze, stunned, and demanded to know if those creatures were really that smart. Her prediction landed like a hammer. Those last king apes were thrown into full-blown chaos, scrambling to bolt for the woods, while others got cut down as they clawed at the caravan's defenses like it would save them. With a cocky wave and a knowing stare, Karina urged him to see it for himself. He stared at her and it hit him like a lightning bolt. With that blood wiped off, she was way cuter than he'd realized, and his whole vibe flipped so fast that Karina froze there, staring back in total confusion. Right when he was about to lose himself in thought, Alicia cut in and demanded to see the blood on his face. Then he touched his cheek, felt the injury, and lunged for his water pouch. Before he could move, she grabbed a cloth and soaked it clean through with water from his pouch. She started wiping his cheek with a soft cloth, and that sudden cold made him jerk back. He snapped, insisting he could handle it himself. Her face burned with determination and embarrassment as she insisted he let her do at least this one thing for him. He went quiet, shut his eyes, let her talk, then a shy blush crept up his cheeks. He snaps his focus to Alicia and it hits him like a thunderclap. She's got to be a user of water spirit magic, and when he says it out loud, the look on her face screams surprise. Alicia's flustered stammer and Karina quietly clocking everything throws him into a spiral like, "Did I just mess up?" He keeps breaking down how the world's magic really works, two kinds, elemental and spirit. Both are built on the same four elements, earth, water, fire, and wind, but here's the twist. Elemental mages tap their own potential, while spirit mages use their abilities like a key to pull nature's power straight out of the world. And that's why he swears spirit magic hits harder and gets used more often. After weighing it all, he finally nods and admits spirit magic hits harder at its core. Then he whips around to Alicia and demands, "So how did you know I was using spirit magic in the first place?" Alicia tells Daichai that in her hometown, spirit magic ranks higher than elemental magic, so it's straight up rude to assume someone uses the lower magic when you first meet them. And Daichai's stunned, because he realizes he just pulled a total social faceplant thinking he was being polite. He lays it all out. If they're spirits, then being polite means treating everyone like a spirit magic user by default. And Karina and Alicia just stare him down, unimpressed, their silence saying everything. Serena cuts in and smashes his flawed logic, straight up saying that in their whole country, only 20 people can use spirit magic, and across the entire continent, it never tops 100. Daiichi grips Nike in shock, stunned that the numbers here are way smaller than back home. With a soft smile, Alicia hints that Daiichi should have picked up some local know-how before he jumped into the merchant life. Then Daiichi, listening to every word, leans in and begs her to teach him as they travel. Alicia lights up and gleefully accepts his request, while Daiichi and a bright-ass son Nike practically bounce with gratitude. Right beside them, Karina only sighs, resigned to it like, guess there's nothing else to do. Overjoyed, Daiichi bursts out that it's his thanks. Once he's a successful merchant, he'll raise a massive statue of both of them right in his shop. Then Karina and Alicia, standing side by side in heroic poses, shoot him down with a flat, synchronized no. Far off, victory thundered in their ears as the soldiers who had slain the king apes lifted their weapons and erupted into a roaring, triumphant cheer. Daiichi took one look and said they could rush in to help Ten's wounded, while Alicia blurted out whether they should step toward the soldiers, until Karina pointed out that the fighting was already over. She snapped her focus back to the real cause of the fight, quietly pointing out her gut feeling about why the king apes were hunting down the soldiers. She had a hunch, sure, but she knew the only way to be certain was to ask the men themselves. While Karina was weighing their next move, Daiichi spiraled over what his powers could really unleash. Then the truth hit him: spirit magic was insanely rare. So he cooked up a plan. The moment Nike fired off his power, Daiichi would just slap a label on it like it was his own elemental magic. And he didn't stop there. He clocked how risky his other skills were, especially his appraisal ability, knowing that was the one he had to hide the hardest. He stared down the road ahead and felt the weight hit him. Having all those powerful skills was turning into a nightmare, not a gift, and surviving in this world was anything but easy. With a confident grin and a thumbs up, Daiichi leans in and asks her straight up if she's hurt. Beneath her blanket, Alicia's eyes went wide, pure shock, total confusion, like her mind couldn't catch up. She clutched the blanket tighter, her thoughts spinning, because he was a total weirdo and that wild expression on his face made zero sense. His mind flashes straight back to that battle. He was grinning even then, like nothing could touch him. And she couldn't believe her eyes. No one had ever kicked a king ape like that, not with zero weapon in hand. She just couldn't make sense of it. Why was Daiichi even there? The face she remembered was twisted with pain, but he still forced himself forward. That one question about a smile just wouldn't let go, dragging her straight back to her grandma's fairy tales, where magical gear could take a hit from a king ape and not a single scratch would appear. Those tales spun a legend about a knight wrapped in shining armor. She figured that if he really was a knight, he wouldn't flinch at her. Yet his attitude never shifted, even after he learned she could wield spirit magic, and the idea hits her so hard she shakes her head, trying to shove it away. Her mind spirals to the weird contrast. Daiichi flashes that real, warm smile, and everyone else usually freaks out in terror. As the memories slip away, she stands in the pale, early morning glow, hooded cloak now on, face calm and thoughtful, just staring out from the camp like she's trying to remember something before it's gone. Her jaw hits the floor, she blares, "What do you mean you can't ride a horse?" Daiichi snaps back that he never said he couldn't, he just admits he's never been on one, then starts wondering if maybe, just maybe, he could pull it off. So they just settle it by getting in a coach instead. Ribbon Girl swears it's top tier, the best you can buy, but Daiichi can't stand a second of that ride. He snaps his gaze out the window at the people walking beside him, and annoyance flares across his face like the ride is already wrecking his nerves. His mind snaps back to the night before. Everyone had been staring him down. Alicia says sure they'd warned them to keep quiet about his lighter, but that wasn't the whole reason for the crowd. Over a plain breakfast of hard bread and rough potage, she leans in and asks if he'd done anything else to pull all that attention. Daiichi just can't figure it out. Why would they stare at him, the guest of honor? She deadpans at the source of the rumor, his tent. Daiichi jerks his gaze back and a slow, sickening realization crawls into place. The Ribbon Girl overhears it and, mortified, blurts out that the same weird light was leaking from his tent too. So when Daiichi tries to play it off and swears it's totally normal back home, his explanation only makes the girls even more flustered. When she realizes he doesn't get it, Alicia steps in close, fixes him with a stern stare, and demands he checks with her first before he shows off his bizarre stuff to anyone. He nods without hesitation, admits he messed up, and swears he'll check in with both her and the guild leader from now on. Then the Ribbon Girl starts pressing him hard, because she's been eyeing that tool since last night and she wants to see it. Daiichi snatches the moment and tells her, "If you want, come by my tent." She freezes in instant shock, turns beet red and blurts that showing up at a man's tent at night is absolutely unthinkable. Daichai's jaw drops as the romantic meaning finally hits him, and panic flares in his head because he has to deal with this like a grown-up. He stammers out an apology, insisting he never should have said that to a young maiden, and the second he does, the ribbon girl freezes solid, face locked like stone. Alicia doesn't let him get another word out. She slams in immediately, calling him out for being rude to a woman. Daichai is still caught up in the last exchange, then he quickly drops the correction. Ms. Alicia isn't older, she's 20. Daichi gets slapped with instant reality. Alicia blurts that she's 22 and Karina's 19, and just like that, they're his elders. Daichi freezes in pure shock, stammering that they're basically older sisters to him. Karina bursts into laughter at his reaction, saying today's young boys are desperate to grow up too fast, while Alicia looks rattled but nods along, and from the side, Daichai insists he's not a. The mortifying truth hits him like a punch. She thinks he's just some teenager. He blurts out an apology and stammers, scrambling to explain that he meant she was young in the best possible way. Trying to patch things up, he shrugs and says, I messed up Alicia's age too, so let's call it even. And both women nod along, dropping the awkward mess like it never happened. As the talk fades, his focus slips out of the wagon right as he spots a rider bending earth magic, smashing the ground flat ahead of the caravan. Daichai's eyes snap to another card. Two men are slumped there with their hands tied up tight, and the moment Karina notices his stare, she cuts in with a chilling warning. Don't you dare feel sorry for them, and that brutal edge in her voice leaves Daichai genuinely stunned. Alicia lays it all out. They joined a huge raid of 35 men deep in the forest to snatch baby king apes. Only 5 made it out alive. When Daichai demands what those babies are for, she snaps back that they're tamed for hard labor, mostly serving the military. She goes on to say the captured apes are strapped with slave collars, and when Daichai spots that cold metal monstrosity, his face twists in disgust. Spurred by pure curiosity, he demands to know what they're worth, and Alicia drops the ugly truth. Baby, if it's under 2 months, gets 20 gold coins, but anything under 6 months sells for just 10, and Daichi is left staring at the numbers, trying to figure out why anyone would trade it like that. He stared down the captured man and demanded to know if they'd committed a crime, and Karina shot back that sure, they'd dragged back a pack of king apes, but now they were stuck covering every last damage from the fight. Alicia leaned in and said it was basically labeled disruptive behavior with a whopping 1 million yen claim. His brow nodded as dread hit. What if they couldn't pay? Karina's answer was brutal, indentured servitude. Then those 2 men stood there in shackles and you could practically feel their fate lock in place. He crumpled back into his seat in the carriage, then sighed and muttered that being an adventurer just didn't seem to pay enough. Karina caught herself fast, blurted out that she'd misspoken, and admitted that adventuring could be a real job if you're careful enough. She also shrugged that the men were just unlucky to stumble into 2 packs at once. Daichi couldn't understand why they hadn't hunted for survivors, but Karina shut that down cold, saying they didn't investigate at all. And as they pushed on, Daichi couldn't shake the feeling that this world was brutal through and through. After that exchange, Karina suddenly got it, though yeah, her understanding tilted a bit sideways, and she realized that in his culture, using physical enhancement to approach a woman was seen as downright rude. He softly patted Alicia's head, told her to stop spoiling him, and praised her for doing an amazing job. While deep inside, he couldn't help realizing how wildly different this country's culture and civilization were from his own. He snapped the heavy mood in half, dug into his bag, and suggested they take a break, handing over a gift like his grandfather always would. With a bright grin, he rolled out a whole spread of snacks from his world, sandwiches and bottled drinks, and announced, way too cheerfully, that he had something for them, to Alicia and Karina's total shock. He shoved the items into their hands and told them to dig in, then leaned in and said, "This is food from my homeland, Japan." He warned it was tasty, sure, but might feel a little exotic to their palates. As the 2 girls dug in, he hovered there, heart pounding with anticipation, desperate to hear what they'd think. Alicia's face lit up with delight while Karina chewed carefully, eyes sharp like she was analyzing every bite. Alicia nailed it. The sandwich tasted fresh because Daikai got a magic bag from the guild leader, meant to hide his item box. She lifted one up, and Dai-Kai confirmed her hunch on the spot, practically begging them to start eating right then. The three of them huddled together, eyes wide, reacting like they'd just found something unreal, surprise exploding into pure delight with every unfamiliar flavor. Their ride rolled on until a settlement finally rose on the horizon, Takura Village. Daichai stared in disbelief and Karina squinted hard, but it was still way too far to make out the details, crushing his dream of an early launch. Then a harsh thought hit her: this modern stuff didn't belong here. Those see-through sandwich wrappers and plastic water bottles were so wrong that no one should ever lay eyes on them. Karina's voice snapped him out of worry. She sounded relieved, and when he pressed for the reason, she just thanked him, quietly grateful that he'd kept everything discreet. Daichai pitched a 1-hour break to roam the village outskirts, and Alicia lit up until Karina cut in with her idea. After we eat, we should check the village from inside the coach. She swore it'd be way more interesting for Daichai, especially when she pointed out a shop that sold clothes and shoes, and he immediately looked down at his own modern footwear. He gave in and admitted her right, his clothes practically shouted for attention. Alicia beamed and agreed, so the plan snapped into place, and Karina flashed a grin as she praised the simple, straightforward hearts of the people she protects. Then she playfully pinched a startled Daichai's cheek. She clustered up as if bracing for impact, and Daichai demanded to know exactly how long she'd be gone. Alicia shot back, about 15 to 20 minutes. Then Daichai declared he and Alicia would stay put, waiting inside the coach while Karina slipped into the village alone. Inside the vehicle, Dai-Kai and Alicia finally dropped into their seats, right as Nike sprang onto the cushioned one beside them, ready to ride. The moment he handed them over, the cat instantly latched onto Alicia. She wiggled her fingers, Nike meowed back, then swatted at her hand like it was game time. Alicia burst into laughter the second she got caught, and Daichai just watched that sweet, carefree moment light up the room. She bursts into playful action with Nike inside the coach, while the cat darts around at eye-popping speed, and when she realizes it's an ability, she cranks up her game faster than ever. Her hands turn into a blur and Nike's body flickers in and out like it can't exist. She zips between her palms with unreal agility. From his seat, Daichai stares in disbelief, because it hits him. Nike isn't the only one with physical enhancement, Alicia has it too. And then she snatches the flailing cat like it's nothing effortlessly, leaving him stunned. He keeps staring in disbelief as Alicia turns to him and asks if they can lock away the secret. Both her and Nike can use this power, just for the two of them, and Nike, now calm, voices a clear yes. She locks eyes with him, fierce and unshakable, cheeks warming as if she's ready to follow his call no matter what. The quiet shatters as the coach's door glides open. Karina's back, calling out to them like she never left. She's back in a flash and she can't help but point it out. Alicia welcomes her with open arms, but Karina just stands there in deadly silence, wearing a heavy, sorrowful expression. Her face tightens into a grim scowl, eyes narrowing with pure displeasure. Something is seriously wrong in the village. She finally breaks the silence and drops the bombshell that they'll be stuck in this village for 2 whole days. Daichi instantly gets what it means. Something serious has gone wrong. Karina tells Daichi and Alicia they've hit a shocking delay, and it looks like they're stuck in this village for 2 full days. He whips around to her, stunned by the news, and blurts out, "Did something happen?" The merchant leader tells them the king apes hit harder than anyone expected, so the caravan is banged up worse than first thought, and now they're choosing to hole up in the village and rest as much as they can. Karina grins and adds, "That means we've got free time until our lodging gets sorted." She snatches the moment and pivots to Daichai, pushing the idea of lunch, and he glances at his bag, then it hits him, asking if she's craving the sandwich he's been carrying. She's beaming like she's totally flipped the switch from the brutal fight she was locked in the night before, and she cheerily nods at a yup, then practically begs him to hand it over, leaving Daichi stunned for a second by how different she is. He holds up the food from his world, packaged sandwiches and bottled drinks. Then Karina and Alicia stare in awe like they can't believe it's real, while Alicia blurts out, "How do you even eat this?" Daichi just smiles and says it's basically like bread, then shoves a sandwich into Karina's hands and she grips it, trembling with pure anticipation. She takes one bite and her eyes snap wide with shock. This bread is so soft it practically melts, and the smell alone is mouthwatering, while the meat inside tastes insanely good. Alicia watches her reaction like she can't wait to see what happens next. Alicia takes her own bite and instantly gets rocked by a symphony of flavors. Warm, juicy meat hitting her tongue, sweet and savory, perfectly locked in, and the sauce and juices blending together like magic. Daichai breaks out in pure delight, practically gushing about how delicious it is, and as he and Karina keep devouring, Alicia leans in and asks, "So, are there veggies in there too?" Serena's face lit up with pure joy as she thanked Daikai over and over. Then he just grinned, told her to pile her plate as high as she wanted. And as the whole crew gathered around the other snacks, he brought out a pudding cup with a sweet, tempting smell caught Alicia's eye. He made sure his buddy wasn't left behind, comforting the meow and the cat while promising, "I've got food for you too." Then he set down the bowl. As Nike dug in, Alicia leaned over and said the cat looked starving, and Daichai just laughed, agreeing Nike was trouble in the cutest way. Meanwhile, Karina stared into the tiny cup they'd handed her, and a bead of sweat trickled down her cheek as she slowly peeled the lid back. The first taste hit her like lightning, and her face lit up with pure, jaw-dropping bliss. Seeing her reaction, Daichi practically burst with excitement and demanded her opinion, still stunned by that texture. Then he just had to ask what this unbelievably sweet, unbelievably soft stuff even was. She said it was called whipped cream, a sweet girls were all crazy about, and the moment Karina got it, her face lit up as she swore it was absolutely delicious. He lit up at her excitement and pushed for more, so Karina, cheeks warming, asked if he was really sure it was okay, and he just nodded back certain. He insisted this was the bare minimum, considering how much she'd helped him, then flashed a confident smile and swore there'd be plenty more whipped cream dishes waiting for her later, while quietly admitting to himself that she was easy to charm. His promise lit up her whole heart, and she accepted it with a glowing, bashful smile that practically sparked the room. Watching both Karina and Alicia dig in, he couldn't help but feel satisfied. Yeah, he was just as easy to please as they were. But that vibe got cut short when Karina suddenly got worried and asked what everything cost. Then he clocked her cup was already empty. Daichai just shrugged it off, teasing her by asking if he seemed like the type to sweat over money stuff. He watches Karina's face light up with a playful grin, teasingly calling her shallow. Then she panics, darts her eyes away, and a hot blush creeps up her cheeks as she mutters to herself that he's nothing but a dummy. His carefree mood instantly evaporates and a steel focus kicks in. He turns his back on his companions, slides into a chair, and zeroes in on a tiny glowing device. Soon after, he barrels back, beaming, and proudly places a perfectly baked slice of fruit cake in front of everyone. He drops the treat right in front of Karina and Alicia, and their eyes go wide with pure delighted surprise, while even Nike the cat perks up and leans toward the sweets, all curious. Elsewhere in the camp, inside a command tent, Klaus Bertram rips through a jaw-dropping report, repeating the only part they can't even say out loud. Someone straight-up dropkicked King A. Marina stood right in front of him and swore by the story. Yeah, she knew it sounded impossible, but she insisted it was the truth. House stayed unconvinced, saying maybe her eyes slipped off Daichi mid-fight so she could have misread what she'd actually seen. Then he insisted Daichi fought through 5 king apes that launched the ambush. Karina shuts it down hard, swearing she'd never let her focus drift from her client during a battle. He immediately backs down, remembering she can use wind magic to feel movement even when she can't see it. Then he swallows his pride, apologizes for slipping up, and tells her to go on with the report. As Karina finishes laying out every detail of that battle, Klaus slams a hand to his brow, stunned and unsettled. While she tells him the truth, Daichi was only slowed down because he had a knife. And if he'd pulled out a long sword, he'd have wiped out 4 of those apes without breaking a sweat. Then his assistant chimes in. Daichai's physical boost was on a level he never expected, and his enchanted gear was tough enough to shrug off a king ape's bite. Klaus's mind races as he realizes, if that's all real, then on this entire continent, there's nobody who can stand up to Daichai in non-elemental magic. Karina nods and admits she can't name a single person either, then her smile fades, eyes narrowing as she trails off like she's about to say, it's almost as if she told the merchant leader she couldn't quite trust Daichai, especially since he still had that non-elemental magic, despite being a total rookie at swordplay and martial arts with 0 real combat experience, and the leader nodded, accepting it all, leaving one truth clear. Daichai was good at non-elemental magic, and that was it. The merchant leader kept on sizing things up and realized Daichai was a total beginner in the business. But he figured Daichai must have been hanging around top-notch merchants, soaking up knowledge that felt way too real to be theory. She blurted out, could he be some noble's kid from another continent? The merchant boss mulled it over and nodded. Yeah, it actually fit. Then he snapped that if they didn't assume Daichi was the pampered heir to some nobility, that reckless lack of caution simply didn't add up. Then she asked what they should do about Mr. Asakura, and the merchant leader inspected a handful of tiny, crystal-bright objects before saying Daichi's raw power made him a big deal for their company. Then he demanded everyone keep secret that he was a visitor from another continent, just like she'd wanted. He shot her a no-nonsense order: stay by Lord Asakura's side until they hit the town of Korem, and use your wits to give him the local intel he needs to dodge suspicion and keep thieves from trying anything. Karina nodded hard, already replaying the command in her head as she pictured Daichi like some straight-up hero from a fairy tale. Right in the middle of their serious talk, a cheerful Daichi burst in, grinning as he held up 2 plates, each stacked with a slice of cake. He rushed in out of nowhere, then immediately apologized to Karina for keeping her waiting, his sudden show of upending her calm. Later, down on a quiet town street, a clothing shop sign swung from a wooden post like it was daring you to walk in. Inside, a fresh stack of clothes sat neatly folded, waiting like a prize. He struck a swaggering pose in his fresh outfit, just a plain tunic, pants, and a brand new belt, and then practically buzzed with excitement as he demanded, "So, what do you think of my look?" He stood before them in his fresh outfit, and Karina and Alicia couldn't look away. Karina swore he looked like a traveler, while Alicia stared in deep thought at how he carried it. Look, he couldn't shake the feeling it didn't quite fit him. Alicia reminded him that since both she and Karina were used to his foreign clothes, their opinions might not tell the whole truth. He sat there, racking his brain for the perfect look, something discreet, slick, and stylish. Then his imagination flashed a ridiculously over-the-top outfit, and he instantly shut that idea down. Karina shut the idea down on the spot, warning him that anything too flashy would make him impossible to miss. So much for blending in as a traveler, and Daichi just sank, wishing silently that the brighter, cheerier Karina he'd seen earlier would come back. Then his eyes snapped to a better outfit, and he hauled it off the rack, marched up to the elderly shopkeeper, and announced, "I'll take these," calling her young lady, and you could practically see her blush light up with a happy, flustered smile. The shopkeeper, amused by his charm, teased him as a smooth talker and said he had a daughter about his age, then backed it up hard, insisting she was only 4 or 5 years older, so she was definitely a young lady. He kept rolling out compliments, even claiming she and her daughter looked like sisters, then flashed a charming grin and asked for a tiny discount for being so sweet, and Karina hit him with a totally deadpan stare. After nailing the purchase, he spun right to the payment, asking the shopkeeper if he could pay with something besides coins. He slapped down a solid bar of pure silver instead of money, and its value practically screamed huge, while Karina and Alicia gaped at the sight, completely unable to speak. A burst of wealth hit Karina like a shock, and panic snapped through her. She lunged forward, blurted for him to wait, and offered to pay in her own coins instead. The shopkeeper, totally stunned, only told him to come back again, and Daichi just stood there, baffled by the whole commotion. Karina yanks him out of the shop and clamps down on his arm so hard it's almost a warning, then they tear down the street together, while Alicia trails a few steps behind, hugging Nike close. She snaps around and lunges close enough for him to feel her breath, then screams that he must have caused the chaos on purpose. He stares back, totally baffled, and blurts that he honestly thought paying with silver was the usual thing. She's clearly fuming, but he misreads every signal, then he laughs it off, suggesting they just hit another store, and insists he never meant for it to spiral out of control. She swats his idea away with a sharp little note, eyes blazing as she tells him their next stop is the guild leader, and all he can manage is a pathetic, half-hearted sound of protest. His protest fizzles out fast. Then moments later, he's strolling through town with a carefree grin, looking completely unbothered by the chaos that just hit. But his bright, cheerful walk isn't really his choice. Karina yanks him by the jacket, her face etched with exhausted resignation. He thrashes, Alicia just watches with calm eyes, and Karina decides he's getting a serious talking to. In the merchant's tent, Klaus Bertram cuts Daichi Asakura off mid-breath, barking, "So what were you trying to do?" Startled out of his wits, Daichi blurts that he was only trying to pay for the clothes he'd already chosen. Meanwhile, outside, Alicia slumped on the ground, seething with annoyance as the tiny cat, Nike, pranced over and playfully yanked at her clothes. Right back inside, the whole shopping trip screeches to a stop when Klaus raises a huge silver ingot and snaps, whether this is truly Daichi's idea of payment. He tells him, sure, silver ingots aren't rare, but he's never once laid eyes on the exact silver coins Daichi carries. He swears he's never seen that kind since he stepped onto this continent. Daichi grins and says back home those coins are as common as dirt. He owns up to his mistake, saying he didn't even have to spend money yet because he could always grab whatever food or water he needed straight from his item box. Klaus throws up his hands and realizes he should have seen it coming. Lord Asakura wouldn't have any local money at all. Before the merchant can react, Daichi pounces on the moment and offers to sell off his own stuff just to raise cash. Klaus stares at the unbelievable proposal, clutches his head, and gets slammed by the most shocking twist yet. He talks himself into staying on good terms with Lord Asakura, especially before they reach Koram town, and then he decides to play along, praying Daichi won't shove his weird products in front of everyone. Back home they're worthless, but here they're the kind of absurd that can blow everything up. Once the payment problem was finally nailed down, Daichi whirled toward Karina and asked, "So, you're not mad at me anymore?" She snapped her head around, bared her teeth, and swore she'd never been angry in the first place. He rushes in to apologize for not checking with her first, then begs her to drop her anger, only for her to snap back, "I'm not upset," and stare him down like, "What's with your attitude?" Daichi swallows hard, realizing that even with all his effort to figure this world out firsthand, he's still messed up. She swears she'll be way more careful next time as Karina gets ready to turn back. She whips around, fury still blazing in her eyes, and yells that yeah, it's fine he didn't know, but he still shattered his promise by not checking with her first, and now he needs to face what he did. Her rage finally melts away as she softly strokes Nike, who's curled up on Alicia's head. Then she tells the cat, "I'm not mad at you," and dumps every bit of blame on Daichi. Daichi admits he's thought hard about what he did, and Alicia swears Nike looks like he's apologizing too. Karina mutters to herself, realizing Daichi must have known she was furious from the very start. Then he thrusts a bright handful of wrapped sweets at them, calling it a proper apology, and for a split moment both Karina and Alicia are totally speechless. Serena's flustered and she blurts out, "Are you trying to fix this with food?" He shakes his head fast, "No way," and tells her that back home when a guy messes up, he makes it right by offering chocolates to the person he likes, like a lover or a close female friend. He quietly admits that's not exactly the whole story, because if chocolate truly fixed every problem, life would be unbelievably easy. Karina's cheeks flare as she hears him out, then she relents, "If this is what people do, I guess I'll have to accept it." Meanwhile, Alicia drops her gaze to her hands, quietly replaying his words about a lover or a girl who's close. They bite into the sweets and boom, both of them go wide-eyed in pure shock. "What is this?" Karina blurts while Alicia grins and insists it's delicious. Karina lights up and shoves even more sweets toward Alicia, and Alicia gratefully takes them right away. Nike swears for him and a calmer Karina tells Daichi to just be more careful next time. He nods right away, but inside he's screaming that it all got patched up way too fast. He bursts onto a busy village street and finds it packed tight with loud, rough-looking men, wild adventurers just itching for trouble. As they stare at the wild, rowdy crowd, Klaus leans in and mutters that there are way too many adventurers for a village this small. Then Alicia adds, sharp as a knife, that they're not exactly the polite type either. Alicia keeps pressing, pointing out that Daichi is totally unarmed, and that word about him being a Bertrand Company guest has probably already blown through the streets. Daichi nods, admitting he's been clocking hostile stares too, realizing he matches the rich but clueless foreigner profile, the kind people love to pick off after he just crushed King Apes. He tells them to swing by the weapons shop and ask what's going on. Karina nods fast but grabs his sleeve with a warning. Stay sharp because they can't afford to stir up trouble in this village. She tries to calm her down, begging her to trust him even if things look bad. He won't back off because deep down he's a pacifist. Daichi's words get met with one shared, stunned look. Karina and Alicia can't believe it. Then, with a heavy sigh, he dodges the moment and asks for a clear reference point. Who'd really be stronger, one of the adventurers or King A? Alicia thinks a one-on-one brawl would make a King Ape hit like a truck, but Karina slams back with the real truth. Adventurers are human, so they can coordinate, set traps, and outplan the beast. He finally understands the danger, and then he makes a ruthless choice. He's staying out of his way. Next thing, he has to grab equipment fast, starting with whatever he's using right now. The second they step into the armory, excitement hits him like a spark. He's staring at the weapon wall for only a heartbeat before he snaps. Armor first. Inside, you've got a set of lightweight leather armor, and Karina instantly fears it'll fall apart. Alicia just deadpans thanks, staring instead at Nike getting handed a snack like seriously, that's where his priorities are messed up. Meanwhile, Daichai's all flustered, swearing he's being totally serious and claiming the armor problem is finally mercifully sorted. He stands there in fresh armor, gripping a huge shield, and Karina immediately clocks that the shield doesn't quite fit the set, while Alicia looks genuinely wowed. Daichim even parades it in plain sight to show off how beefed up he's gotten, even though he could have just stashed it in his item box. Once his defenses are locked in, he turns his sights to the next thing he needs. A weapon. His head's soaked in fantasy RPGs, and right away he locks onto the classic pick. He blurts out, buzzing with excitement, that he's going to grab a long sword. Karina doesn't buy it, she shoots back, asking if he can even use one of those. Daichai grins and swears he'll handle it just by swinging it around to look menacing, and Karina hits him with the blunt truth, that's not how it works. Alicia stays upbeat, telling everyone she just knows Daichai will figure it out. His ridiculously overpowered physical upgrades and the enchanted gear are too unstoppable to ignore. He ponders this hard, are enchanted gear and magic just stronger than pure swordsmanship? And the more he questions it, the clearer it gets. In this world, magic users hold the upper hand. He can't believe how far magic tools have come. Powerful spellcasters can farm a field or spark a flame with effortless magic like Karina proved, while everyone without magic is stuck with rusty, forgotten gear like flint. He sees the gap widening day by day, and he's sure it's a perfect downward spiral, one that won't stop spreading. Alicia's voice slices straight through his spiraling thoughts, and she's got a mission. Cheap, practical products for people who can't use magic, paid for by selling glassware to the nobles and the rich. When Daichi hears the plan, he can't help but wonder, could it be sharpened just a little more? As they stroll through the village, she clocks his heavy, thoughtful mood and blurts, "What's wrong?" He flashes a gentle smile and tells her it's nothing, he's just replaying something back from his homeland. Then he blurts out everything they've found while shopping. Goblins are hanging around Takura village, and the local adventurers guild has already sent out 3 parties, 13 people total, to crush the threat. As they headed down the road, Karina spilled the truth about the goblins. Sure, nobody knew the exact count, but almost 40 adventuring parties had shown up, and 7 of them still hadn't officially accepted the request, and let's just say she thought their manners were horrendous. She said these goblins were only gathering for scraps for now. But once their numbers swelled, elite units could crash the party, and Daichi leaned in, asking if the elites were actually tough. Karina didn't sugarcoat it. Once goblin mages, non-elemental generals, or enemies rocking enchanted gear showed up, things would get ugly fast, and Alicia cut in with a blunt, "No way that many people can handle that," leaving Daichi nodding at how straight to the point she was. With her arms locked across her chest, she delivered her final verdict. After watching their moves and the gear they carried, she shook her head and told them straight. These adventurers were stuck at E rank or worse. They judged him using the adventure rank system everyone lives by. It starts at apprentice level, hits H rank first, climbs letter by letter, and crowns you with the legendary S rank at the very top. At the top of this whole system, the big shots rule with serious prestige. An adventurer who climbs into a rank gets treated like a knight, backed by the high nobility, but S rank? That title is handed out by the king alone to legends who have pulled off feats so unreal they earned history. Karina broke it down for everyone. S and AA are basically top-tier prestige ranks, and the 7 core adventurer levels climb from G all the way up to A, but she made one thing crystal clear. Raw combat power doesn't automatically drag someone straight to rank 1. Your rank is earned mainly through your achievements, period. But once you've pushed your way up to D rank and beyond, everyone knows you've survived your share of brutal battles. Seriously, did she just ask Karina for her rank? She said she was C rank, and that hit him like a green light, telling him she had to be dependable. Then he sized himself up, smug about his own fighting power, even as one thought wouldn't leave him alone. He still hadn't used that special weapon he ordered. He snapped the talk back to the goblin mess, wondering out loud, since he had no idea how big the horde really was, whether there were already too many adventurers crowding in and still finding no opening for agreement, even with his whole line of reasoning. Daichai's unease swelled, and he blurted that something important felt like it was missing. Alicia snapped in fast too, saying she needed the whole truth and insisting Daichi wouldn't pull anything reckless if he finally had the complete story. Daichi freezes when the young elf girl closes in so fast her face is almost on his, blurting that even Nike is on her side. Then heat rushes up his cheeks as her space finally hits him. He carefully sets the Nike on her head, steps back to give her space, then whips around to face Karina with a hard stare. Then he starts spilling the real reason his gut feels so wrong. 2 months back, he relives a brutal incident. A village 4 days away got wiped clean by bandits, and the smoldering ruins he describes make it hit you. This is what terror looks like. Event he keeps talking and hits the real problem. The village begged the Adventurers Guild for help against goblins, but when the party finally showed up, bandits had already wrecked the place. They even sent a ton of adventurers, yet they all came back without ever fighting the goblins. Then Daichi drops the contract trap. If the village chief disappears, the quest counts as a failure, so the regional lord only has to cough up half the reward. That kind of disaster doesn't just slap a penalty on the adventurers, it wrecks their name with the local lord and gives their enemy fresh reasons to hate them. Karina stares off like she's miles away, then shrugs. If it were me, I'd just widen the search and wipe out enough goblins to finish the quest. Daichi's suspicion clicks into place. He blurts out his theory that those adventurers and bandits might be teaming up, so they can torch quests with 0 consequences and then scoop up whatever's left. And when he points at the nearby village as the next target, the scary truth hits. They'll be fighting bandits too, not just goblins. Then he snaps his attention to something else, yanks a modern handgun out of his stash, locks eyes with Karina and the elf and tells them with steely purpose, "I need to test something, come with me." He snaps into clarity. He just wants to test a weapon from his homeland in a quiet spot and get Karina's verdict on how hard it hits. Then he presses the one question that matters. They already wiped out 5 king apes, so does a goblin general boosted with physical upgrades hit even harder? Karina listens, eyes sharp, a trace of caution flickering as she weighs whether to sneak off with him somewhere secluded. Her face hardens in an instant as she drops the bad news, no pauses, no mercy, and the truth hits like a punch. The goblin general is just stronger. Daichi threw his hands up like, "Yeah, bring it on," acting totally unbothered by the nightmare waiting ahead. Then he snapped his focus to Alicia and pressed her for answers about the grasslands. She said the open area was almost free of obstacles, so if trouble hit, they could rely on physical boosts to slip out fast, though she admitted she could only use that power a little at a time. Karina heard him out and shot back with a conditional yes. Camping right at the forest's edge was fine, as long as they stayed where they could be seen by the convoy and its guards. Daichi lit up and agreed on the spot, and then they took off. He shot forward with pure excitement, then slammed straight into a giant figure coming right at him from the opposite way. Daichi bumped into a thick, gruff-looking man who snapped at him to watch where he was going, and though that kind of loudmouth would have shaken him back in Japan, his last fight left him unbothered. He calmly shot back that it was the guy who ran into him. To him, his answer only made the man's rage spike and he accused Daichi of messing with him. Before long, the clash had everyone's eyes turning to them, right as the man's companions closed in. The moment the argument kicked off, Daichi clocked 2 other men posted nearby, staring straight at his crew like they owned the scene, and the town square's noise suddenly died, replaced by a suffocating wave of tension. As more thugs barreled in and boxed them in, one of them started heckling Daichi, asking if he'd freeze with fear, while another drooled over the girls and demanded money. Karina stepped right in front of Alicia and snapped, letting them know she was a bodyguard and wouldn't stand for that nonsense. Alicia's voice shook as she leaned in and whispered, scared to death. Could Karina really take on 5 men, especially when they might be stronger than a king A? One thug sneered at her bold words, and when an older guy suggested they take it somewhere more private, Daichi snapped. Those comments about the girls pissed him off. So he seized his chance, deciding to test the weapon from his homeland on them, betting that because they started the fight, he could flip the script as long as he didn't kill them. Karina calmly laid out the consequences. If they somehow managed to kill them, they'd still get nailed with a huge fine from the local lord. The thug who started it all snapped in pure rage, screaming that Daichi was just a merchant and daring him to ask for trouble. Daichi stayed quiet, but his mind raced at how terrifying the world was, where murder could be washed away with money. Then he grits his teeth and pledges to deal with this without taking a life. Since they're adventurers, he refuses to kill them, choosing instead to beat them up just enough to make the message loud and clear to anyone thinking of causing trouble next. Right when he commits, the whole showdown detonates. Karina screams one last warning, but it's already too late. The burly boss yanks his sword free, the elder thug bares his teeth at the brats, and you can tell their patience is completely gone. The fight was basically locked in. Daiichi whipped around to his bodyguard for one last check, asking if he'd face any backlash if he seriously maimed their attackers, and Karina shot back without a blink that there'd be zero problem. Then Daiichi's grin went full war mode as he made his call, ordering Karina to prove just how wildly their skill levels separated. With thugs closing in, Daichi Asakura and his crew stand their ground as their leader snaps that they're done listening to warnings and ready to draw. Daichi doesn't flinch, telling the man they never plan to kill anyone, but the thugs better brace for a brutal beating. The leader's face hardens and he snaps that Daichi better watch his mouth or else he'll teach him a lesson. While Daichi doesn't blink, calls out to Karina that he'll take down two of them and tells Alicia to get behind him for safety. A wild idea sparks in his head as he counts his crazy advantages, his one-of-a-kind skills, that pocket dimension that can swallow anything that is alive, the power to summon items from the modern world, and non-elemental magic that supercharges his body. And then it hits him. He can smash all of it together into one unstoppable combo. In the blink of an eye, the thugs crumple to the ground, clutching their arms, screaming in pain and disbelief, while Daichi stands over them, a thin wisp of energy slipping away from his outstretched fingers as he just calmly watches. The leader unleashes a gut-piercing scream, his face twisted in raw agony as he grabs his dominant arm, now completely useless. Right nearby, the old thug gapes in pure disbelief as his own nose stretches longer than it should, magic twisting it into something grotesque. Then he erupts into a howl of pain and shock, while Daichi locks in on the madness, staring intensely. At the same time, Karina strikes with surgical precision, dropping the bald thug and pinning her blade flat against his neck until he's fully neutralized. With the danger shut down, Daichi whips around to her and asks under his breath if she cut the tendons in every one of their dominant arms, and she answers with a sharp, simple yes. Then she fixes the defeated man with a razor-cold stare, warns him never to touch her clients again, and orders him to tell his buddies the same. Before they realize what hit them, the thugs scramble to agree, terrified out of their minds, promising they'll vanish and begging for mercy. They stayed at a safe distance as a small crowd huddled around, murmuring in shock that the young guy traveling with the girls had actually won the fight. After the clash, Daichi stares at the thugs sprawled out and scoffs at how foolish they were, then his eyes snap to Alicia, still calm, holding Nike like nothing happened. He can't help thinking, did you really just sleep through the whole fight? Because the idea of her peaceful rest getting wrecked feels painfully unfair. Alicia's rage snaps his thoughts to a stop. She plants her fury-filled face into frame and shoves Nike forward at the defeated man, barking that they apologize to the kid right now. Karina's ears twitch when her outbursts hit, and all she can manage is a breathless lish. Then she snaps into action, whipping around to bark at the thugs to apologize right now. The terrified guys don't even hesitate, they scramble to comply, beg for forgiveness, and swear they'll never do it again. With the apologies locked in, Alicia's rage evaporates. Boom! She's beaming as she scoops up a purring Nike and tells the men they should thank the cat for its kindness. Daichi and Karina stand there staring, and Daichi can't help thinking how brutally effective that cat's charm is. As the group strides away, Karina's smile vanishes and steel replaces it. She marches straight up to Daichi and fires off. Why'd you go and blow their feet off when I'd already cut their tendons? Because what he did feels way too brutal. He calmly lays out his reasoning. Cut tendons can heal with simple water magic, but once a foot is fully severed, you need high-level water magic to reattach it. An insanely harder, far more expensive fix. Karina gets exactly what that means. Getting treated in the capital would drain them to the last coin. Daichi nods along. And Daichi can't shake the thought. Sure, Nike's elemental powers might patch up a few injuries, but this move feels planned, strategic, and way too intentional. He confirms it was all part of his plan to knock their attackers out of action for good, and Karina adds that it could scare off future enemies too, leaving them no choice but to spring into ambushes instead of charging in head-on. Then she blurts out a new fear. If they look this disheveled, they might never find an exit and they'll be sitting ducks for another ambush, and the thought makes Daikai's stomach drop. He freezes, bows deeply in formal apology, and says it's just a custom from his homeland. As they keep moving, Karina snaps back into her earlier questions and grills Daichi about that ability. Was it something that's meant to attack? He turns his face away and admits it's a rare, one-of-a-kind skill, the kind only he can use. He asked if anyone in this area had truly unique skills, and a flustered Alicia blurted that yeah, there are a few, but that's it. Daichai then nodded and said it's the same back in his homeland. Karina slams his casual comparison right out of the air. She's dead certain there's only one person on the whole continent with that one-of-a-kind skill, and Daichai just shrugs like it doesn't impress him at all. Her blunt words hang there like a slap, and the whole group goes silent as they keep trudging forward, while Daichi scratches the back of his head, stuck there, hesitating. He finally shatters the silence and shoots them a small, knowing smile, admitting the truth. Yeah, he really was driven out of his homeland because of that one-of-a-kind skill. He spills the bloody details of that nightmare, explaining that since only he and his whole country could do this, his own family turned on him and tried to kill him. Then he begs them to drop the subject. The confession knocks the breath out of Karina and Alicia immediately crashes with guilt for pushing him so hard. He reassured them right away that it was fine, even as their worry hung in the air, and when he sensed their curiosity clawing to be satisfied, he agreed to tell them on one condition. It stays a secret between the three of them, and Alicia begged him not to overdo it. To show you what he can do, he snaps a tiny dark object into existence in his palm, then lifts a metal projectile and tells you his secret. He can forge clumps of lead and iron and blast them forward at insane speed, powered by fire. That tiny projectile jolts Karina back to the earlier fight, and she blurts in disbelief, "So that's what you used to take his leg?" He nods and explains, "Yeah, this bullet's driven by an explosion and it hits with brutal force." Then he adds, "Bigger bullet, bigger damage," and that idea sends Alicia's stomach into a cold, sick fear. Then he brings up that earlier offer to test it himself, flashing his one-of-a-kind skill to them, and asking straight up what they think it could do in a fight. Karina hesitates and asks if they really have to keep going, but he refuses to back down. Since it's an experiment, he insists there are still more things he's dying to try. He tells them to pause for a snack break after his experiments, then pulls out both sweet and salty goodies like a magician, right as he turns to Karina and asks what she wants most. She pauses for a beat, cheeks flushing, then admits to herself, yeah, she'd totally rather go for the sweet ones. Her reaction nails it. Daichai is suddenly 100% sure sweets are Karina's biggest weakness. He lights up and vows they'll trade ideas during their snack break once the experiment is done. With a snack baiting them forward, the group pushes deeper into the forest, until Karina cuts in hard. This is as far as they can go because they don't know what monsters are waiting up ahead. Daichai, itching for some breathing room, turns to Alicia and tells her to hold Nike while he steps out first. As Daichi gears up, Alicia snuggles Nike with a bright smile, feeling this sweet bond with the cat, right up until she realizes Nike is totally using her warm feelings, kneading her chest like it's got a plan. She snaps at the cat to stop, but her flushed face screams she's loving every second. Daichai watches them and thinks, wow, what a gorgeous sight, and Nike seems to agree. Right when the vibe turns sweet, Karina cuts in, impatient as ever, shoving them to move on, and Daichai nods instantly, saying he'll kick things off with the very same technique he used to punish the bandits. He's talking about the exact weapon he can forge, a giant pistol he calls the Desert Eagle, built to blast the toughest, most powerful round he has access to right now. He doesn't clutch the weapon at all, he just grins and tells them he can crack open a pocket dimension in his own palm, then yank the weapon's trigger with pure mind power. A deafening roar erupts from his outstretched hand. He fires a projectile that rips through the air, smashes into a nearby tree, and punches a clean hole straight through its trunk, blasting splinters everywhere. Karina and Alicia just freeze, eyes bulging, mouth stuck open, stunned by the sheer destructive force. He whips his gaze around to his companions, demanding what they think of the display. Karina freezes, stunned into silence, only managing, "It's amazing," while Alicia says you don't run into magic like this every day. He throws out an apology and admits the damage really was on the lead clump, he said. Then Karina, still reeling, blurts out if he can keep using it again and again, because firing off hateful magic nonstop is no joke. She explains that while low-rank mages can spam spells without draining their power, C and D-rank mages can hit multiple targets at once. She admits she could barely track that bullet's flight with her eyes. Then Daichai says, yeah, earth magic can pull off something like that, but it's nowhere near this speed. And that's when he starts thinking, even a low-ranking mage with a pistol could wreck ordinary people. Karina frowns and asks what he means, pointing out that anyone who can throw offensive magic is already a danger to everyone who can't. He tosses out a quick, "what if?" to prove his point. Would a normal person with offensive magic beat an adventurer who can't use it? Before the question even lands, he shuts it down. The offensive magic user would crush them, and he's only talking about non-elemental magic. That distinction totally sets Karina off. She snaps that he's talking about a different ranking system than adventures. Then Daiichi blurts the big question. Are you only counted as a real mage if you're registered with the Mage Guild at F rank or higher? Alicia shuts it down by confirming it, and Daiichi instantly turns sheepish, apologizing for messing it up. Once the misunderstanding finally got wiped clean, Alicia beams and suggests they compare adventurer and mage rankings over snacks like the experiments are done. Right then, Karina barrels in and yells that the main course is next, thrusting up her hand like a stop sign and making them watch closely. At her command, Daichi yanks out a long rifle and unleashes a volley into the tree. Each hit thuds hard, but the shots scatter across the bark. Clenched fist, he grits his teeth, realizing he needs real aim practice, and he mutters that Nike's water magic is still way stronger and dead on. Alicia studies the outcome and blurts out that only a top-tier mage, fully locked in and wildly skilled, could have launched magic powerful enough to cut clean through a tree that big, and Daichi is stunned, asking if that means Nike's water magic hits harder than a high-ranking mage's offensive spell. Karina makes it crystal clear, sure, you could torch the tree with explosive fire magic or smash it apart with earth magic by hurling boulders, but trying to drive straight through it? That's a whole different beast, and it's brutally hard. Alicia clutches Nike to her chest and says she's heard of 3 earth magic users and 1 spirit earth magic user who could pull off something like this, but she warns one of them might be a little off the mark. Then she swings the question back to Daichi. So, what do you think? Daichi kept analyzing, staring back at the power they'd just witnessed, and he thought back to how him once said a stunt like that could look weak in Isekai manga. Sure, Nike's water bullet might seem small, but here in this world, it blasted just as hard as a top-tier mage's offensive magic. Hearing that, Karina let out a wave of relief and admitted she'd even worried for a second he'd blast right through the nearby tree, leaving Daichi blinking in stunned surprise. He smirked with confidence and said Nike's spirit magic was too valuable to waste. This was his ace in the hole. And as he spoke, his mind sprinted off into wild visions of heavier firepower, even dreaming of a minigun and shell after shell of heavy artillery. Once the demonstration wrapped up, Karina urged them to take a quick snack break, and Daichi lit up and agreed right away. They popped open the box marked Yandere S and laid out slices of strawberry cake that looked absolutely irresistible. With all 3 of them lounging around a portable table savoring their treats, Daichi tried to steer the talk back to mage rankings. Then Karina cut him off instantly, chomping away and insisting she was too busy eating to hear any of it. After a beat, he tried again. This time their eyes snapped to him instantly. He blurted out that he had something huge to ask both of them. With a sharp look in his eyes, he unleashed a brand new dream. He was ready to open a shop right here in this village. In a sleepy little village, a brand new plan sparks to life. Daichi Asakura slammed down his decision. He was starting another experiment, and this time he'd build a shop. While they caught their breath among the trees, he spilled this fresh ambition to Karina and Alicia. 2 women leaned in, and Karina wasted no time. She started blurting out her first thoughts the moment the silence hit. Alicia's face lit up with pure excitement, totally hooked on the idea and itching to see what amazing new tools he'd unveil next, while Karina stared in disbelief, calling the whole plan terrifying and demanding to know what outrageous products he was trying to peddle this time. Daichi told Alicia, since you know magic tools better than anyone, I need your take before I talk to Klaus, the guild leader. Then he pulled the items out and offered to show them first. He laid out the stuff, small white blocks sitting in a box, surrounded by thin sticks coated in some weird substance, and then he asked if they had tools like that back in their world. Karina and Alicia leaned in, and Karina practically breathed, I've never seen anything like you, I can't even guess what you're meant to do. Daichi clapped one of the sticks against the box, *boom*, it burst into flames, and he told them these were fire starters, waterproof matches. Karina shot back, so they're magic? But Alicia, rubbing her chin like she was thinking hard, said she hadn't felt a shred of magic at all. She lifted that tiny flame to the light, double-checking what she saw, then he snapped, No magic at all, no fancy magic tool either. This is something regular, non-magic people can use. She breaks it down. Fire starters aren't magic, they're just tools that make starting fires way easier. Because even one waterproof match burns hot enough to kick off a real decent blaze. Karina points out that these matches could totally replace a fire-starting magic tool, and he nods, then clutches the container of matches like it's the real key. Then he whips around to both women and announces his big plan. Sell these items to the folks who can't use magic at all. Alicia's face lights up at the thought, and you can tell she wants those people to live with way less struggle. Then Karina cuts in with a hard dose of reality. Goods made for folks who don't have magic, they've never sold worth a thing. He just smiles, shrugs off her argument, and drops his real game plan. He'll sell those products for prices so tiny the poor can finally afford them too. He asked if they were surprised, and Karina shot back that she was. Then she laid it out. For a rich guy like him to chase a business deal with the poor, that reeks of hypocrisy. She quickly shuts that idea down, saying she doesn't see him that way at all. Then he breaks down his reasoning, admitting he's only trying to keep his rich client business cleanly split from his work for the less fortunate. Alicia slams down a serious problem and snaps that those cheap items will vanish from the shelves in a blink. So can he really keep up with the demand without tanking his reputation? He just grins and tells her it's fine because he's sitting on a mountain of stock inside his item box. She keeps pushing, demanding to know if he can whip up even more whenever they need it. He grins and says it's no big deal for him. He stops for a beat, then snaps back to make it clear. This plan has to wait until he's done with his scheduled talk with guild leader Klaus. He grips the moment with sheer determination, ready to take a massive risk to convince the guild leader, no matter what it costs him. His resolve suddenly slips. Karina takes a bite of cheesecake and nods, agreeing to stop meddling for good. With the last topic finally wrapped up, Daichai's curiosity snaps straight to their magic. He remembers Karina can juggle 3 elemental powers, water, fire, and wind, plus non-elemental magic, and then he turns to Alicia and fires off the question, what can she do? She flashes a soft smile, and in that moment you realize she can command every element. Her revelation hits him like a freight train. He's stunned on the spot. Then he blurts out that her ability is unreal, basically like a cheat skill, and she nods along in a quiet, knowing way. Just as he's about to ask more, Karina shoots in with a serious face, praising him for catching on fast, but shutting him down hard, demanding he keep Alicia's ability under wraps. Alicia blurts out an apology and Daichi immediately nods along without hesitation. Curiosity hit its peak, so he blurted out whether they were from the Mages Guild and what their ranks were, because he figured they had to be ridiculously high. Karina shot back that she and Alicia are both B-rank mages, and sure, it might not mean much to him, but to others she's seen as a promising talent. She squints at it like it makes no sense at all, then points out she doesn't dress like a real mage, and that in the King Ape battle she fought with her sword, not some fancy spell. She also explains her B rank comes mostly from her mastery of non-elemental techniques and precise wind matching. Still shaking from their last fight, he blurts out, "So you can crank it even higher now, using enchanted gear even stronger than the stuff you used against the King Apes." She nods and confirms it. She really did everything she could. The fancy gear needs time to fully lock in, and even boosting her body takes hours, and she just didn't have the luxury. Plus, she says, using wind magic like that to scout enemies would have been a total waste. Seichai nervously hands over a cup that looks like whipped cream, then admits it's not quite the same right before he blurts an apology and offers it anyway. Karina grabs a spoonful and blurts out why he even apologized, then she tastes it, while Daichai keeps pressing their earlier chat, wondering if Alicia's rank was handed to her because she can use magic from every element. Alicia takes a breath and studies the tree all by herself, smugly realizing her ability really is a rare gem. But then she admits the truth. She's never fought for real, and she still remembers how she froze dead in front of the King Apes. Then she fires the question, "So you're aiming to become a magic tool smith?" Alicia grins and nods. She explains she's got the kind of knack for enchantment magic that just comes naturally. She breaks it down like it's real magic. She says you pour elemental magic into materials that already crave it, then those materials lock it in. Like for a fire starter, you hunt down stuff with a huge fire affinity and stitch it with fire elemental magic until it's ready to blaze. She takes those enchanted materials and forges the tool herself. And once it's made, it works even for people who can't use fire magic, as long as they've got a spark of magic in them too. He blurts out, all fired up, asking if enchanting a tool with all 4 elements would let him wield every power at once. Then Karina cuts in fast, saying it's not that easy and that the process has strict limits. A regular fire starter tool usually spits out only the bare minimum of flame, but the real monsters of magic tool smithing can forge upgrades, like a magical blowtorch with adjustable fire intensity, and those top-tier pieces cost a fortune. Alicia points out that these tools usually come packed with safety features, so the price keeps climbing and Daiichi can't help but panic, wondering if a cheaper tool might somehow fire off a fireball the moment he tries to light the stove. He asks if aptitude is something you're just born with, and as Alicia watches her dessert melt, Karina drops the truth. This isn't only enchantment magic, all magic is an innate gift. Daiichi weighed their situation and realized that wind magic for scouting could blow past even modern tech. But since he couldn't build or run that kind of power yet, he had to hit pause on making any magic tools for the time being. Then he thought about Nike, and yeah, her powers were getting more and more useful by the second. He figured she'd be perfect for scouting with her water magic saved as the ultimate trump card. That hit him like a thunderclap and he swung his focus to Karina. If we show Nike how you scout, it'll be gold, he said, then he pressed. Can you demonstrate your wind magic? Karina just took a sip from her drink and shook her head. You can't really *C* something like that. He pushed forward with eager urgency, begging her to show him how it worked, even if he couldn't see the magic with his own eyes, and after a small pause, Karina finally nodded and agreed. She nodded at his request, rose to her feet and tore the sky open with a burst of magic, an enormous circular ripple spreading outward like a sonar pulse. Magic's pulse surged through the air, and the second it hit, Daichi's eyes snapped to Nike, fur bristling like the energy had just sparked a warning in him. Her smile snapped into something cold, then she suddenly cried out, locking onto movement nearby. Daikai asked if it was a monster, but she shook her head, saying it might be human, maybe bandits lurking deeper in the forest. When he pressed how many, she admitted she couldn't tell yet. Before Karina could even finish, Alicia cut in. 8 people, then calmly bowed, apologized for butting in, and thanked Karina. Daiichi just froze because it hit him hard. Alicia's wind magic was stronger than Karina's, and she clearly knew Karina wanted it kept quiet, while Alicia turned out to be way more than that soft, fragile girl she pretended to be. His mind reeled, but he forced himself not to spiral, because the truth hit him all at once. It wasn't just Karina. Guild leader Klaus and Captain Jeffrey were hiding something about Alicia too. He tossed his doubts to the group, wondering if 8 people was too tiny for a crew of bandits, then floated the idea that it could be an all-out adventure instead, while Karina quietly weighed that thought. Deep in the forest, he watched Alicia Heartland lock in, honing her senses as she decided to keep those 8 people right within her scouting range. Then the whole crew inched forward, all sharp eyes and careful steps through the undergrowth. He stared at his own strength and realized his fighting skills were seriously high for this world, but the truth hit him hard. He hadn't faced real brutality yet, and he had to steel his nerve before the unavoidable clashes. Karina snapped him out of his thoughts, insisting that even with her by his side they could smash 8 bandits and still keep Alicia safe. But just as she asked whether they should go in, he slammed the brakes, warning her not to rush forward when they had zero clue what their enemy could actually do. Nike suddenly started growling from inside his hood, fur bristling at full force, and he took that surge of instinct as a sign. Could this finally prove his gut feeling that the crew they'd been tracking were nothing but bandits? His mind blazed with images of brutal firepower, his face hardening into stone-cold resolve. Because if these people came to strike the village, he'd show them absolutely no mercy. Just then, Alicia Heartland's voice sliced through the tension, sharp with panic. She said everything had gone from bad to worse, and suddenly the crowd had exploded in number. He snapped toward her, demanding what happened and how many were there now. Her eyes locked onto something far away, and she snapped out one brutal stark number, 20. He took in the new info and felt the truth hit hard. 20 wasn't just a number, it was a serious force. And if they were bandits, then their hideout had to be nearby. Finding the exact spot would be pure strategy. When Karina's worry hit, the other Alicia rushed in to help, but Karina waved it off, saying she didn't need it and snapped out their next move. Once they got back, they'd report everything to the guild leader and Captain Jeffrey. After she made that call, they hauled back to the encampment and told Klaus everything straight away, while the two rescued men stood right there. Klaus leaned in, listened like it mattered, then turned and thanked Karina for pushing the urgent problem into his hands. He whips around and, in a low voice, tells his assistant to sneak the info straight to Jeffrey. With that handled, Klaus whips his focus to Dai Kai and his crew, asking straight up what they need. Dai Kai stays polite but says they should talk about something else while they wait for Captain Jeffrey, and the assistant leans in to pour them some tea. Daiichi then snaps loud out of nowhere and shocks Klaus. "I'm opening a store in this village," slams 2 boxes onto the table, one stamped Fire Center and the other packed with matches, then lays out his plan to sell them. When Klaus asks what's inside, Daiichi grins and says he'll show him. He slams the tiny stick and it erupts into flame on the spot. Klaus is totally stunned. Daiichi leans in and says no magic needed at all. Klaus grabs the lit match and stares at that tiny, steady flame, while Daiichi nods and explains it's made for one and done use. Strike it, burn it, and throw it away. Klaus leaned in, curious, and grilled Daiichi about why the price was so low. Then the young man smiled and said he planned to undercut the cost on purpose, for folks who can't use matches in the first place. He raises 2 fingers, flashes the price, 2 silver coins, and then in his head he crunches the numbers, grinning at the massive markup like, "This is a business deal, not charity." Klaus nods like he gets it, then fires off. "So what do the fire starters cost?" Daiichi points out that a box of 60 is just 1 silver coin. When the merchant hears that, he's left speechless, blurting that the price is even cheaper than waterproof matches. Then he leans in and tells Karina the truth. The fire starters are packed with super flammable material, basically a bonus add-on that comes with every box of matches. Then he hands Karina a totally different fire starter, a little rock-like thing with a fuse, and tells her to light it. She snaps a flint, catches the spark, and it instantly bursts into a massive flame on the plate right in front of her. Daiichi rubs his chin and the idea hits him hard. Those fire starters work way too well, like they could replace his old matches for good. He starts thinking about ditching everything else and pushing his whole sales pitch around this new, easier item. Klaus weighs it all, then swings to Karina and pushes the idea, raise the price on the fire starters. She just flashes a calm, almost blissful smile and answers with a single word, "No." Even with her backing him, Daiichi steps forward and locks in the choice himself, staring her down as he declares that, no matter what, the price stays at just 1 silver coin. His declaration hangs there like a threat, and suddenly the room freezes, him on one side and that veteran merchant on the other. Merchant, he dug in and stared it down, quietly sizing up the mess. Because the way Klaus reacted screamed one thing: the guild leader values him like pure treasure. Sure, guilt nipped at him for using that fact, but he steadied his resolve and pushed forward anyway, all while keeping his moves careful, since he can't let anyone see just how big a goldmine he is. Klaus's iron resolve pays off. He strokes his goatee, gives a slow nod, and finally says, "Very well," agreeing to drop the fight and question the matter no more. Once the prize is locked in, Daiichi smirks and drops a bigger bomb. He unveils fresh treasures meant for nobles and the rich. A shiny metal rose, a pouch of pepper, and a sleek modern lighter. All stuff he hasn't shown the merchant yet. Klaus squints like he's reading his soul, then calmly says he'll gladly take them, no doubts, no hesitation. He shuts the talk down for now, waiting until the dust settles. Right when Daiichi starts to ask about the other products, a voice bursts in from outside. "It's me, Jeffrey." The voice cuts through the air and Captain Jeffrey storms over, shoves the tent flap aside, leans in for a look, and declares he's stepping inside. He strides all the way into the tent, his massive frame swallowing the entrance as he steps in and hooks up with the crew already gathered inside. Captain's furious stare locked onto Daiichi and Alicia, and Klaus and Karina closed in like they meant business, demanding answers on the spot. Klaus asked them to start from the very beginning. Jeffrey pushed harder, grilling them about what really happened in the forest, and Karina snapped the question everyone wanted to hear. "What's going on in the village right now?" Eyes sharp, no patience left. The questions piled up fast, all circling one terrifying truth. who are the people lurking in the woods. Captain Jeffrey delivers the grim news: ruffians are stirring chaos across the village, and suspicious strangers have been lurking in the nearby woods, while he confirms the raid on the neighboring Torino village was done by bandits. Daichi Asakura hears that and immediately faces the guild leader. Klaus nods at the fresh lead, then declares that whatever's hiding in the woods has to be checked. Klaus turns to him and presses, "So what do you think?" Jeffrey leans in and drums his fingers on the table, saying it straight. Sure, they could have been simple hunters or adventurers, but the raid on Torino and the sudden wave of road robberies? That screams one thing. The people Karina ran into were bandits, and Daichi listens with wide focus, nodding hard like he's right there with him. Then it fixes Jeffrey with a sharp, knowing stare, like, "So the captain's really gonna beat those bandits with just a handful of merchants and guards?" Jeffrey bites, admits he's right, and fires back, "All right, what do? We split up and sweep the forest." Klaus pinched the bridge of his nose, lost in tough choices. He knew a search had to happen, but the thought of splitting up their men made him hesitate. Karina hesitates for a split second, and then she blurts out that she'll join the search team. Right after that, Daichi and Alicia jump in immediately, buzzing with excitement, and Daichi adds that with them backing the convoy, they won't even have to sacrifice a single guard. Lao slams the idea down without hesitation, and he tells Karina straight up, she and Daikai are his guests, so he won't let them get caught in danger. Then he pleads with them to stay out of it. Karina, calm as ever, pushes back and tells Klaus it's not such a bad plan. She brings up Daichi's insane fight against the king apes, reminding him that his non-elemental magic hits like a top-tier mage, and she backs Alicia's survival skills too. Then Klaus finally snaps, asking what they can really do in combat. Alicia leans into the testimony with a fearless grin and declares that Lord Asakura has the deadliest fire magic of any merchant, and that it can even boost his physical power so he can vanish fast if things go bad. She reassures them that if things spiral out of control, she'll pull out her own ranged magic. Then when Klaus suggests they could be used as a distraction, Alicia shuts it down fast, saying the guards handle fighting and they won't need any of that. Staring at Alicia, Daikai replayed his earlier gut feeling, and yeah, it hit exactly right. He'd wondered if she carried noble blood, and the way everyone reacted to her proved he wasn't wrong. Klaus clapped his mind shut, locked in his choice, and laid out the mission's main target. He knew exactly what they could do, but he made one thing crystal clear: dodge fights whenever they can and bring everyone back safe. Then he snapped out the plan. Karina would assemble and lead the search team, while Jeffrey stayed on high alert, ready to strike at any threat the instant it appeared. Klaus handed the staffing to Daichi, and Daichi nodded, taking the order. A little later, the brand new party kicked off their final preparations to leave the camp for good. Right as they geared up, Karina seized the moment and took charge. She declared she'd lead the search team, then ordered 2 escorts, one to watch Daichi and another for Alicia, while making sure everyone knew this move would likely drag Daichi's non-elemental magic straight into the spotlight. He didn't see the point in hiding it, so he agreed and let her decide who would escort him. Karina thanked him, then hit him with a harsh warning. He wasn't allowed to spill the whole truth about his magic and what he could really do. With a sly grin, she called him out, way too trusting, and even though Daikai's cheeks burned, he could only stammer, "I'll remember your warning." Then Karina pushed a new plan, ditched the idea of heavy guns, so Daichi could actually hide his wild, one-of-a-kind skill, and Daichi paused, weighing everything before deciding to order a Japanese-style sword. He told himself his power was already kind of disguised, but Karina shot that down fast, calling it the same old boyish daydream. Pushing that aside, Karina's eyes snapped to 2 people nearby, Dennis and Frida, and she called their names out loud, then told them she had a job waiting for both of them. Dennis and the other guy spun toward her, Dennis snapping his gaze up from his seat and shouting what the heck was happening, while Frida, calmer but sharp, pressed her for the real reason. She and her buddy Dennis size up the offer like it might change everything. She's staring with pure skepticism, while Dennis goes quiet, eyes locked, weighing every possible outcome. Karina then snapped into action. She'd spotted a shady bunch of around 20 people lurking in the nearby woods, and she wanted you two to jump in and help her investigate. And she called it a good idea, telling Frida that a crew that big felt worth the risk. Daichi tried to flag it, but she waved it off. She'd rather chase fun and bank some cash than sweat the details. Watching their playful back and forth, Daichai realized that even with all the jokes, these two were seriously skilled. Once the terms were sealed, Dennis leaned in and asked about the two guests riding with them. Karina promised, "I'll brief you fully as we walk." With everyone finally together, they plunged straight into the thick, shadowy woods. Deeper in the trees, Karina snapped into action, organizing everyone's formation and declaring that she and Mr. Asakura would charge first at the front. Then she shoved Miss Alicia into the midguard with Frida and Dennis watching the rear, and demanded everyone say they understood their part. As they pushed on, Dennis slid into a chat with Daichai, wondering how a merchant could be rumored to fight like that. So he grilled him about his past, and Daichai, eyes drifting aside, confessed with a blush that those nights battling the king apes were only the second real fight of his life. He didn't sneer, he clapped a big, booming slap on the back and declared that beating king apes in just his second fight was pure proof of his massive talent. Daichai, a little rattled, asked Dennis to ditch the mister and said it felt weird on him, and Dennis just grinned and agreed, then, teasingly, suggested everyone call him Lord Daichai instead. He stomps through the forest, still rattled because Dennis has that way too friendly arm hooked over his shoulders. As they push forward, Dennis can't help but blurt out, "Wait, did I hear right? Daichai's really headed to Karam City to open up shop." He tells them Karam is where he's headed right now, but he doesn't know where he'll finally settle yet. Dennis jumps in, saying it's perfect for a first shop since it's packed and sits on the trade route between the capital and the port. Daichai nods and thanks him, then admits he'll have to wait until he arrives to make up his mind. Dennis fesses up, he thought Daichi was about to sell rare foreign treasures in Takura, but Daichi shuts it down. After roaming around, he decided the smart move was to set up a tiny stall right there in the woods. Eavesdropping on their talk, Frida scoots closer and fires off, "So what are you selling?" prying for exactly how people are going to react to his stuff. It all clicks, his product hits the table, fire-starting tools and waterproof matches. Dennis instantly spots them as the rumors, then shuts it down hard, saying they're not the lighters he'd heard about. As Daichai strikes a match, the flame bursts to life and Dennis just stares in total shock, wondering if this thing is really magic or not. Meanwhile, Frida beams like it's the greatest trick ever. That sweet, light-hearted vibe gets ripped away the second Karina snaps. She fires off a sharp command, says they're closing in on the spot where she first felt all eight and drills everyone into formation. She clocks every dent in the metal ahead and Alicia blurts out, shaking, "Is something there?" Karina answers cold and clear, "From here on out we move with extreme caution." Even after she warned her, Dennis just sprawls on the ground, smirking at Karina that she's a worrywart and claiming he's ready for anything, while Frida watches with a deadpan, unimpressed look. Then, pop! From the bushes nearby, Daichai and Nike jump to attention, eyes blazing with pure high alert. He snaps his head to the exact source and yells that the sound is coming from the right side. In response to his alert, Alicia fires back fast. She explains the threat, reveals Nike already felt it with spirit wind magic and warns him to stay sharp, then lays out the details. 3 people are about 5 kilometers away in that direction. When Daichi hears the threat is still far off, he lets out a breath of relief, while Karina stays locked in, tense as a wire and pushes forward right away. As they press on, Daichi snaps a pair of binoculars up to his eyes to check the targets are right there, and Captain Jeffrey, totally lost about the gadget, blurts out what it is. Daichi grins and says they're for seeing faraway things, then hands them over, but Jeffrey doesn't even get a word out before Dennis snatches the binoculars and gasps, stunned at how huge everything looks when you zoom in. He whips his head toward Karina and murmurs that he spotted a glow out in the distance, then he breaks it down. Nike first felt something, but it was him who caught it on his eyes and confirmed it for real, while Dennis keeps staring, stunned by how powerful those binoculars are. Her face tightens with laser focus as she double-checks his sighting. There's a whole group moving under 2 kilometers from where they stand. She admits it's close enough to worry, but the details still won't come into view. From the back, Laos leans in and praises Alicia's brilliant work. Pulling info from a full 2 kilometers away is a huge edge. Then Karina steps forward, takes command and barks orders to brace for battle, blasting them with a physical enhancement skill, and right after that Frida whips around to Daichai. "Get a shield." He fires back with a colossal rectangular shield that snaps into existence, shocking Karina and Alicia to their cores. Alicia seems thrilled, gushing about how sturdy and menacing it looks, calling it truly wonderful. She leans in and whispers that a cave sits just 2 kilometers away, and the whole group dives into the foliage, bracing for their next strike. From a distance, the whole crew stared at the cave while Alicia leaned in and called out what she'd found. Something was moving inside, and she swore it could be demi-humans or even half-humans. Her face tightened as she double-checked the count and her stomach sank. There was no way it was just what she expected. She leaned in and warned, there are over 50, maybe even 60 of them. And that shocking number sealed it. Their worst fears were alive and well. Daichai's expression turned cold as stone, convinced something nasty was brewing deep inside that cave, and his companions' grim faces said the same thing. With that confirmation, Frida locked in her reasoning. If a crew that big was up to something, this cave had to be their hideout. Karina nodded, saying it sounded likely, but she didn't trust it yet. So once they'd squeezed out all the clues they could, she snapped the call to retreat. You watch her dial the number and you can tell she's handling this with nerves of steel, slow, careful, and fully locked in. Dennis didn't hold back. He growled out his disgust for the half-humans and warned that, with their razor-sharp sense of smell, their targets had probably clocked the party's arrival already. Captain Jeffrey then laid out their mission. Collect every scrap of useful intel you can, because the worst fate is simply vanishing without a trace. And Frida chimed in that even locating the hideout and their numbers was a huge win, lighting up Dennis like a fuse with excitement over a possible special reward. He swallowed the plan like it was a gamble in the highest stakes world, then nodded, flustered for a second but firm like he meant it. Jeffrey gave him a calm shoulder pat for falling in line, then leaned in and asked, did he know what kind of client every guard loves most? The captain shot a confident wink, and the obedient ones fell right in line. Daichi leans in and tells them he's from a foreign land where silver ingots are the payment. Then his face briefly hardens when he admits his own relatives hunted him for his life, before he forces a bright smile and says he gets it, he'll take their advice to heart. His warm, friendly vibe gets Frida grinning. She jabs him right there, calling him a rascal for using that charm too easily, but Karina slams the fun to a stop and tells them to retreat because Daichi's changed his mind. Once the decision clicks, the party bolts out and pushes straight through the thick forest. Daichi strides in front while Captain Jeffrey trails behind, flipping on a tiny glowing magical device in his hand. He suddenly slams the brakes, eyes snapping wide with pure confusion as he peeks out from their hiding spot in the woods. His confusion hits like a wave because the scene in front of him tells a nightmare. Where a lively camp once stood with tents and wagons, there's now nothing but emptiness, and it finally sinks in. Everyone is gone. Daichi whips his head toward Karina and she snaps back like he's nailed it, explaining that the camp folk are packing up and sliding into the nearby village, leaving Daichi staring, thrown by the abrupt move. And then the whole procession rolls in, covered wagons and carriages squeezing into the local settlement, one after another. Up on a nearby hill, the whole party watches with clenched nerves. Karina realizes the sudden crowding can only throw the villagers into chaos, and Daichi's even more worried. If those bandits have a spy inside the village, their whole scheme could get exposed fast, and the enemy might have to move early. She answers his worry by laying out their game plan. Their real target isn't wiping out the bandits, it's getting the enemy to think they're facing a deadly, watchful force. Captain Jeffrey jumps in and explains that if they can make that fear stick, they'll win the real battle long before anyone even draws blood. With that, a messenger rockets off into the distance and Karina leans in to explain someone's already been sent to alert the Knights Guild. For now, their job is clear. Stay put in the village, wait for the knights to arrive, and hold the enemy back. As she turned away, the crew huddled up and talked about what to do next. Frida finally blurted out her worries, asking how anyone could trust their genius when an enemy horde showed up way bigger than they expected. Captain Jeffrey nodded, admitting it was a mess, but he still demanded they file the report. Up above, Daichi kept quiet, soaking in every word, and the look on his face said he'd finally gotten it. Then he asked if that meant they'd be stuck outside the village for the night, and Karina admitted there wasn't much else they could do, while Frida, Dennis, and Alicia were waiting nearby. In the end, they scrapped the idea of staying put inside the village. Because camping in the field nearby gave them a stronger defensive stance, kept their troops from getting stretched too thin and made it way easier to sell their plan to the villagers when they asked for help. With the new strategy locked in, Captain Jeffrey marched up to Karina and demanded an update. What did the village chief say? Karina answered straight with bright certainty. They'd cooperate. He looked genuinely relieved and told Frida that if the villagers had refused to cooperate, even with their homes on the line, he would have pushed to abandon the post. Frida kept her eyes on the bright side, saying that no matter what drove them, it was a win they'd gotten the village on board, especially since they already had a huge punitive force waiting. With the alliance finally locked in, Karina snapped into action, delegating jobs left and right. She told Dennis and Frida to slow down for the night before they went back to their posts, then she declared she was escorting Dai Kai and Alicia straight to the main road. Frida couldn't help herself and blurted, "So what are you planning?" Before Karina could get a word out, Alicia exploded into a shaky, flustered panic and blurted that they had it all wrong. She stammered that Daichai, Mr. Asakura, only said he didn't want anyone getting all formal with him. Her sudden defensiveness blindsided everyone. Captain Jeffrey mused, leaned in and wondered if she'd been this formal back during the search, while Frida guessed she was just terrified and masking it. Alicia's embarrassment hit like a wave, and she buried her face in her hands, begging them to stop. Captain Jeffrey, grinning like he'd seen this coming, shifted his focus to Daichai, then fired a playful question straight at him, and the poor kid nearly jumped out of his skin. He clocked the captain's light-hearted question in an instant. Jeffrey must have been rattled by Karina's earlier attitude, so now he was trying to lure Daichai into believing he had a shot, only to get him shut down the moment he bit. Daichai kept silent, and a vow hit him hard. He was not falling for this trap that easily. Meanwhile, Alicia presses in close to a totally flustered Karina and whispers about the kind of stuff girls chat about, telling her they can talk about it later. Then Karina's face burns red, and she clenches her teeth and shuts it down flat, no hesitation. Right there, Frida snaps the question to Daichai, asking if he doesn't think Karina is cute. Then Dennis jumps in, saying she's totally interested. Karina shoots that down with pure exasperation, but Daichai stays calm and admits quietly that sure, she's cute, yet even cuter when she gets nervous, before begging them to please stop. His comment slams Karina into total shock. Her jaw drops and a strangled cry bursts out. Frida and Dennis hype her up in the background while Daichai announces he's setting up a stall and tells them to come by. Still mortified, Karina protests, insisting nothing like that is going on, but the others already stride off, shouting for her to go have fun. He whips around and strides through the market square, taking in every stall and every rushing face, and he clocks it instantly. They've got roughly 2 hours before time runs out. As he heads out, Alicia strides up to the shaken-up Karina and asks straight up, "What happened?" Karina panics and blurts that nothing's wrong, but Alicia glances around at the thin crowd and mutters that it probably won't get too crazy. Alicia's casual comment was the perfect misdirection. Then her eyes snapped wide as she leaned in, dead certain something really happened, and poor Karina, totally cornered, could only stammer that it was nothing important. Just then, Daichi waves them over and tells them to keep back, watching from a distance, while Karina grabs a curious Alicia by the hood and drags her along, barking that they've got to set up the stall fast because they only have 2 hours. He starts laying out his stuff on a cloth on the ground, and right then a warm, older woman from the next stall strides over, smiles, greets him, and asks if he's just getting started. Daichi shrugs and says he's just testing the waters today, then promises he'll set everything up properly tomorrow. Right after that, he vanishes and reappears, summoning piles of goods from his item box and lining them up like a pro. The woman and her companion stare, and Daichi casually admits he's jealous that she's got her own item box too. The older merchant smirks like she knows your secrets, telling her companion that the jealousy people feel toward item box users only grows sharper as the years stack up. She watched them, jealous and amazed at the same time, while a plan sparked in his mind. Then he shot his hand forward and fired off one simple question. "So how do you start a fire?" the merchant woman said, with Flint, of course, and her assistant nodded, both of them totally thrown off by why he'd ask. She dug in and told him the truth. She could pull off a bit of magic, but the tools she needed were brutally overpriced, so regular people couldn't touch them. He jumped straight into it, playing out a wild what if. What if there was a tool that could light fires easy, no magic needed, something cheap and everywhere? Would you buy it? This proposition hit the air, and both of them just went dead silent, completely baffled. Women, then he cut straight through the talk and demanded to see the merchant's hands, pulling out a tiny box of waterproof matches and showing exactly how to snap one against the side. With a sharp hiss, the stick's tip burst into a steady flame, and the merchant woman's eyes went wide as a little crowd, even Daichai's friends, rushed in, whispering in shock at this simple device that somehow felt revolutionary. After that successful demonstration, Daichai's determination hardened like steel. He clenched his fist and knew, without doubt, that his road to becoming a merchant had finally started. Daichai, right in the middle of the roaring town square, throws out the news that more free waterproof match samples are ready, and the crowd surges toward him, buzzing with "Wait, what?" and "Let me try." Like it's an event, not a product. Right by a brazier, Alicia drops to her knees, strikes a match, and it erupts in flame like nothing can stop it. No magic, just fire, leaving the whole village instantly hooked. Daichi tells Alicia that his fire starters make any firewood snap to flame fast, but they're strictly single-use, and she nods, while Daichi in secret clocks that the rest of the crowd still hasn't figured it out. He steps up and begs for a light, then sets a fire starter right in the big brazier, tucking it among the kindling like he's about to spark the whole show in front of everyone. The flames snap to life in a flash, and the crowd erupts into stunned gasps. Everyone murmurs like, "No way the firewood just caught so fast." Daichi doubles down on his show for everyone to see, then lets his confidence roar as he sells the dream. With his waterproof matches and fire starters, even people with zero magic can spark a fire from the tiniest flame. Then it hits, he blurts out the catch: both items are single-use. Next, he slaps a price on the matches, 2 silver coins for a box of 25, and the crowd immediately starts murmuring, thinking hard. Then he drops the bombshell prize for the fire starters. 60 boxes, 1 per person, and each one costs just a single silver coin, and the crowd audibly gasps in shock. Far off, guild leader Klaus's razor-sharp eyes lock onto everything as it unfolds. From the crowd, Frida, young, short, spiky dark hair blazing, steps forward like she owns the moment, lifts a gloved hand and vows she'll grab both the matches and the fire starters. As the silver coins clink into his palm, Daichai flashes a quick thank you and asks, "Got a minute?" Frida tilts her head up, eyes sparkling, wondering if he's got even more to sell. She tells him they're not more stuff, they're freebies, plain and simple. Because she already bought something, he jumps in and says he'll throw them in for free too, and Frida goes, "Yeah, that works," completely on board. All right, he nodded and admitted it was early, but screw it. Time to gear up and ready a few sweet bonuses. Then they rolled out a grill over a roaring brazier and laid out row after row of sizzling chicken skewers, shocking the crowd. Frietta leaned in, curious as hell, and asked what kind of food this was. Then Daichai laid it out fast. Chicken chopped into tiny pieces, skewered, drowned in sauce, and grilled until it hits perfection. That rich, mouth-watering smell swept through the crowd and sparked non-stop oohs and ahs, and one guy even said, "I've had grilled chicken before, but it's never smelled like this." Daichai caught it right away. This scent wasn't just good, it was a trap for the hungry, especially the folks who normally only snack morning and night. While the crowd buzzed with murmurs, someone spotted Frida as the guy who just bought his fire-starting gear, and Daichi pounced, sliding her a piping hot grilled skewer. He urged her to grab one as a freebie, and even though she looked stunned, gratitude lit her face. Then she snapped it up, took a huge, eager bite, and dug in. Her eyes snapped open the second that flavor hit, and then, boom, pure delight lit her face as she blurted out that it was delicious, turning every watcher's attention to her. She couldn't stop raving that she'd never tasted anything this good, and the second she was done, she blurted out, "What's in the sauce? I need to buy some." Seeing her reaction light up the room, Daikai flashed a grin at the crowd and shouted out a promotion. Anyone who grabbed at least one of his products would get a grilled chicken skewer packed in as a set. That announcement ripped the crowd wide open. People shoved forward, snatching boxes of his stuff just to get their hands on his skewers. He caught his breath just long enough to apologize to the merchant woman at the next stall for the chaos, but she didn't even flinch, smiling sweetly as she took his skewer for thanks. The stall turned into pure chaos. Frida and Alicia hustled to keep the line moving and pass out skewers, while Daichi wrestled with the grill and slammed through transactions, one guy doing everything he could to survive the sudden, massive rush. He steps up to the loud, crowded streets and blasts the news that his shop's shutting down soon, so he begs everyone to grab their last purchases now, and you can practically see the business booming. As the last customers shuffle out, 4 menacing guys creep in, and their leader, pale-haired with a goatee, slides to the front, barking demands for a taste. He grins and says this is exactly what he'd been waiting for, then laughs as he tells them the bad news: he's out of grilled chicken. The moment the words hit, the men explode with rage, yelling that he must be lying because they watched him shove some into his magic bag, and then they start calling him a bastard. He shrugs off their rage, bows low, and tells them the shop's shut for the day. Then he smiles and urges them to come back tomorrow if they're still interested. Rage flares as the gang leader yanks him in, shouting that they're customers and they're about to burn him with a lesson. Then icy steel clamps to the man's neck. A woman's voice snaps, "Hold on." The thug leader freezes, realizing she's a B-rank mage, and screams for his men to back off and watch their step. Karina, front and center, raises her upper adventure, attacks, and lets her rank speak for her as she demands to know what's going on, telling everyone to clear out if they don't belong there. Then, with a razor-sharp stare, she says she's guarding him. At that revelation, the thug leader and his companion instantly break into nervous sweat. Their tough act crumbles. She leans in, presses her advantage, and taunts him. "Do you really think all 4 of you can take me?" Then she snaps the warning into the air. If he misreads this and refuses to back down, he's going to regret it big time. While the thugs backpedal in panic, Alicia, the young woman, slips an arm over the leader's shoulder like it's no big deal, smiles, and asks what's wrong. She tells them if the food's gone, then there's nothing to do about it, and the men nervously nod along. Just as the tension starts to ease, a sharp voice slices in, asking if they're fighting over something. Then a scarred man with a brutal mark over his eye steps forward, and the thug leader's faces drain to bone white when they realize who it is: Alan. They shout his name and demand to know why he's still here. He whips around to his slick-back-haired companion and asks, "Need a hand with that fight?" And the guy nods, grateful as the tension sparks between them. The scene snaps back to Daichai's crew, then the thug leader turns to Karina and growls that she's about to pay the price. Daichai shoots back, baffled, demanding what price she even owes when he's the one who's out of stock. Then he decides it's time to cut out and straight up announces they're leaving. His words spark instant rage in the thug, and they charge in hot, screaming that he's been humiliating them the whole time. Daichai freezes, then backpedals fast, insisting it was all a misunderstanding and he was just joking, only to make it worse. Now they snarl that he's dead. As everything spirals out of control, Alan and his crew push right into the chaos. Towering over the scene like a warning sign, Daichai and Karina swing their eyes over and their faces go stone cold. Alan shoots him a mildly annoyed look and asks what's going on, while Alicia beams, holding Nike up and urging me on to push through and do my best. The thug boss tells Alan that Daichai's crew has been humiliating them, so he's about to slap them with a lesson, and Alan's smug companion smirks. "So why haven't you started?" Mocking him for being afraid of just a boy and his girlfriend, until the rest of the thugs erupt in loud, mean laughter. The laughter evaporates when the thug leader jabs a trembling finger at Karina, and Alan, "Listen." He blurts out that she's a B-rank mage and this is dead serious. Alan's other man just snorts and waves him off, dismissive sneers everywhere, like the warning doesn't mean a thing. Alan pauses, eyes narrowing as he weighs it all, then nods, calm but deadly serious, "Yeah, we've gotta be careful," before dropping the real kicker. Karina isn't the only mage there, and the thug leader backs it up. Just like the odds finally even out, Alan snaps out an order to his man: "This is it. Time to show them what they're up against," because his crew barrels forward and crashes in to strike. As Alan's men come barreling in, Daichai snaps his warning to Karina: "Watch yourself." He spots 2 of the attackers up front and 1 lurking in the back, probable mages. Karina clocks their physical boost and realizes they're strapped with enchanted gear, meaning his 9 bullets might do next to nothing. She tells him to cover one side of the assault, and the moment she does, a jolt hits Daichai, because a stunning woman is trusting him. He cracks open his container, takes a swig, and answers with full confidence. Then he doubles down and insists he can handle both, until Karina shuts that confidence down, tells him 1 is plenty, and warns him not to make the first move. Her warning hits too late. One thug, sick of the arguing, explodes with a roar to shut them up, and he and his 2 buddies surge in with weapons up. ready to smash forward. In the blink of an eye, the assault is done. 3 attackers crumple face first to the ground, beaten, bleeding, and completely finished. With the thugs crumpled and out cold, Karina smirks at the next crowd of gawkers and demands, "Do you remember what I told you earlier?" And Klaus, their leader, breaks into a sweat as he admits he's completely forgotten. As Klaus stammers, Daichai drops into a crouch beside the other party, declares he's about to interrogate the men they just defeated, and then asks if anyone wants to throw questions their way too. Klaus snaps back into control and asks what Daichi wants to know. Straight away, Daichi fires off the question, "Did their party really come here just to wipe out goblins?" Klaus doesn't hesitate and confirms that yes, that's exactly why they're here. He explains that his party is made up of registered adventurers in the town of Karam and that they officially accepted the request, then shoots a pointed look. The mages who were talking about Daichai's group apparently didn't. Hearing that, Daichai's face tightens instantly. He declares it like it's a fact that every last goblin is wiped out, then turns to Klaus' party and fires back for an exact count of how many they took down. When Klaus answers the direct question, his confidence cracks instantly. He admits his party scored 0 and Dennis backs it up with the same brutal truth while Daichai just sits there, stunned and silent, replaying it all. He kept pressing the interrogation, and as he pointed out that Klaus's party had pulled off nothing, he dropped the bomb that another group swore they'd wiped out 11 goblins. Then the charge snapped the air and made Klaus flinch. He pushed for a straight answer on the number, eyes locked in place, and when Klaus finally confirmed it with a shaky nod, Daichai zeroed in, pressing hard to find out who made up this other party that somehow was winning. Just as he locked his eyes on Klaus, Karina spun toward the crowd and grabbed Colette, asking her to spill what kind of party this was, until the shock of the switch made Klaus shoot his hand up like he couldn't stop himself. "So remember this? One of them could wield both water and healing magic." And then a man with a bandana, clearly the head of another party, stepped in and said their group had 4 people. Klaus leaned in and spilled the details. The front 2 were armed with enchanted gear and the last one specialized in offensive magic, while Daichai hung on every word, locked in like it was life or death. He figured the party's lineup was perfectly balanced. No wonder they could mow down 11 goblins when other groups couldn't even finish off one, yet something about it still felt way too suspicious. His mind snapped back to the quest and he turned to the crowd, "So who's taking on those goblins in Reno Village?" Right away, the bandana-wearing man shot his hand up and declared, "It's my party and it's a party of mages." He grilled the guy straight to his face, "So the village wasn't hit and everyone got out okay?" And the man nodded, saying they'd hunted goblins for over 10 days and found nothing, so they just packed up and left. The party leader grinned and called it pure luck, because if they'd lingered just 2 more days, the goblins would have hit them first. Then he dropped the real key. The Major's crew rolled into that village a full 3 days before the goblin attack ever started. With that new intel in hand, he spun toward the short-haired woman from the other group, arms locked across his chest, and demanded answers. Those were the same people who fought the goblins, so how big was this whole operation? He leaned in as the mage party's leader laid out everything, saying they'd heard other groups hadn't seen a single goblin for over 10 days, which meant the horde had to be shifting, so the second they hit the village, they plunged into the forest to track down the goblin's den. Then he blurted out a straight-up question, demanding to know if any goblins popped up during their search. With his eyes shut tight, the mage snapped back a single word, "Nope." Daichi stared him down, and that look on his face gave away absolutely nothing. Just like that, the interrogation seemed to shut down. Then Daichi stood beside Karina and Alicia, eyes locked ahead, as the truth hit him and his mind started racing. Then he snapped his focus onto the other band of adventurers, barked a loud call for what they should do, and said handing them to the village watch would be nothing but a headache. So if they were feeling guilty, he figured they could just let them go. When they got the nod for leniency, Captain Jeffrey and the rest instantly blew up into a huge, dramatic apology, begging for forgiveness like their lives depended on it, while Daichai and Karina stared in, a little shocked at just how intense it all got. Once that was settled, Daichai swung his attention to Karina, while Alicia gently patted the girls on the head, and Daichai made it crystal clear. It was time to take every scrap of intel they'd gathered straight to guild leader Klaus and Captain Jeffrey. As they kept moving, Daichai couldn't shake the mage leader from his mind. Turns out the man's story actually added up. a group of 4 mages hunting deep in the forest wasn't crazy, but something still felt off, like a danger bell was screaming inside him and telling him don't trust them. He couldn't shake that gut feeling, something about how chatty that mage had been kept nagging at him, and now he was stuck wondering if this fresh testimony was a real breakthrough, or just another trap dressed up as progress. Inside the command tent, guild leader Klaus leans in and grills Karina about what's going on, confirming that the same 2 groups spotted in Torino village right before the bandit attack were also tied to a goblin-clearing job. And once the report's finished, he turns to her and demands her gut-level take. Karina drops her verdict: they'd better stay sharp and not get fooled. The class nods along, saying a crew of 4 mages screams not trustworthy, and they shouldn't hand out trust to any other party too fast, because he's pretty sure everyone's just following a script someone planned ahead of time. Then he drops the bomb. The one who pulled this info was Daiichi Asakura, and Klaus can't help but think Daiichi opening a food stall wasn't random at all, but a calculated move tied to what's happening in Torino. The guild leader finally admits, eyes thoughtful, that he was already planning to slip a scout into the taverns tonight for the same reason, but Dai Kai beat him to it, and Karina drops her gaze, pure embarrassment burning on her face. She blurts out an apology, convinced she should have stopped him before he took that deadly risk. He brushes off her apology and tells her not to stress, then blurts out his worry: what if the adventurers clock their suspicions? Before settling on the only thought that makes sense: no one in their right mind would ever suspect Dai Kai would open a stall just to dig for information. He keeps breaking it down, and he points out how Daichai's questions basically screamed, "We're ready for trouble on the road, not for bandits hitting the village straight on. So long as nobody digs deeper than they should, Klaus is confident they'll be fine." Then she snaps her eyes straight to Karina and fires off a no-holds-barred question: what does she really think of Lord Asakura? She answers with total honesty, eyes locked and expression steel straight, and she's dead certain his potential stretches as far as the sky. As she speaks, a clear picture of Daichai snaps into her mind: more than just a mage with talent. He's packed with unmatched knowledge and real wisdom, like he's studied in ways she can't even imagine, and she's absolutely sure he's far more educated than she'll ever understand. He crunched the numbers in his head, no pen, no paper, and somehow his answers came blazing fast and perfect. Hearing that, Klaus shot back that he felt the exact same thing, because even a veteran merchant like him watched Daichai lock onto messy numbers and grind through soul-crushing contracts like it was nothing. Serena broke into the story, remembering that time in the forest when he was training his magic, starting with scribbling strange equations to figure out distances and leaving both her and Lloyd utterly baffled. Charleston leaned in and asked if she could remember the equations. Karina only shook her head, like the answer was gone for good. She snapped that she couldn't even wrap her head around them, let alone recall them, then pointed out his method was triangulation, but with his numbers only rough guesses, the result was basically just an estimate. Still, to her, it looked like watching a professor blaze through a mind-bending lecture. She kept going, saying that after a while, taking measurements started to drag on him, so he yanked out a weird high-tech gadget and started using that instead. And Klaus leaned in, listening like every word mattered. With a sharp sip from his cup, Daichai's mind started racing. He couldn't shake the feeling that he was royalty from some other continent, or maybe he came from a bloodline so high it practically dripped nobility. Karina shot that idea down, even if she couldn't quite put it into words, because to her he didn't feel like an heir at all, more like a pampered second son of some rich, land-owning noble family. Intrigued, Klaus demanded her reason. She answered without hesitation, saying Dai Kai brushes everything off like it's no big deal. She broke it down, telling me she's watched him charge into trouble without even thinking whether he can deal with it himself. Like he can't solve anything alone, so he throws himself into the spotlight and leaves everyone else to clean up the mess. She barreled on with her report, slapping in one more crucial point right after the last point. Lox leaned in hard and told her to be clear about it, then insisted they had to step up how they treated Mr. Asakura. With a hard, serious stare, she basically told them, treat him like royalty, slide him around incognito like he's either a real heir or something close. He stopped dead, folded his hands in front of him, and asked, soft but tense for the reason. She kicked things off by pointing straight at his item box, saying that even back home, only the elite of the elite could pull off non-elemental magic, and only someone with that kind of item could do it. Then she raved that every single thing he's ever crafted from it has been nothing short of astounding. She added that he's ridiculously sharp and polished, and every time things get messy, he uses whatever's around him to crack even the toughest problems. She warned that if he let all the things and the knowledge he carried scatter carelessly across their country, it would paint a grim future for everyone. Klaus drank in her words, and the truth hit him hard. What he could seize from this moment would be impossible to measure, because if Daiichi really was royalty from another nation with magic way beyond theirs, then this wasn't just serious, it was critical. Leaning in, he fired off a sharp question: since she's the royalist daughter of Count Kirsch, would she really try to win Daiichi over no matter what it costs? Those words hit Karina like a thunderclap, and she jerked upright, shouting at the guild leader in pure disbelief. He just leaned back and laughed off her provocative question like it was nothing, but Karina stayed stone still, eyes blazing on him, because the state of the Neuendorf kingdom wasn't something she could joke about. Laos keeps dissecting the battlefield, brushing off the whole question of where Daiichi came from, and realizing that just his products and the intel he's sitting on would be enough to split their own country into rival factions, all scrambling to win his favor. Karina nods, but her smile slips, because whichever faction or country wins, Daiichi's loyalty is about to skyrocket in power, and they'd better be the ones to grab him first. After they all agree, Klaus steps forward and calls the plan treat him with the highest honor, while a careful, confident smile curves across his lips. Elsewhere, Daiichi clocks Frida and Dennis hanging together and snaps, "Why are you two tagging along again?" Frida leans in with a wink, teasing that maybe he doesn't think she's good enough. Daiichi stammers out a denial, and Alicia cuts in saying it's nothing personal, it's just smarter to stick close to people you already know. She keeps teasing, spinning around to stare down a clearly rattled Dennis, then laughs and says, "If Daiichi isn't happy with you, I can always chase you off and snag someone prettier instead." Seeing his friends squirm, Daiichi jumps in fast, tells everyone he's good with Dennis, and keeps stroking Nike like nothing's wrong. Then the other girls pile on the teasing, daring him to admit he'd rather have someone prettier than some middle-aged guy. Right nearby, Karina leans in and calmly grills a jittery dentist about the mission, then lays out their play. They'll ambush the bandits by acting drunk, so she tells him to knock back drinks with his chin up because Daiichi himself gave the okay. Then she shifts straight to Daiichi, spills every detail about her crew and tells him this: Dennis and Frida are both B-rank mages, deadly up close and terrifying from range. You take in the shock and realize something huge. Being B-rank means you're finally on the same level as Karina's own power. Stunned, he turns to Frida and Dennis and tells them they're incredible, then points out this: Karina's wind magic is great, but if they lock in on offensive fire magic together, they could hit even harder. He leaned in as Frida snapped out the truth: Beltran's guards were mages ranked above D, so their own B-rank badges didn't feel like much at all. Dennis nodded with a sheepish grin, admitting they were doing just fine despite everything. He kept insisting they're trying to look like a totally ordinary convoy, and that made Ditch snap, asking whether the company's guards were really all that strong because he admitted he honestly couldn't tell. Green jumped in and laid out the plan. If things went sideways, Dennis could unleash his trusted area of effect magic to pull their enemies off guard, buying everyone else the chance to slip out. From across the room, Frida and Dennis grinned and agreed with her no-nonsense take on the plan. Right as they pulled up to the tavern, Karina slammed the brakes on the talk and cut it off like, "We've said enough." At that exact moment, Nike vanished safely into Daiichi's jacket and let out a low, annoyed grumble, like it wasn't buying it at all. That sudden sound snapped everyone's focus. She spun toward Daiichi and blurted, "What's wrong?" Then she wondered out loud if Nike just couldn't stand taverns. Seichai snapped to the answer right away, wondering if Nike had tapped spirit magic to pick up that shady crew from earlier, and Karina confirmed it, saying those same men were inside and Nike must have somehow sensed them on pure instinct. While all of this unfolded, Karina barely blinked. She said it'd be a relief if it was only those adventurers. Dennis looked just as calm, then with a grin he swung the door open and waved everyone inside. The tavern was roaring with noise right there at the table. Captain Jeffrey and the same rough adventurers were stuffing food and slamming drinks, totally oblivious to the group that had just stormed in. Daiichi and his crew slipped inside, and there it was, an uproar of laughter bouncing off the walls at a table, so loud it snapped their attention the second they walked in. Shivering from behind a wooden post, Karina let out a tired sigh to confirm they were there, and Daichai stared with his eyes stretched wide in shock. Across the room, the adventurers kept partying, totally oblivious to the fact that someone was watching their every move. From far away, Daichai spotted their wounds still closing up, and Frida muttered that this felt almost unfairly easy, while Alicia beamed and praised Nike for finding them with such sharp, clever instincts. Then it hit him: his healing was lightning fast, under 3 minutes. And one thought snapped into place: Jeffrey's crew had a water mage. Their wounds should have been wiped clean in minutes, so why weren't they? With this fresh understanding, he spun to the others and rewired their plan on the spot. Because their old idea of pretending to drink until the adventurers arrived was dead the moment the truth hit. The news hit Dennis like a punch to the gut, and he slumped hard, crushed at the thought that there was no alcohol. Colette tiptoed up to the sleeping dentist and softly rubbed his back, hinting he could swing by for a drink outside later. Then Daichai slid over to the innkeeper to grab the supplies. Just as the group started to head out, Daichai's eyes snapped back to the adventurers' table, watching them vanish while he wondered why anyone would march into the woods this late at night. Karina cut in, telling him straight up that they weren't just wandering off, they were leaving the village for good. Keeping a safe distance, Daichi's gut started screaming. If they were just going to meet someone, why would they drag themselves into the woods? He mumbled his theory under his breath, bouncing the idea off the others. He was sure they were heading to the forest's edge to meet someone, maybe to warn that the Beltram escort was way tougher than expected, or to hand over a message by letter. While the group weighed their options, they hid behind the trees and watched Jeffrey's party stand at the clearing's edge. Karina spun up her wind magic, scanned the air, and confirmed it. She couldn't catch every word, but she knew for sure they were about to tell everyone their crew packed way more fighting power than they'd planned to admit. Alicia's search snapped to a halt when she suddenly gasped, warning them that more enemies were crouched in the grass nearby. Her warning hit like a jolt and the whole crew dropped low into the bushes, half hidden in the leaves. Alicia whispered that this wasn't going to end well. Then a voice sliced through the night, calling someone closer, and Daichai just prayed they could catch a piece of what was being said. He snapped his gaze to her, demanding to know what was going on, while Alicia listened hard and told him what she'd figured out. These new faces had eavesdropped and picked up juicy details about the village watch. Before Dennis could even answer, Frida blurted that the village watch always leaves its guard wide open, and Dennis nodded along. Because if these newcomers really came to handle goblins, then of course they'd need to slip into contact with the local watch. His question about the goblins' strength got answered by Frida with a grin. Yeah, she said it's tradition to test yourself by beating them. Goblins only turn dangerous when they swarm, and as long as there aren't any elites, even rookie adventurers can handle the low ranks. Her words snapped into place, and just like that he realized this had to be more than some dumb goblin problem. If goblins were running wild in that many numbers, the higher-ups would have sent a real force to wipe them out. His mind sprinted as he mapped the enemy's plan. There weren't enough goblins to justify a big party of adventurers or the village watch showing up, and that meant every village's guard stayed thin, just the way the enemy wanted. The whole nasty plot finally snapped into focus. First, they dragged a few goblins right near the village to spook everyone and push the villagers to beg for adventurers. Then bandits slipped into the adventurers' parties to quietly pass info to their real crew. And when the timing was perfect, the bandits stormed in and sacked the village while their inside people made it look like a simple job. He processed the new info, and it hit him hard. The bandits weren't just robbing anywhere, they were aiming for the village side far from the Beltram Company's convoy. Karina nodded and made it clear these bandits weren't merely attacking, they were warning their allies to stay away from the company completely. Alicia watched the adventurers creep through the tall grass, inching forward like every step might bite, and then she wondered if they even knew an ambush was coming. Karina snapped back that their slow crawl was nothing sinister, just pure caution. Karina snapped her gaze to Alicia and asked, "Can you use your power to eavesdrop on that distant conversation?" Alicia shut her eyes, focused hard, and nodded. "I'll try." Moments later, a soft crackle pricked Daichi's ears as Alicia's magic finally carried the distant voices in. He leaned in, hanging on every word as the man said Beltram's convoy had slammed to a stop in the village. Still there, not moving an inch, and the village watch was acting weird too. Daiichi told Jeffrey that Alicia's wind magic let them eavesdrop on the bandits, and as Jeffrey sifted through the overheard clues, he couldn't shake the question: why would the Beltram Company stop in this village at all? The bandits huddled together, chewing on the same question, until one of them said the company had to be rattled by that fresh attack on Torino. Hearing that, Daiichi's mind snapped back. Torino was the last village they'd passed, and Corina immediately backed it up without hesitation. For the bandits, that memory felt even darker, because the slick-haired man leaned in with a vicious grin and reminded his companion that Torino was the village where they'd slaughtered every last soul. His companion brushed off the whole past and demanded their next move, and the slick-haired bandit snapped that there was no point crying about it, until their leader admitted the truth. If the Beltram Company didn't act fast, their entire operation would be wiped out. He grins at the Beltram Company showing up, and instead of panicking, he calls it a blessing, saying this time they're going to top their last big win, especially if the guild leader is in the building too. From across the way, Daiichi and his crew lean in and whisper, agreeing with everything the bandit just said because they can see the plan's solid logic and it sounds like a smart move. Captain Jeffrey's sharp retort shatters their quiet agreement. His scowl deepens as he snaps that he warned them already about that brutal security. He keeps going, saying he only tangled with 2 guards, but even that tiny clash turned into a brutal fight. Unimpressed, the goatee man snorts at the captain's warning, grilling him on why he's so worried, claiming only one of the brutal opponents is even a B-rank mage. To drive the point home, he lays out their unbeatable edge, then grins and declares they've got 5 B-rank mages backing them up. This bombshell hits the listening party like a thunderclap, and Jeffrey, Frida, Karina, Daiichi, and Alicia all snap into faces that say, "Oh no, this is bad." Hi's hands tremble with sweat as he can't stop asking himself how far their power really goes, and beside him Karina's face tightens the moment she realizes this isn't just trouble, it's a brutal threat, because they've uncovered an enemy whose strength could match theirs. Tension crushes the air as Daiichi's crew squares off with the captured thugs, while Jeffrey's eyes lock in on the truth. 5 of these guys are B-rank mages, and that's why they strutted earlier like they own the place. Now that Daiichi's faced them head-on, he finally gets just how dangerous they really are. Jeffrey snaps his gaze to Daiichi and tells him to wait, at least until their prisoners are safely moved out of the area. Then he bluntly asks if Daiichi's scared, and the kid just answers. He keeps sizing it up and admits Karina's tougher than he expected, but at least he finally understands her game. Yet Daiichi is a whole different beast because the magic he used was something Jeffrey never could have imagined. He insists Daiichi blasted a clump of lead straight into his leg, and one of the captive thugs, Alan's buddy, snorts and challenges him, saying it sounds like nothing more than a simple dirt shot. It grins as he cuts in, pointing out that even after all that damage, Jeffrey still drove a blade straight through his enchanted gear. So yeah, guys with that kind of power don't come around often. While the captured thugs huddle and grumble, the bald one snaps back that it was Daiichi who hit them. Then he rattles off the nightmare. 2 of their own, Akim and Elmer, had their legs blown clean off when they let their guard down. Jeffrey shuts down the idea that the infiltrators are low rank, flat out calling it impossible, then whips his attention to Frida and orders her to reach their allies hiding in the cave. She shrugs off his panic like it's nothing, fires back with quiet defiance, and tells him the final call comes tomorrow at noon, then dares him to pray this mess gets cancelled. Through all that tension, Karina steels herself, grabs her courage and goes, "Let's go," waving the group forward. They pushed onward, straight past a pitch-black cave mouth and deeper into the tangled, shadowy woods. Inside a massive, jagged cave, a brutal bunch has huddled up tight, and they're staring down a huge, burly man standing with his back to them, while the whole place buzzes with tense anticipation, waiting for him to decide their next move. The assembled group is a lineup of battle-scarred faces, cold eyes, unshakable resolve, and a mix of humans and beasts forged together for one brutal purpose. A guy with slick-back hair finally cuts the silence, smirking as he announces that Alan's crew got smashed. He even says Alan looked totally rattled by that brat and the guard lady, and an older bearded man beside him keeps pressing for a straight answer. demanding confirmation that their enemies really were B-rank mages. The boss, Joseph, snaps around to face his men, arms crossed tight, and one of Alan's guys steps up, swearing they spotted the girl's mage, clocked the guild ID tag, and that the kid is way more dangerous than the B-rank mage. Then another man blurts, "So what's the plan, Joseph?" Like he can't stop the doubt from shaking his voice. A hooded man in red, mask on, snarls that their targets are linked to the Beltram company, and that could spell disaster. Yet another member just scoffs, claiming their numbers are so stacked they'll steamroll them easily. The guy with slick-back hair snaps at the insinuation, asking if they're really doubting his skill, and he fires back that a B-rank mage showing up isn't something you can just ignore. Only for the other man to shove the conversation forward, grilling him to explain exactly what he meant. Right before the fight can blow up, their leader, Peter, slams his fists down and roars, "Shut up!" And just like that, the bickering dies instantly. Perched on top of a barrel, the short, light-haired kid lifts their voice in a calm tone and says the Beltram company can't afford to pretend they don't notice it. The village watch is on the move now. They keep looking Peter in the eye with that "we know something" grin, and the kid blurts out whether the enemy might have already laid a trap. Right then, Peter's face flickers with sudden, sharp surprise. The kid leans in, smiles like he already owns the answer, and lays out his theory. Since the guild boss's convoy is here, and if the rumor about his brutal sense of justice is true, then he'll almost certainly link up with the village guards to spring some kind of trap. The strategist meets Peter and double-checks the newest intel. He tells him the village watch is zeroed in on the north gate, while the Beltram company has camped in a clearing just by the south gate. With a bright grin on his face, he lays out the whole plan: hit the village watch from the north, and the Beltram convoy will come charging in for backup, just like clockwork. A bandit nearby who got the word from Alan's crew nods and confirms it's all true. Another bandit snaps with worry, this way they'll rake in less, and he hates that the Beltram company keeps looming. Peter fires back fast, "Then forget the hesitation, wipe out the village watch and steal everything you can before Beltram shows up." One of the men flashes a grin, already itching to flip the game like he always does, pushing that this village has more women and he wants to play it slow. Peter's face, though, turns grim on the spot because he shuts down the strategist's caution as nothing but an impossible idea. He keeps wrestling with the strategist's warnings, because this time those doubts are screaming louder than the clock. Sure, reinforcements would usually take their sweet time, but the strategist planted worse questions. What if they've already laid a trap? What if enemy units are waiting halfway up the route? And he presses the point hard: if they wipe out the watch, they still can't loot and fight off the company at the same time. As their leader weighs the danger, the other bandits can't wait. Greed is already chewing at them. One pushes for a strike right away, not just to grab the village's money and women, but to smash the convoy too, convinced the whole haul will be massive. Fear hits the moment the suggestion lands. Joseph roars, "There's no way we can beat the Beltram convoy," pointing at their brutal reputation like it's a death sentence, while everyone else watches with worry as the strategist quietly thinks, "If that rumored B-rank mage is really here, we're in for a real problem." He whirls away from the panicked men, brushing off how rattled Alan's crew is, and snaps his attention back to his leader. Then he coolly turns to Peter and asks what he thinks. Facing the group, the strategist nods and admits Joseph's right. Everyone knows the Beltram convoy's reputation, so to keep their losses low, they have to dodge a head-on clash. Peter presses him, demanding how they should handle it, and with a smug, confident grin, the strategist leans in and snaps that the only move is a surprise attack if they're going to pull this off. The young strategist stepped up and snapped their arms wide to command the assembled bandits. Well, first, they told the bandits, yeah, the north side is watched, but once the village watch is busy, you'll be able to wipe them out easily. The other bandits latched on fast, saying, if the watch camps down and stops paying attention, we just ignore everything and hit the village straight on. And then they smiled, betting the watch would sprint to protect the villagers, right into the perfect chance to crush them. With a sharp sigh at their clueless guess, the strategist snapped that they were banking on the village watch being fools. Only then could a raid go smooth. But they fired back. If the watch isn't stupid, they'll lock the villagers safely in the middle of town all night, and that's exactly what will turn a direct assault into a nightmare. Peter, the leader, fell in line like he had a plan. After they smashed the village watch, they'd go after the convoy next. But the strategist's patience snapped instantly. You idiot, he barked, furious at how they were splitting their forces like fools. They tore into the weak spot in his plan. Once the village watch locked into a defensive stance, it would buy the Beltram convoy just enough precious seconds to reinforce the villagers, but that move wasn't the only danger lurking. Then another bandit jumped in with a new plan: ditch the defenders, smash into the empty houses for valuables, and vanish before the convoy even shows up. Peter scoffed at the strategist's non-stop talk about risk, sneering that the real terror wasn't the enemy at all. It was their own men getting so hooked on pillaging that they wouldn't make it out in time. Frustration crushed across their faces, and the strategist flat-out admitted he'd never even entertained that idea unless he was surrounded by people foolish enough to try it. Then Peter and the others exploded into loud laughter, ripping apart the thought that anyone in their crew could be that stupid. He was calling it stupid, but then he laid out his strategy with total confidence: wipe every trace so the convoy can't follow, hit them from the south, and move. The strategist snapped in right away, firing a sharp question: what if the villagers were already gone, carting away every bit of food and anything valuable with them? They kept pressing their point. An attack from the south would slam straight into the convoy head-on, and they warned that fighting that kind of battle would be way tougher than just handling the village watch. She leaned in and pitched a smarter plan, warning them off the group's reckless talk: don't argue, just hit them with a surprise attack. His own idea lit a spark in him. He clapped hard and realized they were thinking the same plan for an ambush, while Yosef just stared, utterly baffled. He brushed off the confusion and started laying out the plan's first assumptions, basically treating it like the enemy only had one unit guarding the south and another holding down the middle of the village. She laid out the plan like it was a weapon: hit the north gate, link up with the crew already inside, then smash the village watch to pieces. He made it crystal clear: this wasn't just a fight, it was a full-on takedown meant to crush every last bit of the villagers' morale, break their will to resist, and the Beltram convoy would be right there, easy prey. With the Beltram unit wiped out, he figured the villagers would be a cakewalk, until a bandage bandit erupted in rage, calling him a fool and swearing the real treasure rode with the main convoy, not the village. Another band broke it down for him, and the truth hit hard. It wasn't complicated at all, just a straight-up surprise strike meant to wipe out the village watch. As everyone roared, Peter, the leader, squinted hard and demanded, "So that's the fake plan you leaked on purpose?" The strategist grinned and answered with a cheerful bingo, and the moment that hit, shock rippled across the other man like lightning. Peter's face snapped into intense focus, and he practically begged the strategist to keep going, so the strategist slid in a smirk, pressed a finger to his lips, and set the stage to drop the truth: the real plan is this. While he talked somewhere else completely, a fist slammed down hard on a table like thunder in the silence. A furious man with a goatee roared loud as fire, yelling at a trembling subordinate who cowered in fear right in front of him. At the Akara town hall, Klaus Bertram leans in and recounts everything. After they finally dealt with the goblins, they went straight to the next showdown and met the bandits who'd already attacked Torino village. He keeps rubbing his temple in pure frustration. The meeting had two goals: lay out their findings and map a defense plan for the village before nightfall, and Klaus's worry hits hard when he snaps that if the village council is steering this, then their whole plan might as well be handed to the enemy on a silver platter. As the meeting's details spill out, Daichi huddles with his crew and demands to know one thing: did their plan get approved? Everyone leans in, listening like every word could change the outcome. The plan's already sketched on the map, and right now the village watch and the adventurers who just took down those goblins are holding the north gate, while the Beltram company sits in a clearing near the south gate, eyes sharp and ready for anything. They set themselves up to slam back any bandit attack from every angle, keeping their main troops in the village center, right where they can rush to either gate or strike down trouble trying to crawl over the outer walls. Captain Jeffrey steps in and confirms it: the Beltram company pitched this plan first. To cut down the damage, villagers huddled by the south gate will get moved just temporarily to the center. And as for any suspicious adventurers, they'll be shoved onto the north side watch duty, quietly turning helping into surveillance. Daichi weighs the thought and admits Jeffrey's right, and with a confident grin the captain reassures him, saying not to fret because they're in charge of the operation, and they'll take the full hit of the fighting head-on. Frida cuts straight to the truth. Since the village council couldn't come up with a real alternative, they're stuck with her plan, and if the village can't stand on its own, then their forces have to smash onto the front lines. After the briefing wraps up, Jeffrey slams the moment shut. He's done, and declares it's time to see the guild leader. He and Frida stand up and head out, leaving Daiichi and Alicia to watch them disappear. Klaus Bertram personally signs off on their departure and slams down the final order: proceed exactly as planned, while every adventurer in the group braces and stands ready to fight for the village. Once the plan was locked in, Daiichi called his team together and pinned down every role. He and Alicia, Karina, Dennis and Frida would hit the south side hard, teaming up with guild leader Klaus for the attack. He laid it all out, got a clean nod, and the moment the forces shifted, the counterattack was ready to ignite in seconds. Following the plan, the unit that needed the most movement would take position in the village center under Captain Jeffrey's command. And later, once Daiichi slipped into his tent, he started weighing every variable, because he had no idea how well his magic enchantments would hold up, and he couldn't shake the fear that a deserter might show up with backup. He figured it wouldn't work to just label every enemy mage as a barrank and start firing blindly, especially since he had no idea who was who, so his mind snapped to the only solution he knew from his world: anti-material rifles. His plan snapped into place: wipe the area with the assault rifle, then hunt whatever's left using the anti-material rifle. And if magic enchantments don't care about light, sound, or air, fire off sedating gas too. But just as he was locked in, Nike darted in, punched the radio, and Daiichi spun around to ask his companion if it wanted to play with the device again. Right then the radio screamed to life with a twisted voice, and boom, the whole operation was a staged decoy. The transmission slammed in that their real target was the Beltram Company. Daiichi froze, stared at Nike, and finally understood the cat wasn't just messing around, it was trying to warn him. He shot an apology right away, begging to make it up later as the enemy's buried scheme hit him like gravity. Daiichi snaps to it as the radio crackles in his ear. What they taught him was a total lie, a fake plan, and suddenly he realizes the enemy isn't going after the village watch at all. In the bandits' hideout, their strategist slams down the plan. They're going after the Beltram convoy, one shot in a million because it almost never breaks up. The mission: grab the cargo and haul the guild leader back alive. Then when someone asks who can pick him out, the strategist answers without hesitation: only he and a man named Yosef know exactly what the leader looks like. Keeps laying out the deception, claiming they'll leak the fake plan to hit the village watch, while one of the men snaps, "Is this really going to work?" The strategist shrugs it off, saying their enemies will absolutely buy the bait, expect a feint, and shove their main force into the village center, with the elite troops staying right beside their commander, so that the guild leader's spot is left exposed like a ripe target. But the bandit is terrified because going one-on-one with those elites sounds like suicide. Peter, the group's leader, slams his fist into his palm and laughs, saying they've got the boss handled too. Boom, and the rest of the crew's spirits catch fire. It's been ages since they met someone worth fighting, so they brag they can win with just 5 of them and swear they're nothing like the other groups. Then the mystery behind their swagger pops. Turns out they're active-duty military, and the strategists just shrug like it's normal, suggesting they stay safe by adding a bunch of captives crammed together in the dark. Terrified of getting hurt by holding back, the men finally agree to pull their trump card. Peter slams his decision down and orders the Allen squad to hit the north entrance at midnight tomorrow. Then the strategist cranks the deception even higher, telling a subordinate to contact their insiders with a second, even more detailed fake letter. And once that's done, the whole plan is locked in. They're attacking tomorrow night. Daiichi replays the intercepted talk, heart pounding as the truth hits: an attack on the village is coming, and soon. He mutters, "It's almost time," and just then, a voice snaps his attention. Somewhere else, Frida grips a radio device like a lifeline, and she tells Karina that Captain Jeffrey has fresh intel on the attack, then screams that they have to hit the guild leader's tent right now. Karina snaps to attention, her face hardening as she gets ready to move. A razor-detailed letter, probably the very intelligence they intercepted, lies on a table inside the massive command tent, its words lit up by a nearby lamp. Inside, Klaus Bertram faces his men and lays down the law dead serious. He declares that the bandits are coming for them tonight. His declaration hangs there like thunder, bouncing off a ring of tents as Frida, Karina, Daiichi, Captain Jeffrey, and Alicia stare back with faces full of doubt. He breaks down every scrap of intel they've gathered, and a chilling note from those suspicious adventurers the patrol caught reveals it. the bandits already know the move, and they're planning to park a whole unit right in the heart of the village. They finally spill the truth. Those bandits are gearing up for a full-on assault on the village's north side, rushing to wipe out the village watch in one brutal strike. She figures the bandits know they can't take on both the adventurers and the village watch at once, so they're going to wipe out the watch first, then come for the guild next. As the group listens, Daichai's thoughts sprint in a panic. This isn't your average bandit play, it's a cold, calculated military move. Then Klaus slams his palm on the table and demands to know what they're actually there to talk about. He doesn't even wait for a reply, he explodes with a roar, swearing the bandit won't get away with this. Then he blasts that he already told the mobile unit to team up with the village watch, and he hammers the adventurers with one command: head to the north side and flip the fight on their attackers. As the others line up to head out, Karina strides forward and declares she'll stay behind with the Merchants Guild as a guard, no backing down. Dennis nods like he understands, then swivels to Klaus and asks what he's planning to do next. He waves off the worry like it's nothing, telling them not to stress, because the guild's got people who can fight at least enough to handle things. Rita shot up and faced the guild leader straight on, begging him to let Corina stay behind, because once Corina's watching their backs, the rest of them could finally help the village guards without a single worry. Before Klaus can even speak, Daichai rockets in and thrusts the radio transceiver up in his face, warning that with 5 Burank mages among the bandits, leaving Karina out of the fight will only stack the damage on them, because that's exactly what the bandits are banking on. Then he whips around and calls for guild leader Klaus, saying he's got something urgent to say right now. He pushes Daichai. "Didn't you just hear us talking?" Daichai nods and says that's exactly why he has to speak. He snaps that they can't walk out and leave the south unguarded because everything Klaus just laid out, it was bait straight from the enemy's playbook. Then he slaps a tiny rectangular device right onto the map. With a single press, the device erupts into crackling life. A recorded voice blasts through the room, sending shivers through everyone as it reveals the truth. Someone intentionally leaked a fake plan, a trap built to nail the Beltram company, and it even claims the revelation stuns Klaus and the other adventurers. His eyes flare wide as the disembodied voices slam into his brain, and Daichai watches closely like, there it is, he finally gets it. He tells them the recording probably spills the bandits' real game plan, and all the other adventurers, Jeffrey and Frida included, lean in, hanging on every word as Frida mutters that she's getting used to these sudden, insane twists. From afar, Karina leans in, eyes locked on the weird object Daichai is holding, and her curiosity snaps wide open. Klaus waves it off like the device doesn't matter. He grinds his teeth and locks in on the crushing conversation already rolling back to him. He blurts out that this convo happened just moments ago, then snaps, telling them the bandits are already moving in from that huge forest south of the village, somewhere about 500 meters to a full kilometer off the main road. Before his words even land, his head jerks up, panic flashing in his eyes, and he screams, "Everyone, they're here." Right then, another adventurer crashes in, yelling for the guild leader. He claims the fight has erupted near the north gate and a flare has already been shot up. The whole group stares, stunned, trying to figure out their next move, while Daichai's hand clenches into a hard fist. His face tightens with grit. "I've got it," he declares, eyes locked in determination. He started laying out his plan, drumming one finger on the map, and it was so simple. He broke down a counter-strategy that would snap the band's scheme right back on them. His finger dragged along the diagram, laying out the trap. When the bandits came in from the south, they'd smash the heroes from both flanks halfway to the village. He snapped his gaze up at the crew huddled around the table, hammering home the one thing that mattered. For this ambush to work, they had to act like they were obeying the bandits' original plan. He laid out step 1. They'd fake reinforcements, pretending the rest of their troops were marching in from the south to slam the north gate, while the remaining guards and even the non-combatants got dressed up to sell the lie, and he, Alicia, Karina, Frida, and Dennis stayed behind. The second move of the con dragged in the guild boss, Klaus, put him front and center in the town square, looking like he was about to bark out emergency orders while everyone totally missed the truth. He was just the bait. And he decided that 5 of them, Alicia, Karina, Dennis, Frida, and himself, would sneak to the ambush point and strike out of nowhere. Karina's face snapped cold as she blurted that it was way too risky, but he shot back that even if the attack flopped, it would still carve the perfect escape window for the guild leader to slip back to the village center in safety. She pushed him harder, demanding, if the real threat is coming from the south, why not just call up the troops already stationed at the north gate? He locked eyes with her, refusing to flinch. No scheme is risk-free and the bandits were already striking. Nearby, Dennis snapped his head no, muttering that her idea would flop, while Frida nodded hard, warning that the bandits would catch them long before Northgate's reinforcements could even be called back. In the arena, she kept racing through every possibility, telling everyone that even if the bandits had up to 5 Barank mages, the Village Watch and the Beltram Company at the North Gate could still shut down 60 bandits, buying precious seconds for their main troops to retreat and smash the southern force at Village Center. She snapped her gaze to Klaus and Frida, confidence blazing in her eyes, and demanded their say-so. Then Klaus thought it over and finally caved. She was right, plain and simple. She listens as Dennis jumps in and insists this isn't just about fighting, it's deeper than that. Klaus, stone-faced, backs him up and declares he's sure the guild leader won't buy into this strategy. Daiichi lays out her worries and he cuts in fast. Letting those bandits stroll into the village center without a fight would just make them swap targets from guild leader Klaus to someone else. The realization hits her like a punch. Her eyes fly wide as she spots the brutal mistake in her plan. They'd just grab any villagers who hadn't evacuated and use them as hostages. She clenches her fist, grinding her teeth in pure frustration. The talk turns sharp when one guy asks what their chances are against the band, especially with its heavy hitter at the front. Then Daiichi, right from behind them, calmly drops the bomb. He's got a secret weapon. Daiichi drops his claim about the weapon, but Klaus shoots him down on the spot. Leaning in, eyes narrowed, demanding to know if Daiichi's hinting at some tool or brutal area of effect magic that could wipe out 60+ bandits, plus 5 beer ink mages. A calm, confident smile flickers across Daiichi's lips. Then he drops a jaw-breaking declaration on the stunned group. He won't wipe them out, he'll strip them of all power and take them in alive. The words hit Klaus like lightning, leaving him frozen, struggling to even repeat powerless. Karina's confidence sets her off. She surges forward, yanks him by the collar, and roars that he's totally underestimating their opponents and treating the whole situation like it's no big deal. Captain Jeffrey can't even believe it. Sure, wiping out 60 bandits sounds wild, but saying he incapacitated and captured every single one, that's harder than fiction. Klaus snaps in agreement, demanding proof, and orders Daiichi to lay out exactly how he pulled it off. Daiichi just shrugs off their doubts, saying he can't spell it out with words right now, then straight up promises the easiest proof, a quick demonstration as he reaches into his bag. He unveils his secret weapon, a huge, round, tent-like contraption planted right on the ground between 2 burning torches. Later on, out in a field beyond the village, the whole crew goes into full final mode, tying up loose ends for the clash that's about to explode. While they're waiting, Alicia leans in and tells Daiichi how guild leader Klaus shut her down cold, until she fought back with the truth. Her crazy strong attack magic belonged outside the village, not trapped inside it, and that logic hit him so hard he finally had to give in. Karina shoots him a worried look and asks if he's really sure this will be okay, while he just stares back with a bead of sweat sliding down his temple, because the way everyone's reacting tells him the Alicia's magic is no joke. He admits it's a huge favor to ask off his word alone, but he begs her to trust him. Then he lays out his backup plan. If his first move falls apart, he'll switch to the assault rifle he's calling his ace. And he makes it crystal clear, if the guild leader decides it's too risky, she must pull back and she has to leave him standing there. Alicia leans in close, grinning bright, and tells him she'll stay right behind, helping him mow them all down. Karina's like, "What?" at that casual remark, and rage sparks as she snatches Daiichi and refuses to let her just walk away. She swears she'll stick with him until the backup plan kicks in, and if that fails, she'll drag him to safety herself. Then Daiichi stays cool and explains the backup plan only works if she leaves him behind to handle it. He flashes a soft, calming smile, trying to smooth everything over by telling her, "Don't worry about it." His calm, laid-back vibe instantly sparks criticism, and Frida snaps in to warn him against getting too cocky, even if she swears he's tough. Dennis adds fuel, urging him to take the enemy way more seriously, and Karina hits the nail harder. Sure, his mage skills look amazing, but he's still got 0 real fight experience. Frida's voice turns stone cold as she says she's heard the same tale again and again. A promising mage gets wiped out by some weaker foe, and every time she points to their one shared flaw, they're all inexperienced. She cuts right to the bone, saying the mages Daich I read about were lost because they got too cocky, and that brutal verdict hits him so hard it practically knocks the air out of him. He keeps his cool and chants an old saying, "Know the enemy and know yourself, and you'll never fear what happens after 100 battles." Alicia looks like she finally gets it, and Karina lays it out. Once you truly understand your own strengths and the enemy, S2, you don't just survive a fight, you keep winning, even after countless battles. Rita cuts in fast, shouting that knowing the enemy's plan is their biggest weapon. So they flip that exact strategy right back and snatch every last one of them in a single devastating swoop. Karina's tactical breakdown gets yanked to a stop when she grabs her shoulder. She admits Daichai makes sense, but she still snaps that he's being reckless, and Dennis, right behind him, nods along in silence. Seichai spots it instantly, the sweat drop proof that nobody buys his act. People see him as a clueless rich kid, plain and simple. But inside, he clenches his resolve and tells himself the same truth. Sure, he's got no experience, yet his huge stash of knowledge is what's going to carry him. He swears his confidence was forged by endless books and battle drama, because now he's finally getting to put it all to the test, and that thrill crushes every ounce of fear until Alicia blurts, "They're here." At her warning, the whole crew stiffens. Karina screams for everyone to get ready, then barks at Alicia to cast enhancements. Daichai stays ice calm, eyes locked on the distance, saying the enemy's still a kilometer out and all he has to do is wait. Then from the side, Captain Jeffrey comes roaring in. This isn't just 60 bandits. His words hit like a threat made real, terrifying, and right on time, because a full-on clash erupts ahead. A roaring horde of monsters, including 6 massive king apes, barrels toward them, and the bandits are right there too, leaving the whole party frozen in stunned disbelief. Daichai's party barrels forward, then slams into a wall. A brutal horde of bandits, powered up by monstrous ape-like creatures swarming at their sides. Immediately, he blasts the air with questions about where the king apes came from, while Karina's face tightens as she demands whether he's about to unleash a terrifying, powerful weapon, one he won't even name. Right before he can even speak, Alicia stays cool and says she can feel 66 bandits. 6 of the king apes are leading them straight from the front. Daichi remembers what he'd heard. These monsters are built for war. And Karina's face drops as she realizes this isn't just bad, it's deadly. Jeffrey studies the numbers and instantly confirms their worst fears, way higher than anyone predicted. Frida snaps at Karina, shouting that they have to retreat right now. Daichai gauges how fast the bandits are closing in and realizes there's no safe way to fall back. Lightning crackles around his hand as he declares, "I'll hold them off myself," buying precious seconds so the others can scramble and warn guild leader Klaus. Karina snaps that his plan is totally ridiculous, but he just grins and fires back. If there are more enemies, he'll crank up the firepower until they're crushed. Karina can't believe it as Alicia steps in calmly and declares that she'll stay behind with him. She grins and tells him, cheerful as ever, "I can't use my magic in the village anyway, but don't worry. I can always boost myself with pure physical power and catch up with you later." That casual defiance lights Karina up. She roars that she's calling the shots and demands they fall back right now because the enemy is closing in and they're only 700 meters away. Jeffrey's outburst gets cut off when he suddenly blurts a warning. Those bandits are way too close to run anymore. So Karina snaps around, orders Dennis and Frida to meet them head-on, and Daichai with Alicia rush in to back them up. Karina snaps to attention the second the command hits, while Jeffrey smirks, clocking this new move for what it really is, a bold vote of confidence in Daichai's skill. Daichai flashed a cocky double thumbs up from their spot, and the whole crew watched as he called out that the horde was 600 meters away until Alicia cut in fast, snapping, "No, it's 500. And pointed to the signal. He shut his eyes tight, focused hard, and raised 4 fingers. Karina stared at him, her face totally unreadable. With the silent countdown ticking down from 3 fingers to 2, Jeffrey's sneering bandits marched ever closer, blind to the trap snapping shut around them. Cold sweat poured down his face as the truth finally hit. His enemy was only 200 meters away, basically breathing down his neck, and panic clawed at him. If this first move failed, would he even have time to yank out his assault rifle? His final finger dropped. Right then, the enemy slipped into his perfect range. Then the sky over the charging horde exploded with dozens of cylinder-shaped grenades, stun tech from a certain country, built to blast a blinding flash and a brutal deafening roar that knocks enemies out of their senses for good. Bandits and King Apes stared up, utterly baffled, and at the same time Daichai's crew threw up their shields to protect their eyes. Grenades exploded in a blinding wave, frying the bandits' senses and throwing them into total confusion, while Karina stared down at the chaos breaking loose below. A blinding white blast slammed into the enemy ranks, turning their bodies into shaky silhouettes against the searing glare, and the frontline soldiers froze, staring in raw shock and pain. With his opening gambits landing perfectly, Daichi calmly slipped on a pair of dargoggles over his eyes, ready to kick off the next phase. Attack landed left those bandits completely helpless. They staggered around, clutching their heads and screaming in agony, and their whole formation instantly collapsed. They jolted up from the ground as thick smoke poured out of those strange cylinders, their senses getting slammed by a deafening blast and a blinding flare of light. From a safe distance, Daichai and the others stared as the chaos erupted, and Karina, hands up to shield her eyes, leaned in and asked, "Did we finally stop it?" Frida and Dennis blurted out their confusion, staring at each other like, "What just happened to those bandits?" While Karina's eyes snapped over to Daichai, suspicion flashing hard in her gaze. She stared him down like he was a wild card, eyes narrowed and searching, then snapped at him straight up, demanding to know exactly who he really was. He caught her glare and gave her nothing back, just shrugged it off and snapped his focus to the job, ordering the party to start hog-tying the knocked-out bandits. Then he decided plain ropes just wouldn't cut it, so he tightened the plan, limiting their movement even more by using a net, and as he set it all up, Karina watched, knowing this wasn't going to be quick. But their work got ripped apart, right as a monstrous white-furred king ape burst out of the darkness and thundered in a terrifying roar, diving straight for Daichu. His companions snapped into action the second it happened. Karina and Frida yelled for him to retreat. Dennis noticed the beast looked totally thrown off, and Alicia pushed everyone back, urging them to get out of the chaos. He stood his ground, waving off their worries with a calm, "I'm fine." His eyes stayed locked on the beast. Then, in a flash, Captain Jeffrey slammed between Daichai and the monster, his armored arm taking the full thunder of the hit. With the captain stepping in first, Karina hurled her own strike and slammed the king ape right in the head, but the hit bounced off like nothing, while Dennis sprinted over and shouted that his fire magic wouldn't work either. Karina snapped into realization. This king ape was wrapped in enchanted gear. The beast shrugs off the last hit and locks onto a fresh target. Karina yells in rage, furious she missed her chance, as the ape starts charging and Alicia rushes over, screaming a warning to ditch. With calm grit in his eyes, he tells his companions to back off and leave it to him, then reaches into his inventory and conjures a weird, long-barreled weapon out of thin air. He plants his feet, snaps the device forward and fires, whoosh. The shot tears through the air and slams the king ape's armored forearm with a thunderous crack, but the enchanted gear twists it aside and refuses the bluff. He studies the result with a stone-cold stare, basically confirming to himself that the anti-material rifle is brutal enough to drop them all. Then he whips around to Karina and vows he's going to finish off the rest of the king before anyone can stop him. Stunned, she watches as he locks in his sights again, and with a second deafening blast, the shot crashes straight into the star-shaped emblem on the ape's chest armor. The projectile rips through the metal plate and buries itself deep inside the creature's torso. She just freezes, thoughts spinning, shocked that he dropped the beast with one perfect shot, while Daichi stays locked in, the gun barrel still smoking from that blast. Just when it feels like he's won, it all snaps away. Another massive king ape surges in and a ferocious roar rips through the chaos. He doesn't even flinch. He scans the rest of the danger and clocks 3 left, then fires again, and the bullet nails the second ape right in the head. He replays the damage in his head and realizes it all hinges on one thing. The shot that slipped into the first ape's mouth went all the way through, but the one that slammed into its body armor stopped dead. That seals it. The enchanted gear is tougher than he ever guessed. He doesn't hesitate and fires again, aiming straight for the chest of the third ape charging in. Alicia's whole body went numb from his crushing power. She stared in disbelief as his shots tore straight through the enchanted gear like it was nothing. He felt that first burst of battle adrenaline drain out fast, because sure, he didn't mind killing monsters, but the real rush was knowing his weapon could blast through its defenses up close, point blank. With his eyes snapping back to the last dangers, he declared that only 2 king apes still stood. Then he ordered Jeffrey and the rest to start hogtying the bandits while he took the monsters head-on. Jeffrey didn't even hesitate, he instantly nodded and accepted the command. With only 2 apes left, one of them rumbled a deep, guttural growl, then tensed up like he was about to throw everything into one last desperate fight. Its defiance got answered with a laser-precise, earth-shaking shot that sliced through the air and nailed its target. With the creature finally going still, Daiichi stared down the last of the fallen beasts, his chest tightening as he muttered, "That's the final one." Then he exhaled like a weight dropped from his soul. It's over now. Just when victory finally looked locked in, swirling orbs of dark energy burst out of nowhere and slammed straight toward him, and he and Alicia could only freeze in stunned disbelief at the brutal ambush. The blow hit him like a thunderclap before he even had time to blink. Alicia let out a blood-curdling scream. Across the clearing, Karina and Jeffrey tore the air open shouting his name, watching their protector crumple right at the edge of victory, their faces frozen in pure terror and disbelief. A brutal strike rips into Daichi, tears his jacket to shreds and hurls him across the battlefield, leaving his allies Karina, Jeffrey, and the rest staring in pure horror. Alicia screams his name as he slams to the ground. Crushed into the dirt, he groans through the pain, grimacing hard as he clenches his fist, fighting the brutal agony that's tearing through every inch of his body. That same brutal impact smashes Jeffrey backward, staggering him so hard he barely hangs onto his feet as another bandit gets flung aside. Anyone can fully recover until Abandoned blasts a brutal volley of magical projectiles. From the ground, Daichi's eyes pop wide with panic, because he knows this is the kind of bad that spells disaster. An immense surge of power erupts and there's Alicia, standing her ground as swirling vortices of energy snap into place around her. He blurts her name, desperate like a warning shouted too late. Karina blasts the magic into a crushing defensive wave. Then, as the energy fades, she rockets over to Daichi, clamps her hand onto his arm and shouts for him to fall back with her. He ignores Karina for a beat, then whips his gaze to Alicia and asks if she got burned or hurt. Alicia snaps around with a dazzling, confident grin, telling him she's completely fine and bragging that her enchanted gear is ridiculously strong. Karina whirls away, face blank, and her mind spirals. She can't believe it. She forgot to enchant her own gear, and now this whole brutal fight is happening because of her. Her bright, cheerful act drops like a switch, and she snaps at Daichi, yelling that he has to face how badly he's hurt. He swears he's okay and pushes that they still need to save Karina and stop the bandits, but she slams him down. His wounds come first. She steps in until her breath is right on his skin, eyes locked with fierce, unshakable worry. Daichi's brain goes blank and he can't get a single word out. She slams the brakes and tells him she has to treat his injury first, and Daichi, shaken, confused, and in agony, can't stop wondering if his wound really is that bad. He's suddenly frozen in stunned silence, then he claps a hand to his shoulder where the hit landed and it jolts him. The wound is totally gone, healed like it never happened. He can't help but wonder if his upgrades did it. Right then, Nike lets out a tiny meow from Alicia's shoulder. His eyes lock onto that tiny cat curled in his hands, and it hits him like a thunderclap. Nike was the one who healed him, because only top-tier water elemental magic could seal a fireball burn that fast. She gapes at him, straight up stunned. Alicia blurts his name, words tripping over each other as the truth hits. He can wield water magic at that level. He flicks his gaze away, cheeks burning as he admits he's still not great at it, then snaps out of it, tells her they've got to hurry, and vows to bring the bandits under control before it gets any worse. His eyes snap back to the fight. Karina, Frida, and Dennis are still battling, but their senses are far from fully back, so they're stuck using simple magic just to track their enemies. He calls out to them, shoots off an apology for the wait, and tells them he'll take over the rest. Daichi rockets forward as his companions whirl around, smiling in relief that he's unhurt. Then a nearby bandit spots him closing in, panics instantly and begs for his life, swearing he shouldn't be blamed if he doesn't survive the fight. The bandit gets launched through the air with a blood-curdling scream. while Frida slams down a swirling vortex of raw power and Dennis slips past the next enemy like a phantom. Frida and her opponent's magic collide. Then their combined blast erupts like a storm, smashing the ground beneath them and tearing through everything in a raging wave of destruction. Daiichi locks in with pure focus and rips the trigger on his storage power. He vanishes in a blink, smashes the first bandit, then pops up right beside Dennis to catch the incoming blow for him. He moved at blinding speed, crushing bandits one after another with his pipe, while Frida and Dennis fought shoulder to shoulder. Every strike they threw landed clean, even as chaos exploded around them. His speed wasn't even his main weapon. When a bandit lunged at him, he just pointed, and the attacker's sword disappeared from his grip like it got swallowed into thin air by his storage skill. Right as the disarmed man tried to react, he yanked the stolen blade back into his grip and drove it straight into the chest of the next charging threat. Then the rest of the bandits crumpled fast, and his stunned companions just gaped at what they'd witnessed. As soon as the danger was gone, Frida bolted to his side and grilled him, terrified about the wound from earlier. But he waved her off, saying he'd dropped his guard, then fixed it with water magic already. Frida didn't buy it at first until she leaned in and froze, her eyes popping as she saw his shoulder was totally spotless. No mark, not a scratch. Her face froze in shock and he lit up with a grin like, "See, nothing's wrong." Alicia then leaned toward Frida and asked if she'd healed him, but Frida was still reeling. She shook her head and said Daichi did it all on his own. Only then did it hit her, he'd been hurt, then healed fast without her ever knowing, and relief instantly detonated into fury. She lunged at him, snarling, "Did you have any clue how worried I was?" Her sudden outburst yanked the words right out of his mouth, and under that blazing glare, all he could do was stammer out an apology. Right then, Captain Jeffrey stepped in and slammed a heavy hand onto each of their shoulders, cutting the bickering lovebirds off, telling them, "Hold it. You've got a lot to talk about, but first we're dealing with those captured bandits." The captain's words hit her like a punch. She froze, then blurted a sharp exclamation and slapped his hand away. Even though her face burned with embarrassment, she snapped back into control, smirking as she swore to Hi they'd have a proper, long talk later. Hi didn't hesitate, and right then they hauled the unconscious bandits into place before any of them could wake up. As Daichi stood beneath the evening sky, Alicia's voice slipped in from behind him, and she admitted she was hurting too. He spun around to face her, and total confusion hid his face as he blurted out a shaky question about what she just said. Her stare pinned him in place, her eyes sparkling with emotion as she spoke, voice shaking just a little. Yeah, she wasn't upset with anyone else, only him. Daichi was staring at her and she begged him, "Don't ever scare me like that again," voice shaking as she fought back tears. He looked down, swallowed his pride, apologized for real, and promised he'd be way more careful from now on. He dug in on his promise, and with the apology to Alicia still fresh in his head, he snapped his gaze to Karina, who was tying up 3 bandits like it was nothing. He stared up at the sky, gripping the ragged end of his sleeve, and that old saying, "knowing yourself and your enemy," thundered through his head, leaving him with a hard grimace as he questioned how he could have ever spoken those words with confidence. His self-recrimination kept pounding as he finally admitted everything. He'd underestimated the Burank mages, and he'd been stupid enough to forget to enchant his own gear, all because he'd gotten swept up in the moment, blind to what the enemy could really do. He snapped back to the instant that fireball skimmed his side, and pure terror slammed his brain into a dead blank, straight-up panic, like his mind couldn't even think, and that memory still sends a cold shiver down his spine. Right when that somber reflection started to settle in, Jeffrey and Frida burst in, glowing with praise. Jeffrey practically screamed that one-shotting the King Ape's enchanted gear was straight-up insane, and Frida admitted she'd always believed he could handle the bandits, but she never in a million years thought he'd drop them all at once. Blinded by all their praise, he waved it off with frantic hands and a shaky grin, then blurted, "Sorry, it's too much, I can't handle it." He confessed every mistake in a breath, how he got carried away when his attacks finally landed on the King Apes, how he went on a rampage and didn't even clock the incoming fireball, and how he couldn't knock the creatures out once they panicked. Then he straight up admitted the whole stupid original plan, taking down both the apes and the mages at once. He keeps brushing off his own efforts, but Frida grabs his attention and demands he stop. She tells him to just take the praise, reminding him they were all scrambling just to find an opening, yet he burst back and wiped out the B-rank mages in almost no time. Jeffrey jumps in too, saying it was straight up awesome. Her words only rocket his embarrassment sky high, and he just wants a hole to swallow him whole, any second now. Alicia, though, doesn't flinch at all. She winks, cheers him on, and dares him to keep it coming. Karina plows through the praise with a blunt stare. Sure, that move was impressive, but she calls out that he got sloppy too. Jeffrey hears her bite into him and shoots back, "If you were a girl, you'd have him falling for you already." He instantly backs Karina, admitting his carelessness had zero excuse, and saying he'd be dead if Nike hadn't saved him. Jeffrey then blows up in a loud objection, brushing it off as just a scratch, even calling an injury like Dai Chi's nothing more than careless-free pain. He keeps pushing back for Daichai to Karina, insisting that in their country adventurers and mages can't afford to spill their secrets early. Karina nods along, then digs in anyway, wasn't keeping the top-tier water magic locked up until the last second, just a little too much. Stuck in the middle, Daichai can only blush and mumble a flustered apology for keeping it hidden. With the argument put to bed for now, they whip their focus to those capture bandits, bound and helpless. Then Karina swivels to Daichai and he's wearing full concern until she reassures him, it's okay. She calls everyone together and tells them the plan. There are only 5 of them to guard the prisoners, then they'll escort the bandits straight to the South Village Square. Her face turns iron as she delivers one last, absolute order. No one will dare resist her, and then she snaps, "Is there a problem?" A cold threat hangs over them and the bound bandits shake with terror, because not a single one dares to test her. With the danger snapped out of existence, reality finally crashed down on them. Sure, the knights are coming, but they won't arrive and drag the bandits off for a full 4 days, so Lloyd, Colette, and the rest of the caravan can only hunker down and try to rest while the clock ticks. As the caravan got ready to roll, the village watch seized control, slamming interrogations onto the captured bandits. And yep, they totally lied, those extra goblins they claimed, total fake. Captain Jeffrey stared at the chaos and knew this wasn't some random thug mess. The bandits were way too organized. A wild theory burst in his head. These men could be tied to a feudal lord's army or even foreign soldiers wearing disguises. Nothing proved it for sure, but one thing was clear. At least 5 of the Burank mages in their ranks weren't locals, they'd come from other countries. Guild leader Klaus stepped up and laid it out. If they were just some underpaid crews doing a local lord's dirty work, the guild would have already caught wind of it. So he slammed the more believable truth. They weren't locals at all, they were foreign soldiers, and a few of the Burank mages had been planted on purpose to smash border security. As soon as the bandits were handed over, the world finally went still, real, uneasy quiet. Daichai and the others stood there and waved until the escort rode off, and he couldn't shake the thought that sure, this country looked peaceful, but out at the borders, tension was always waiting. The caravan rattled forward down the road, its wagons bumping over a creaking board, and Nike stretched out with a big, drowsy yawn. Next morning, Karina snapped the news to a yawning Daichai. Karam was just ahead. He exhaled like a weight had vanished, thrilled at the thought of real rest. From her window, Alicia beamed at Nike and called out good morning, and Daichai nodded, saying he'd actually slept fine. Way out ahead, tucked between rolling green hills and thick forests, the wall town of Karam finally came into view. He leaned out of the wagon and finally locked eyes on their destination. Daichi asked if it was a big town, but from that distance he just couldn't size it up, and Karina told him straight. This place was the 2nd largest town near the border, perfect for new merchants. The biggest settlement around was Byron, a commercial city they'd have to reach by horse after a grueling 20-day trek to the east. Then she laid out everything. The Beltram convoy would lock down in Karam for 10 days, and after that they'd blast off for the royal capital, a 20-day journey. She fixes her eyes on Dai Kai and demands an answer. Did he decide yet? His mind gets stuck at a fork. Take the guild leader Klaus's invitation to the capital, or choose Lisha's offer to stay with her in Karam. He reclines with a calm grin and says he's sticking to the original plan. He's decided to open his own shop in Karang. When Karina heard his words, she shut her eyes with a satisfied grin, while Alicia stared on, hoping hard, cheeks blazing with a nervous blush. She snaps him back to what he told her the day they first met. Alicia remembers him dreaming of one perfect town where he could trade with not just one country, but many. She leans in and tells him his dreams are finally coming true. Then, right from the window nearby, Daichai nods and confirms he really said it, while Karina chimes in that she remembers him saying something just like that. She swings her gaze to him and tells him straight up, it's a huge dream and she's got his back all the way. With a quick, sheepish grin hiding behind a wagon wheel, he lays out his plan right away. at least for now he'll just hustle as a street vendor. A smirk curls across her face as sly curiosity takes over. She leans in close and asks, with a spark of disbelief, what kind of insane stuff he's planning to sell. He asks if she's losing faith in him, swears she shouldn't worry, and says he'll only sell what she and guild leader Klaus approve of. Then Karina snaps back, asking why he thinks she ever trusted him in the first place and calling his whole focus act straight up suspicious. Alicia watches their back and forth and says Daichai is acting just like a little kid, and Karina chimes in that she can't even look away from him, until Daichai, hearing it from afar, blurts that calling him a small child has gone way too far. She grabbed Daikai's cheek and pinched it, smirking that even some tiny kid acts better than he does. Then she nodded along as he spoke, confirming the Bertram Company would be in town for 10 full days. Then he tossed out a bold proposal asking her to help him, while Alicia set up their shop and offered all the advice she could during her stay. She flashed a sly grin and nodded, but then she threw down her condition. He had to spoil her with some mouth-watering sweets. From the carriage, Alicia's face lit up instantly. She chimed in, thrilled, and blurted that she wanted sweets too. Once the deal was sealed, Karina snapped the reins and swung out on her horse, ready to flee, while Daichai and Alicia watched her disappear from the window of their carriage. Moments later, Daichi and Alicia burst into the town's busy core, where stone streets and timber-framed buildings lined every step. He marched through the strange streets, eyes darting across every sign, hunting for a place to sleep. Once he finally settled in, he shot his arms up high over his head, exhaled like he was reborn, and got locked in, ready to take on whatever the days ahead threw at him, while Nike perched snugly on his shoulder. Their first stop was a massive, intimidating building that towered over everything else in the city. Right in the middle of her work, the young woman's bright, curious eyes snapped up. Then her face lit up with a huge grin as she swore she could smell a fresh new customer, promising the next big encounter on their journey. Daichai shoots his hand out in a friendly gesture, thanking his new business partner for the help that got them here, and promising that this is only the beginning for their partnership. The other man grabs the handshake and says he can't wait to team up for years, confident that the products Daikai brought will be huge hits in the royal capital. Daichai sealed the deal with a crushing handshake, then stared into the future, eyeing his fresh town and bracing for the wild new challenges waiting to hit him. After 10 days in Karam, the Beltram convoy finally rides out for the royal capital. And as Frida watches them leave, Captain Jeffrey admits his chest is starting to ache with sadness. She spins away from the retreating convoy, grabs Daichai's hand and pours out her thanks, then cheers him on as he rolls out his plan to open a shop in town. He confirms he'll be selling here for now, then drops the real bombshell. Once he feels confident, he's already dreaming of opening a shop in the capital. That declaration snaps Jeffrey into action. He grabs Frida by the shoulders and growls at her not to plant thoughts like that in his head, then swears Pyron is the far more exciting place for a wager. The city they're talking about, Piran, is a giant, sprawling powerhouse, the biggest trading hub near the border, steering commerce along routes to 4 different countries and sitting pretty as the kingdom of Neuendorf's second-largest city. Daichai stared out at the city, and when he talked to Karina, he admitted the capital sounds way cooler, but it's still a long haul away. Then his head instantly filled with business plans like ideas exploding. He looked back at her and said, "I'm going to be lonely for a bit," and told her to take care of herself. She flashes a bright, trust me smile and leans in close, telling him straight up she's worried, because if he acts careless and lands in trouble, she won't be able to pull him out. She pinned him with a look and demanded, "Tell me I'm wrong right now." He snapped his eyes away, sweat dripping down his brow, and finally admitted her words cut like knives. He sat there thinking her memory was ridiculously sharp as she kept tallying every one of his blunders. She even reminded him that the bandits' showdown was the worst of his carelessness, and that before that he'd stirred up the village troublemakers all by himself. Then she finally lifted a hand like, "Yeah, you're right." Panicked to save the moment, he snatched up the Nike and shoved the cat up like a shield, swearing he'd do better while practically begging her to go easy on him, leaving Karina stunned for a beat as Jeffrey watched, amused. Her face melted into real concern, and she met his eyes straight on, urging him in a serious voice to be careful. He clenched his fist, swearing with full confidence that he could smash through any trouble that hit him, while she nodded at his skill and warned him straight up that he was still trapped in unknown territory. With a cocky wink, Nike riding high on his shoulder, he promised that the next time they met he'd prove, no doubt, just how dependable he'd become, and Nike backed him up with a sharp, excited meow. Then she spilled the whole future game plan. If the seed product Beltram had been entrusted with sold well, they'd hand over the rest of his payment on the spot, no delays. After that, they'd roll out a caravan straight to Pyron to restock, and she made it clear she fully expected them to assign her as the escort for that very convoy. With a confident grin, she stuck out her hand and told him to be totally able to handle himself by the time she came back. He nodded, and they sealed it with a hard, no-nonsense handshake. Right as they separated, it hit him. He'd grabbed the perfect gift, and he handed her a container, telling her he'd packed cake inside and to eat it fast before it spoiled. Her tough composure vanished in a flash. Her eyes blew wide with sparkling delight as she blurted out that she was thrilled about the cage. Then she spun to her companions and promised Captain Jeffrey and Alicia that she'd brought plenty for them too. Jeffrey blinked and repeated cake in disbelief, while Alicia kept things polite as she turned to Lord Asakara. That offer lit up their faces. Alicia even admitted she'd kill to eat cake in the capital, and Corina said getting it every single day would be a dream. Then Captain Jeffrey snapped his attention to Daichai, glaring as he wondered why Daichai would toss something this popular onto his general sales list if it would sell out the moment it hit the shelf. He laid out the ugly truth. Cake turns bad fast, and one case of someone getting sick from stale slices would torch their reputation overnight. Sober reasoning took over the group, and Captain Jeffrey's sigh of disappointment said it all. Alicia nodded that this was a real problem, and Daichai laid out the worst case. If a noble got food poisoning, people could misread it as an assassination, and suddenly you're trapped in a total nightmare. Captain Jeffrey smirked at Karina like he knew something, hinting she'd have another reason to keep showing up to see Lord Daicha, and that sudden jab totally threw her off guard. Before she could even speak, a thunderous call ripped through the street, shouting that they were leaving. Pure shock hit her as the order came out of nowhere. When Captain Jeffrey tossed her a laid-back wave, she immediately turned red-hot and bolted her attention toward the moving caravan, and Daichai just watched it all play out. She darted over in a rush, then jammed herself at the wagon's side just as its wheels started to creak one by one. From her seat on the moving transport, she turned, waved one last goodbye, and promised she'd see him in 2 months, if everything stayed on track. He waved back. Nike balanced on his arm and called out with a cocky grin, betting she wouldn't even clock him by the time they met again. Again, he just watches as Karina flashes a confident smile, telling him she can't wait for their reunion. Then she whirls away in a heartbeat, and he's left standing there alone. At the city gates, he watches the caravan roll out, officially saying goodbye to Karina and the rest as they finally part ways. His mind keeps drifting back over the last 10 days, the Beltram company stuck in Karam. And while he was hustling to set up his street stall, Karina and Alicia jumped in to help him track down a place that could be both a shop and a home. Alicia beams as she tells me she's been flying solo for the past few days, after crying her heart out and saying tearful goodbyes to the company. And then she drops the message she got from the Merchant Guild yesterday. The property they'd been eyeing is finally ready for the handover. He's so over the moon he scoops up Nike on the spot and vows to build a cat tower just for him in their new home. Then he blurts out a quick apology for that huge burst of excitement. As he darts through the city streets, he calculates his cash. Beltram's deposit paid for the property, sure, but most of it is basically an IOU, and still, the money he pulls in by capturing the bandits is enough to let him breathe easy for months. He clenches his fist, grinning like he can't believe his own luck, because just a month ago he was a jobless college grad stuck in his old world. And now this new world hits him as the best thing that ever happened. With a satisfied sigh, he strolls through the town square, his light steps humming with hope as he slips past the central fountain. He shows up before the giant, proud Merchant Guild, grinning at the thought of how rock-solid their support is, while Nike meows from inside his hood. He shoves that brutal, heavy door wide, steps in, and yells a bright, cheerful good morning at whoever's with him. He barged into the Merchant Guild, where polished wood walls buzzed with non-stop business, and as he climbed the stairs, all he could think about was locking in the purchase of his brand new storefront home. A cheerful voice greeted him, young woman with feline features, all smiles, introducing herself as Melissa, the sales rep for his property, and confirming their meeting room was ready. But before they even touched the property details, she told him they had a few other things to verify with him first. She kicked things off with a shocking question. Did he know any rumors about someone casting offensive magic in Lent Forest right by the south gate? Daichi froze, stunned, because it was the first he'd ever heard of it. That forest was the nearest to town, a go-to hunting ground where beginner and mid-level adventurers tested their luck, while the shallower stretches drew everyday townsfolk in droves to snag wild plants and grasses. Daichi tossed out a casual jab that some people were being a nuisance. Then Alyssa's sharp look on his face turned to steel as she addressed Sharpen. She paused just long enough to make it hurt, then said the guild had solid intel that he, Mr. Asakura, had been spotted right there at that exact time, and she asked him straight to his face if it was true. His composure got shattered, gone in an instant, and he immediately admitted he'd been practicing offensive magic, swearing he'd done it deep in the forest, nowhere near any civilians. Then he claimed he'd even spotted someone else casting there too, but Melissa didn't budge. She flat out told him a formal complaint had already been filed. He blurted out the details fast, remembering that girl perched in a tree slinging wind magic like it was nothing. She brushed off his excuse and said, if this were just an apprentice or some low-level magician tinkering around, nobody would have even bothered to complain. He had zero way to fight that logic, so he just caved, shoulders dropping hard as the paperwork for his purchase got set up. Then she broke it down for real. This wasn't about some small, harmless magic at all. It was thunder-roaring spellwork, strong enough to slam giant trees right over. She kept on pinpointing the weapon he'd used in the forest, and finally nailed it as an M32 grenade launcher. He looked genuinely stunned, she knew, but she just told him to be smarter and careful from now on. Then she leaned in and asked if he had any attack magic that wasn't beginner level, and he nodded quietly, confirming he did. With a wicked grin, she teased, there's more. He snapped to attention, stunned, as she revealed the next topic was all about selling monster materials and magic stones. He spotted the clarification and blurted out, so I really can sell monster materials in magic stones? She nodded, but then warned him it was only allowed in tiny amounts. The moment Fangsbaird showed up, her polished facade shattered. She grabbed the documents and slammed them onto the table, then unleashed a furious roar, demanding to know how he could dare call his sales small amounts. He just watched them clash on the spot like it was obvious they couldn't agree. Then she jabbed her finger at his product listings and demanded he explain himself, listing everything from magic stones and beast horns to fangs, fluids, and innards. She kept roaring, saying monster parts and magic stones were only supposed to move in bulk through the proper routes, Adventurers Guild or even the Merchants Guild itself, and there was no way some random street vendor would ever be allowed to sling that kind of volume. He calmly shut her down and said, I'm not a street vendor anymore, yesterday I got my own store. Then he got flustered for a heartbeat. She snapped back that the agreement is the agreement, and mass-selling monster materials without the Adventurers Guild was a no-go, store or not. Then she finally confessed she just skimmed right past that part. He demanded a precise definition for that tiny amount, and when he pushed it, exhaustion hit her face. So she admitted that since he was from another country, she'd have to start all the way from the beginning. She made it crystal clear. A small amount meant the scraps left behind after a hunter who wasn't exactly bold went out and came back. Then, once the family already pocketed what they needed for themselves, people only traded those usual monster materials in tiny batches. She tells Daikai that small amount isn't random, it's precise for a reason, and with a stack of papers shoved in his arms, Daikai can only squirm and admit the truth. What he sold really wasn't small. Then a third bombshell hits him, his registration with the Mages Guild, and when Melissa asks when he finished it, he stammers, wondering if he even needed to. Her fury erupts the second he shows ignorance, and she snaps, of course you had to. Daichi scrambles to defend himself, insisting he thought joining the Merchants Guild meant he couldn't join anyone else. But Melissa roars back that there's no rule like that. Her rage crumbles into desperate tears, and she leans over the desk begging him, if he's ever unsure about something, just ask her for guidance instead of striking out on his own. Shaken by her outburst, he blurts out a quick yes to everything, promising that from this moment on he'll ask before he ever moves and begging her, please stop crying. He moves in to soothe her as her sobs finally melt into shaky sniffles, but she puffs her cheeks and stays clearly hurt. With a sudden burst of nerve, he snaps to his feet, slams his palm on the table, and barks her name to lock her eyes on him. She tilts her head up, tears still running down her cheeks, and barely manages to whisper, "The Mage's Guild." He instantly gets what she means and blurts that he's heading to the guild right now. But before he can even move, she yanks his arm and demands they go together, and it completely throws him off. With the last of her tears wiped away, she urges you to hit the Mage's Guild first, then we'll lock in the property transfer. It lets out a soft, defeated sigh, then pushes forward, straight through the town's cobbled streets toward their next destination. He strode beside Melissa as she kept lecturing, clocking that he was from another country and might not get how everything runs, yet she still slammed his actions as irresponsible. Chastened, he dropped his gaze and nodded, promising to think hard about his behavior. She snapped out of frustration and demanded he ask someone the moment he didn't get something, and he instantly nodded, swearing he would, and even promised to talk to her more from then on. Still raging, he leaned in and bowed so deeply it looked like he'd crack the floor, pouring out his most sincere apologies. Then Melissa snapped her finger at him and demanded a promise, and without hesitation he agreed. He took a deep breath and watched her dramatic apology land, then her face softened just a little as she told him he didn't have to go that far, admitting it was her mistake for assuming the Beltram company had taught him more than it ever had. Blustered, she shoved at his shoulders and begged him to lift his head, telling him they needed to face their mistakes and move on. Then, with a grunt at how heavy he was, she snapped that it was time to get out of there. Tucking herself into a quieter alley, Melissa edged to the corner and peeked out. Then Daiichi hissed her name and she snapped a quick SHH before he even finished. He pressed her, asking if anything was around, and she nodded tight, telling him the way was clear. She spun back to him, cheeks burning, and confessed that it was brutal to walk while everyone stared them down after that whole public mess. And then, with a relieved grin, she said, "We can go now." Just before they left, Daiichi shouted her name. A wild idea hit him, and he shoved a huge, bright, swirled lollipop on a stick into her hands. "Take it." And she just stood there, dumbfounded. He leaned in with pride and told her it was a candy from his country. Melissa's eyes popped wide as she stared at the massive sweet, thinking, no way, that's really candy. She tried to shove it into her mouth, then snapped right away that it wouldn't fit, only for Daiichi to grin and tell her she was meant to lick it with her tongue, and the moment those words hit, she jerked back in horror, screaming that it sounded downright vulgar. Daiichi savors his own lollipop, and as the misunderstanding creeps in, he thinks, man, this is sweet, this is tasty. His companion, Melissa, is blown away even more. She bites into the candy and instantly gasps, raving that it's insanely sweet and packed with layered flavors that absolutely crush any regular sweets she's ever tasted. Her smile snaps into sharp, professional worry. She stammers to Daiichi how much a treat like that costs, and he just grins like it's no big deal and asks if she actually likes it. She freezes at the giant candy, terrified by what it'll cost, and practically refuses it. She won't take a single cent or any goods from the customers. Daiichi stays cool and reassures her, telling her, "Don't stress, let's just keep this between us." To finally end the fight, he slips her hand in his and offers a new deal. "Let's just stay friends." Right when she tries to speak, he throws another curveball. He's suddenly holding up a whole jar packed with mixed candies, pushing them into her hands and daring her to take some, and she just stammers, totally stunned by the kindness. His mind races, wondering if this is some kind of bribe, but then he snaps into clarity and tells her straight up, from now on, he just wants her to keep teaching him. Once she finally gets what he's asking for, her fear evaporates and joy bursts through her like sunlight. She thanks him again and again, and he grins back, sealing the deal with a warm confirmation. He gives himself a smug little nod in his head. Yeah, this was way too easy. He even thinks it's easier than it was with Karina, like this world basically runs on sweets, and he's just figured out they're ridiculously valuable. With Nike peeking out from his jacket, Dai Kai grins like Melissa's smile and thinks, I can mess up again, even if this time he didn't learn a thing. Clutching her fresh treasures, Melissa beams and declares it's time for them to go. With a casual smirk, she asked if he really slipped into the lint forest alone. While he kept sucking on his lollipop, he nodded and confirmed it. When she heard it, everything clicked in place, and she instantly thought, If Beltram Company had sent someone with him, they never would have let him tear up the place like this. He decided he'd better grab a companion for his next trip, but when he weighed his options, Alicia was slammed busy, and he didn't have a single other person he could ask. Plus, Melissa was totally off the table, so he resolved to go straight to the Mages Guild and try talking his way in. She caught his thoughts and explained that the Adventurers Guild gets escort requests non-stop from folks hunting for materials, then leaned in with the perfect idea. Maybe one of them could ride with him straight into the forest. She weighed her idea and decided it sounded believable. Then she pushed on, flashing a warning. Most adventurers who'd buy into something that easy were probably low rank. He didn't even sweat it, since this job was only forging in the shallow parts of the forest. He figured even low-ranked adventurers could handle it, no problem. And she nodded because a month ago she'd have said the exact same thing and never once blinked. Her sudden remark snapped his focus and he fired back, asking if anything creepy had happened in that forest over the last month, only for her to clarify it wasn't really the forest itself at the center of the trouble. Her face went cold the second she confirmed it. Something had seriously gone wrong, and she said it like it was the only truth. Trouble hit her before she could finish a single sentence. Then a loud commotion tore through the air nearby, and he jolted hard. She snapped her head toward the noise and blurted that it was coming from a street market. Without a second thought, he shouted for them to move and launched into a sprint toward the disturbance. She gasped and yelled for him to stop, but he was already gone in a blur. She bolted straight into the crowd without a single hesitation, and Melissa scrambled after her, fighting to keep pace. With each tug of the chase, she hollered while clutching her lollipop, her head spinning as she pushed herself to run, no matter what, because getting left behind was not an option. Holy heat! Daikai and Melissa were heading toward the market when chaos suddenly erupted. Melissa gasped, and Daikai yanked her behind him fast. Just as a crew of rough-looking men stared them down like trouble on legs, the crowd's noise instantly choking off while the air turned razor-thin with tension, and Daikai's eyes darted around, wondering what the hell just happened. His eyes locked onto a familiar face in the chaos, glasses old and steady, and he called out to the elderly woman like he'd been searching for her all along. She spun around and froze. He was there too, and she greeted him with, "Sonny boy." Before Daicha chuckled and gently set the record straight, "It's Daicha." Melissa leaned in, eyes wide, asking if he knew her, and Daicha nodded, because her stall sat right beside his for the whole 4 days he'd been running business in Karam, after he'd partied with Karina's crew and spent his time at the guild processing materials. As they talked, one of those menacing guys snapped at the old woman, saying she was late again, and then he pointed out the seat right beside her was suddenly taken. She scoffed and muttered that someone must really be suffering for a life like this, even as she took a breather in that gorgeous weather. Then Daichai caught the tension in the air, knew this wasn't the moment to dig deeper, and with a bright grin declared he was taking the day off. Then he blared out to everyone that he'd raked in so much money he wouldn't have to work for the rest of the month, while Melissa just stared, stunned by the sudden loudness. That booming declaration snapped the thugs' focus to him at once. Then they smirked and traded comments like, "We've got a big shot with money bags here," pushing him to hand over some of that wealth to them. Alyssa was still scratching her head, blurting that they might be new merchants, but Daichai already knew the whole game. He'd snagged their attention, and now he was ready to poke them harder. The old woman adjusted her glasses and snapped that these men were nothing but ridiculous punks, turning up just to shake down protection money. So Daicha's whole opening plan blew up, and yeah, he'd figured they'd be exactly the type to do that. The thugs snapped their focus onto Daichai, circling him like trouble, while the old woman's feisty, none of it mattered to them. Then they moved in close and growled that he was about to have a long, threatening chat with them. He grins wide at the thugs, completely unshaken by their menacing stance, and tells them with a cheerful voice that, unlike them, he actually works for a living. He's got business to handle, then asks if they can make this quick while he's got Melissa watching, eyes huge with worry. That casual disrespect ignites the man. Thunder rolls out of the mustached thug as he bellows, claiming Daichai is mocking them. Then the long-haired thug snatches his partner's shoulder, shoves him back a little, and hisses for him to shut up, because he's taking the lead now. The long-haired thug's eyes clamp shut with rage, his face twisting into a truly vicious threat. He leans in and spits Daichai's own words right back, promising exactly how fast this is about to go down. In a blink, he yanks out a knife and shoves that cold steel right to Daichai's throat, telling him straight up that whether he gets hurt, it's all on him. Melissa and the others go wide-eyed and gasp in panic as the whole scene snaps from tense to terrifying. With a blade pressed to his throat, Daichai doesn't even flinch. His face settles into a calm, knowing smile as he nods and tells the thug straight up that yeah, it probably all comes down to him. His calm, fearless confidence rips the thug off balance, and that nasty act collapses. Now the thug's confused because Daichai demands to know what's so hilarious. Right then, Dennis, young and brash from the crowd, storms forward, yelling at the thugs to back off from Daichai, and when he spots a villager trying to step in, Daichai's face snaps tight with worried concern, and yeah, this is not heading in a good direction. He decides to end it fast. His hand snaps out and clamps onto the armed thug's shoulder, yanking his attention as he reminds the man of his earlier promise. The outcome is up to him. Before the thug even registers a word, Daichai rockets in. One brutal punch slams into his head and drops him cold, instantly unconscious. The other two thugs freeze with wide-open mouths, staring in shock at how fast everything flipped. Daichai doesn't even hesitate. He whips in another brutal strike and the mustached thug crumples to the ground, then the third hit drops the next one too. With all three men down and out, Daichai towers over them, fists clenched tight, still itching to swing again even though the fight's already done. He loomed over the beaten thugs. Then Melissa suddenly shouted, warning him to duck or else. Right as he tried to fully turn, another thug got launched and crashed onto the cobblestones with a brutal thud. His eyes snapped wide when he spotted Alicia, a young girl, standing in the exact spot the man just occupied, and he blurted her name in shock. She stood there, triumphant, yelling that she'd known he was the heart of the chaos, then realized too late she'd totally misread everything and thought he was the victim. As she stepped over one of the men who was groaning, the crowd erupted, cheering his win like he'd just conquered the whole night. He snapped his gaze onto her and demanded to know if she wanted to keep their sweet, long chat going. Then Alicia stared up at him, stunned into silence by that cutting tone. Right nearby, the two thugs he'd already taken down started twitching on the ground, grumbling about a mage and swearing up and down they were totally fine. His focus snapped right back to the troublemakers. He clocked their plan to shake down the town for protection money, and that brutal stare had them jerking back, stuttering out frantic denials. After that, an old woman slapped his back and cheered him on. She'd always known he was a mage, but she couldn't believe how good he was, and that surprise praise totally flustered him. The moment Alicia spotted the old woman, her face snapped into total shock, and she blurted, "Grandma." The woman snapped around to Alicia and tore into her for dragging herself into danger, firing off a furious lecture while Daichai just stood there, utterly lost and staring, watching the whole blow up like he couldn't believe his eyes. It finally clicked. She was Alicia's grandmother, and he was about to get it wrong because Alicia blushed and corrected him on the spot. No, that woman was her great-grandmother. Daichai's mother stares at him, utterly baffled, and demands what he's talking about. While he's still reeling, he blurts out, "What a small world!" and can't believe she actually thought he was trying to flirt with her great-grandmother. He shoots down her accusation on the spot, swearing he was just with a Merchants Guild guy, and right as he finishes, a familiar voice slices in. Frito hurries over, asks if he's alone, and right away he's in trouble again. As he turns, another figure slams his attention and he blurts out Melissa's name in shock, while behind him, Alicia studies the newcomer with a subtle smirk. With a burst of energy, Melissa stomps her feet, charges straight at him, and flashes a big, bright grin like she's about to explode with joy. She shows up out of breath, still hauling herself from the effort, just as Daichai rushes in, apologizing for the whole commotion and laying it out. The street market is under the guild's jurisdiction. Once Alicia sees everything finally settled, she wastes no time and tells them to get out of the area. As they got it ready, an older merchant who'd stolen something tracked Daichai down with pure gratitude, calling him "Sonny boy," and swore he'd stop by later to thank him properly. Daichai blushed and sputtered that he really didn't need any of that. Melissa leans in and hisses that the old man is stubborn and won't budge, then locks eyes with him and swears it would feel wrong if he refused. So Daichai, defeated for now, finally tells her he'll meet the merchant later. Once everything was settled, they pushed past it and walked away, while the markets roared back to life with chatter and non-stop bustle. Walking right beside him, Alicia fires off, "So what's the plan now?" He tells her he and Melissa are headed straight for the Majors Guild, and her surprise practically hits the air. Their destination was a whole district of towering, multi-storied stone buildings, standing proud against the sky like they owned it. He keeps moving forward, flanked by Melissa and a smiling, radiant Alicia. While she bounces with pure cheer, confusion gnaws at him as he can't stop wondering why she decided to tag along. As they press on, Melissa snaps his attention, saying she meant to bring this up earlier. In the last month, she's seen a nasty spike. Rough, trouble-making adventurers roaming around and stirring up disturbances just like the ones they'd barely encountered. He nods and tells her she's right, he'd spotted it too but chalked it up to how things were around here. Alicia backs him up, and right behind them, a bunch of delinquents snarl, sneer, and cackle. Melissa breaks it down. This mess isn't just about low-ranked folks, it's bigger now. Refugees keep flooding in from neighboring countries, and every single one insists they're adventurers, boosting the intermediate crowd and even stuffing the city with people who can't be properly identified. The weight of it gnaws at him, so he looks up and asks, "So if a monster big enough shows up, do these new adventurers just ditch their clients?" Melissa nods and says, "Yeah, asking the Adventurers Guild for an escort has turned into a gamble, because more often than not, you'll get stuck with people you can't trust." Her face hardens as she keeps talking. Sure, adventure, running off is bad, but the real nightmare hits when bandits are in the mix or they turn on their own employers. And when she says it, it rings a bell so sharp it drags Daichai straight back to the memories of Takura Village. He whips his head toward Alicia and blurts out the bigger fallout. If these betrayals are really happening, then the Adventurers Guild's credibility is about to collapse, and with it, maybe the guild itself. Melissa barrels in mid-moment, eyes blazing, and Daichai realizes this isn't the only problem they're staring down. For a split second, the thought hits him hard. Maybe it's safer if he goes back to making solo trips into the forest. As they keep pounding down the cobblestone street, she drops the real bombshell. More and more people are vanishing, and the missing persons cases are stacking up fast. Then she drops the most gut-punching detail of all: the missing are children, and in just the last 2 weeks, 10 cases have already been reported. Daichai freezes, eyes popping wide with pure shock. His face tightens the moment the grim truth hits. If kids are vanishing, then someone's snatching them. Melissa confirms it right on the spot. That's exactly what they've been afraid of. She tells them those roughly 10 cases are only the ones that made it into the public eye, and she warns the real number could easily double once you count the missing kids nobody reports, from orphanages and the slums. While most victims are kids, Melissa insists that adults aren't off limits, because Daichi, a business partner of the Beltram company with the cash to open his own shop, makes the perfect target. He grimaces as the truth hits him. He's basically a sitting duck. And then Melissa throws fuel on the fire, saying she heard he's a foreigner with no relatives nearby, which makes him feel even more alone and easy to target. Trying to break the tension, he tells her she must be worried he'll get kidnapped, then reminds her she's already seen how strong he really is. Melissa admits he's tougher than she ever expected, but there's still a cautious edge in her voice. Her doubt snaps into fierce determination as she yanks him close and screams that his power means nothing if he's caught off guard. So Alicia barrels in beside them, shouting just as hard that he can't afford to be left alone right now. He raises both hands to calm them down, making it crystal clear he knows the risks of going into the forest alone. Then he strokes Nike on his shoulder, swearing he'll be careful, all to win their trust. Because he has to head into the forest, Melissa hatches a plan. He's got to talk to the Mages Guild, not the Adventurers. Their club is way more exclusive, and they won't even listen unless a trusted mage introduces him. So Melissa decides the smartest move is simple: hire one of those mages as his bodyguard. He crossed his arms and finally got it. Those guild mages weren't on the same planet as adventurers. The Mages Guild scrutinized you like a fine-toothed blade, while the Adventurers Guild just shrugged and let almost anyone in. Right then, Alicia clears her throat, cheeks burning bright, and blurts out that she's got a few things to handle, then whips around and cuts the moment short. Daichai's thrown off by the sudden shift, but he just nods along and agrees. While Alicia just stood there, Daichi whipped around to face Melissa, dying to know who had set him up. Did the Beltram Company's big boss do it? Melissa answered fast, "Nope, it was Karina Kirsch who made the introduction." With sparkling eyes, she leaned in and told us that Miss Karina is the Count Kirsch family's daughter. Then Karina's voice echoed in his memory, saying she's a B-rank mage and more than qualified to vouch for him. Melissa just let out a breath of awe, practically glowing over how amazing Karina is. He stared up, trying to digest what he'd just heard. Then his face went totally blank as everything clicked into place. It hit him like a sucker punch. Turns out that ravenous girl he met wasn't just anybody, she was a Count's daughter. Count, a little later while they were still walking, Melissa leaned in and promised him that with backing that big, the guild would absolutely say yes to his guard request. Then she burst into a grin and announced, "We're here." It loomed in front of that huge, grand stone building, and when the heavy door finally slammed shut, the echo lingered in the air. Stepping inside, Melissa flashed a cheerful smile and announced their arrival to the hushed, stiff-looking reception hall. He said the building looked way smaller than he'd imagined, and Melissa leaned in, telling him folks claim the Merchants Guild cares more about appearances, while the Mages Guild goes all in on practicality. Then she flashed a sly wink like, "Come on, you'll see for yourself what's waiting inside." At the Mages Guild, Melissa struts up to the front desk with Daichai and Alicia right behind her, then confidently tells the receptionist, "Daichai's here to register." The man behind the counter, calm, bespectacled, and unshaken, listens to her, then nods and confirms. This is the first step for the young man to earn his place in their ranks. Then Daichi turns to Mr. Asakura and asks for a letter of recommendation right on the spot, and it throws him for a loop, freezing him as he scrambles to remember what that even is, while Melissa just watches on with a smug little smirk. Karina leans in and whispers to Daichi, reminding him about the sealed envelope she handed him. Then it all clicks. He realizes he'd shoved it into his item box and straight up forgotten, so he bolts over, snatches it back, and thrusts it into the receptionist's hands. He grabs the letter, and the second he reads the sender's name, his perfect composure snaps like glass. His eyes blow wide as he blurts out that the recommendation comes from Lady Karina Kirsch. Just as he's still trying to catch up, Melissa cuts in, explaining that this next note isn't an official letter of introduction, but it does asterisk come straight from the guild leader of the Beltram Company. She slams a stack of extra letters onto the desk and pushes the receptionist to take them too, while the guy goes completely speechless at the words Beltram, his mind spinning like crazy. Right as the mystery cracks open, Frida and Jeffrey stride forward, and Jeffrey blurts out that there are even more recommendation letters from 3 other B-rank mages just like Lady Kirsch's. Frida then confirms one is from her, and the receptionist freezes, completely unable to speak. He flips through the papers on his desk, mind slamming into overdrive. One recommendation from the account's daughter, another from the guild boss of the Beltram Company, and now 3 more on top from B-rank mages. Flooded with shock, the receptionist leans in and whispers, eyes wide, staring at the young man in front of him, because he can't stop wondering who this guy really is. The receptionist stood there like he'd turned to stone, so Melissa shot a look at Daichai and leaned in to murmur to the poor stunned man, telling him his guess was just as clueless as hers, because honestly she had no idea who this boy even was. The man shoved an application form across the counter and told Daichi to fill in everything he needed. Then wait. Daichi froze and blurted to Melissa that he didn't want to write down where he was from, and she shot back to leave the magic section blank, so Daichi nodded and went along. After he finally got himself together, the receptionist said he'd check the papers. Then, as he lunged to grab them, he totally tripped, slammed into a pile of wooden crates and went down in a loud crash. Daichi just watched it all happen, already convinced the guy was done for. From behind the counter, everything felt tense. Then the flustered man blurted out his deepest apologies for the delay and thanked Daikai for his courtesy, and right as he spoke, a soft meow echoed through the whole room. Then bam, the noise came from Nike, who'd hopped up onto the counter like he owned the place, and the receptionist froze wide-eyed, saying he'd never seen a cat like that before. Daichi just shrugged and said, "He's cute," and the receptionist nodded while sweat poured off him because that tiny creature suddenly radiated pure menace. Melissa studied the man's reaction with a knowing smile, praying this wasn't happening again. Then the receptionist's eyes went huge with shock as he stared right back, his face frozen in pure disbelief. He leaned in and hissed to Daichai, asking if that cat-like thing was some kind of monster after all, because it had just floated. But Daichai was busy petting Nike, brushing it off like it was nothing, insisting it was just a continental kitty and that cats don't float. Melissa leaned in and shot the receptionist a sharp whisper, no nonsense, straight logic, and pointed out that the creature had been traveling with the Beltram Company and a bunch of Barank mages, so if it were a monster they would have caught it. The receptionist's face fell as he admitted she was right and that he finally understood. His panic finally faded and he spun back to the paperwork. Then he declared he'd review the application again, but his face still screamed pure shock with sweat pounding down his brow. Daikai clocked the stunned silence, lifted his gaze from his spot, and with the most innocent look he could manage asked, "Is something wrong?" He told the guild receptionist he thought he only had to write whatever felt convenient, but the man jabbed at the application form, mostly empty, and demanded to know if that was really everything he'd filled in. Then he sank into a deep bow, pouring out his thanks. When the receptionist finally seemed satisfied for now, she waved it off and shot him a grateful reply. The receptionist flicked her hand at Melissa like she was nothing, and Melissa bristled with annoyance. He dragged out a tired sigh and spun back to his counter, right back in work mode. She leaned toward Daikai and hissed that it was weird he left the place of birth nationality blank, like even regular travelers never leave that kind of info out. He grinned and told her, "Stop grilling me, just ask me straight." Melissa snapped back, "What kind of inconvenience would make you miss the chance to ride down where you're born?" The receptionist slammed his hands on the counter and roared, yelling that there was absolutely no way he could ask Daichai a question that direct, especially since Daichai came recommended by both the Beltram Company and the entire household of Count Kirsch. She snapped back, roaring at him to stop bugging her with every little thing if that's really what he wanted. So she demanded he had nothing to worry about and she'd just register him cleanly with zero issues. His argument crumpled, so the receptionist sagged onto the counter beaten and agreed to move forward with the registration while Melissa lit up with a hard-earned victory. Thinking the whole mess was finally over, he spun around, checked that the registration was done, and asked if they could now set up the transfer for the store below. The man shook as he fumbled with his glasses, then blurted out, "Can I at least watch Daichai's magic?" And Daichai paused, eyes narrowing as he wondered out loud if this really wasn't over yet. He asked the guild receptionist where he was supposed to show off his abilities, and the guy leaned out from the doorway and told him straight up that since Mr. Asakura only uses non-elemental magic, the courtyard was the perfect spot. He agreed as long as his two companions could tag along, and the receptionist didn't even bat an eye. Right nearby, Melissa just stared with a tired, worried look, because she already knew this was going to be a total nightmare. When she heard they could watch, Alicia yanked Melissa in with pure, unstoppable excitement and blurted, "Come on, let's go." The whole group burst out into a huge open-air courtyard wrapped in the guild hall's breathtaking architecture, and Daichai froze, speechless, while the receptionist leaned in and asked if he'd really been caught off guard. His eyes widened as he took it all in, shocked at just how huge everything was. Then it hit him. This was exactly what Melissa meant when she said the guild was all about practicality. His companions were just as blown away. Melissa gasped out a heartfelt "whoa," and Alicia said the sight of magic lit up old memories like it was yesterday. Alicia asked Melissa if she was seeing it for the first time too, and Melissa admitted all she'd ever gotten were stories. Then Alicia turned to Daichai, teasing him for hyping it up so hard when he'd never even laid eyes on it himself. The receptionist shot up a hand to grab their attention and laid out the plan. First, they'd check how strong Daichai's non-elemental magic gear enchantment was, then they'd push him with a light spar to gauge his physical boost. And Daichai's nerves instantly spiked as he wondered if this kind of test even belonged here. As he finished talking, a shadow on a far balcony yanked his massive two-handed sword down onto the railing with a thunderous crack, bracing himself for what came next. Then the swordsman hurled himself off the balcony, landing like a blade drop in the courtyard, smooth, deadly, and fast. Daichai stared, stunned, and blurted out if his opponent was really a swordsman. The receptionist smirked and explained that sure, he looked the part, but he wasn't wielding steel, he was a mage just like Daichai, mastering non-elemental magic. Daichai squares up to his examiner, a towering swordsman who introduces himself as Alan, and the guild receptionist makes it official. Alan will be running the whole test. Daichai admits he's basically brand new to swordsmanship, but Alan flashes a warm smile and fires back, saying he's just as much of a beginner and Daichai shouldn't pull any punches. Then the receptionist beams and declares Alan is a B-rank mage earned with nothing but non-elemental magic. So Alan bursts into hearty laughter, admitting that's the only thing he's genuinely good at. Next up in the exam, the receptionist snaps Daichai's focus to a long sword on a rack, and then explains the catch. Daichai has to cast gear enchantment to slice straight through a line of brutal, thick wooden pillars in the courtyard. As Daichai grabs the sword, the receptionist leans in and gives him one last shot of confidence. She tells him not to panic, because even if he can't cut the pillars, it doesn't instantly mean he's doomed to fail. She just urges Daichai to breathe, relax, and go for it. Sword gripped tight in his hands, his face locks into razor focus, and from the sidelines he hears Melissa and Alicia cheering him on, their voices pushing him forward. The receptionist snaps the order to start and points him to the wooden pillar on his left. Alan leans back with arms crossed, watching the kid like a coach, and fires up his encouragement to get that cut done. In a blink he rockets forward, crouched low like a bullet, eyes locked dead on his target. Alan and the receptionist snap their heads up when a razor-clean blade carves through the thick pillar like it's nothing. The shock hits them both as Melissa and Alicia below explode into pure, happy cheers, stunned by the sheer power of the moment. Without slowing down, he whips around and hurls the severed top of the pillar skyward. Then he leaps to the next pillar, rockets himself toward the floating block of wood, and slashes it cleanly in two while his friends stare in shock. He lands clean and calm right as the two wooden blocks have smashed down behind him and crumble on impact, eyes locked, feet planted, ready to strike. He stands over the wreckage of the test pillars, wearing a grin that screams it worked. And with the training he pushed Karina to keep doing even after they reached Karam, the last stubborn chunk finally gives in, groaning as it collapses for good. His display leaves his companions staring in disbelief. Melissa practically bursts with joy, yelling that it's amazing, while Alicia's jaw drops at the fact that an enchanted wooden sword can slice straight through iron. Then he turns away from the wreckage and fires off to the examiners, asking if his performance was good enough. The guild receptionist goes totally blank, stammering like he can't believe what he's hearing. And when he sees the man hesitate, Daichai barrels in, eyes blazing, until he's right in the guildman's face, demanding to know if he's done. Suddenly, the receptionist slams his hands onto the counter and Daichai jumps out of his skin. Wait, he blurts, shaking with fury as he demands to know what the hell just happened. He keeps ranting, slamming the point that Daichai was ordered to cut only the pillars, but he got swept up and cut every single one. The receptionist stares in disbelief and insists what she just saw can't possibly be real. Daichai, still scratching his head, tries to argue that cutting them only horizontally would have been dull, so he made a vertical cut instead. But the receptionist snaps right over him, yelling that his point is totally different, and now they're asking the real question: why did he swing a wooden sword to hack an iron pillar? The man roars that he was only meant to slice the wooden pillar with a wooden sword, and Daichai fires back fast, saying the receptionist told him to do it. Then Melissa and Alicia jump in immediately, shouting that they heard him say it. The receptionist finally snaps, spilling the real rules of the test. Daichai had to use the bronze sword on the steel pillar and the steel sword on the iron one, so if you follow that logic, he had no way to slice the iron pillar at all. He lifts the wooden sword and points out that, rules or not, he still managed to cut them, so he argues there's no real issue. The examiner is crushed, and all he can do is admit he's not wrong. From far away, the swordsman Alan stares at the aftermath and tells the others, "The examiner's crying." Melissa grimaces, "Poor guy," while in the background the receptionist is visibly trembling, totally overwhelmed. While the swordsman stared from the testing area, Daichai's side of the booth was a mess. The guild receptionist fumed with sweat, gasping in disbelief. And then Daichai cut through the stunned silence, calm as anything, asking what came next. The examiner's roar crashed through the hall as he bellowed the verdict. Daichai's non-elemental magic was labeled as serrated. He stayed on his knees, shattered to the core, and the examiner couldn't wrap his head around how this monster was just C rank, fearing people would totally underestimate him. Yet Daikai looked satisfied, brushed it off like it was no big deal, and offered a calm thank you, which crushed the examiner even more as he realized his own B rank felt pointless while Daikai decided his next move. The guild receptionist snapped into panic and practically shoved Daikai forward, yelling that he needed to get registered as a C rank adventurer, like, right now. Moments later, he dropped onto the waiting area floor and fidgeted like crazy, trapped between silent Alicia and Melissa. His nerves shattered the moment Nike suddenly rocketed onto his lap, and the receptionist gasped as the cat started licking his face, while Melissa grinned and teased him about going totally weak at the knees, something he had to admit, mortified. Once the registration was locked in, she spun to Daichai and shoved a cool metallic tag into his hand, stamped with a bold C. She made it crystal clear. He was officially a C-rank mage now, and if he lost that tag, he'd be in big trouble. He grabbed the tag and muttered that this whole thing took way longer than he ever expected. Then a brutal growl ripped through his stomach and snapped Alicia's attention instantly. She clocked it was already past noon and pushed the handover to later. Then she turned to a blushing Melissa and asked, "Are you hungry too?" Her eyes brightened the moment she suggested they swing by a nearby shop run by her friend, and Daikai erupted with excitement as everyone agreed to grab lunch first before jumping back into things later that afternoon. While the market streets roared with life, merchants and shoppers filling the air with non-stop chatter as stall after stall overflowed with goods. Jammed between the crowds, Daikai, Alicia, and Melissa weave through the market, stuffing down whatever crazy street snacks they can get their hands on. While they dug in, Daichai said it felt great to eat on the go for change, and Melissa, mouth full, jolted into agreement, swearing she had to try every single thing. Then she blurted out they had one final stop before everything wrapped up, and Daichai, burning with curiosity, asked if it was her friend's place. Melissa pressed on and asked if her friend ran a street stall too, then she snapped, "No, not at all." Her friend was a church sister who helped run a stall for the local orphanage to raise funds, and with that kindness ringing in her mind, Melissa pointed straight at their destination. With their destination dead ahead, she burst into a wave and shouted a bright, happy hello to a girl named Fiona. Her call snapped a young woman in a dark nun's habit upright with a jolt of shock, her face hidden under bangs and the wimple, while someone nearby muttered, "Melissa?" as recognition hit. At the stall, the kids spotted Melissa right away, then one kid's voice dropped as he told her lunch was finished, leaving nothing but leftovers. Daichi glanced at the sister and asked if she was the girl they came to see, and Melissa confirmed, "My name is Fiona," even as she admitted her face was still hidden. Daichi leaned in, eyes sharp with curiosity. Melissa leans in close, pats his head and drops that leftovers fine. He freezes, stunned by how casually she says it, like she already has the answer. That sweet little gesture detonates a full-on riot of happy chaos. One kid blurts out, "When d big sis Melissa get a boyfriend?" And another squeals like it's Christmas. Daikai gets stuck in the middle, staring at the sparks of excitement like, "Come on, I don't even have a tail like her." Then the focus whips over to Sister Fiona and they start poking fun at her, telling her she got beat by Melissa and now she's got to try harder, until she's completely flustered. The playful interrogation keeps rolling as the kids close in on Fiona. One kid promising to help her forget Daichai while the rest fire off claims that he's been stringing her along or worse, cheating right beside the awkward guy, and Alicia peeks out shyly. When the chaos erupts, Sister Fiona drops into a deep bow and fires off a full apology for the kids' behavior, while Daichi waves it off like, "They're just kids," even as Alicia shoots him a sharp look and questions whether he's really holding it together. Then Melissa explodes on the spot, shouting that Daichi is not her boyfriend and that she'd never let herself get played, insisting he's only a guild customer. And the kids definitely heard every word. Then she proudly rolls out the group as those pesky orphanage brats, right away correcting herself to precious children, and the whole crew, Rick, Jack, Nina, and everyone else, bursts out with bright, cheerful hellos. She steps up and calls Daichai Mr. Asakura, a merchant and a guild favorite, then drops the bomb that Alicia is a B-rank mage, and the kids stare at her with pure, jaw-dropping amazement. A sudden, warm hug bursts out, shocking the sister into stillness. Then Melissa steps in and introduces her friend. "This is Sister Fiona," she says, "my childhood pal, now she's a priestess for the church." A sister bows with perfect manners and introduces herself, and Daichi shoots out his hand to shake it. Then, right as it starts, Alicia tugs hard on Fiona's sleeve, demanding, "Just call me Alicia." Both of her hands suddenly clamp around his. When Fiona yanks his grip, her wimple slips just enough to reveal more of her face and those eyes blaze like stars. Then she leans in with a desperate, honest plea, let her buy everything he has left. Daichai and Alicia are left absolutely speechless. He's still flustered because Sister Fiona drops a wild business bombshell. She grabs his hands and pleads right to his face, her own grip shaking with nerves, while Alicia watches from nearby, silently realizing that yet another heart just got hooked by the cyst. Right as everything snaps, Melissa yanks Fiona forward and screams Daichai's name, then blurts out that Fiona isn't cold or rude, she's just painfully shy. After her explosive outburst, Melissa yanks both Fiona and Alicia away and declares they're leaving. Daichai stays on his knees, glares after them, mutters that he has no clue what just happened, and warns them not to run back later crying to him. He snaps up, grabs Melissa's arm and yanks her to a stop, asking why she's trying to bolt when they're childhood friends. She lets out a heavy sigh and finally admits she messed up, dropping her guard without realizing it. Then she spills the truth about Fiona, being so unbearably adorable has made men swarm her since she was little, and that non-stop attention is what forged her crushing fear of them. Daichai freezes, stunned by the truth, and Melissa yanks him back by his hood, firing off that he should have said something sooner. Now that he finally has the whole story, she warns him, don't ever grab Fiona's hands again or pull the same stunt. He snaps around, eyes set like steel, and swears this new info is exactly why he has to go back, right now. He can't stand the thought of scaring her, so he promises he'll return and beg for her forgiveness with a real apology. After hearing his heartfelt plea, Melissa finally exhales and gives in, telling him she's trusting him now. Then right from behind a corner, Daichai urges her to believe in him, and Alicia quietly chimes in too, confirming her own trust. Right when it looks like everything's finally under control, a brutal, piercing scream tears through the quiet and snaps Daichai, Melissa, and Alicia into full-on high alert. A pack of thugs is tearing into the orphans right at their stall. Then one of them slams his hand on their table and snarls, demanding to know if Brad from an orphanage can run a business or even count a tan. Daichai's face instantly hardens and a grim scowl locks in as he takes it all in. He spots the kids in real trouble, then shoves straight through the crowd like a missile, refusing to hesitate as he charges in to help. As they push forward, he grumbles that he's run into more than his share of thugs lately, so many that Melissa sneers they've practically multiplied like cockroaches in the last few months. And Alicia, still clueless about the city's dark side, blurts out if people like this are really everywhere. The city's getting slammed with adventurers pouring in from nearby towns and cities, and most of them are desperate, struggling to scrape by, stuck in low ranks and dragging terrible reputations with them, the kind of crowd the city basically won't tolerate. His eyes narrow as he studies them from afar, and he immediately clocks it, cheap, beat-up gear that's barely holding together. Even with the fancy gear staring at them, he snaps his warning, don't drop your guard. He spots a few real mages and sharp adventurers mixed in with the rabble. Then he tells them the truth. Since he rolled into Karam, his link to Klaus from the trading company let him hunt through a mountain of top-tier weapons, and that constant edge has tuned his instincts like a blade. Daichai thinks about how he's already paid for being careless, then Melissa points at him and calls him a naive optimist. With a hard, serious glare, Daichai shoots back that he knows exactly what's on the line, and he's not dropping his guard for a second. He shot his attention back to his companion and told Nike he'd need him if things turned into a brawl. Then the little cat popped its head out of his hood like it was ready for trouble. She hoists Nike up like a promise, smirking because he's got the most dependable partner anyone could ask for, and the cat answers with a determined, ready-to-go cry. At the stall, one of the orphan boys erupts in a shout, says they're already closed and orders the thugs to hit the road. A big thug lunges with a roar, swearing he'll teach that mouthy little brat some respect for his elders. And the other thug just laughs darkly to himself, wondering who'd even notice if they grabbed and sold one or two more kids, especially since more keep crawling in every single day. Sister Fiona steps forward and dips her head so low it almost touches the ground, apologizing for the kids' rude behavior and begging the men to forgive them and let it end there. While I stare, and I can see the moment hits, hardening in my chest as the children behind her gawk in stunned silence. As he watched everything spiral out of control, one thug roared at a crying orphan to shut her up. Then his gaze snapped to another girl and he bragged she'd be worth a fortune, children screaming in panic while Sister Fiona fought tooth and nail to calm them down, insisting it was going to be okay. Then he snapped his focus to a new target, reaching right past the kids for Sister Fiona herself, while Melissa, watching from close by, snarled like a guard dog as Fiona's eyes bulged with terror. Fear hit, then before the thug's hand could land, Daiichi exploded into motion, seized the man's wrist and snapped it back with brutal force. The thug screamed in pain, but Daiichi flashed a calm, almost peaceful smile. "Take your hand back, I'm sorry for the scare." Sister Fiona just stood there, stunned. A sudden burst of violence shattered her calm, leaving her trembling and unable to speak. Tears poured down her face as her mind raced to catch up with what just happened. Alicia and Melissa watched from just a short distance, Melissa flashing a smug little grin while Alicia held back, far more reserved in her expression. He cinched his grip and growled, asking the thug if he wanted his arm ripped clean off. Then the thug, choking on agony, begged him to stop. Daiichi stared down at him with pure disgust, calling him pathetic to his face, seeing how he strutted like a badass around women and kids, only to crumble the second another man showed up and turn into a pathetic, bawling mess. When their buddy dropped, the other thugs erupted with threats, yelling that Daiichi better confess who he thinks he is because he'll pay for messing with them, and once they get the guards here he's the one who'll be crying, yet Daiichi just blinked, unimpressed. That common difference lit a fuse in the crowd. People stared him down with glaring menace, and he couldn't stop thinking, were they really serious about calling the guards? Suddenly, Melissa lunged forward, introduced herself as a Merchants Guild staff member and a witness, and snapped her finger at the lead thug, blasting that his man started the first strike, and the thug's face twisted with fury as he realized there was no easy way out. That witness declaration electrifies the crowd. One man shoves his finger at the thug, roars that he was the first to lay hands on Sister Fiona, and the rest of the onlookers instantly jump in, volunteering themselves as witnesses too. This loud act of defiance sends the thug leader into a rage. He bellows at the crowd and warns that when the guards finally show up, they'd better stay silent because he'll remember every single name and face he sees. He snaps his terrifying stare back to Melissa, leans in inches from her and sneers, asking what a little lady from the Merchants Guild is really doing, then presses for her name like it's the only answer that matters. Meanwhile, another thug, helmet and all, leans in and growls at Daiichi that he'd better free his partner right now, and he laughs like it's already over, certain they'll snag Daiichi's name the moment the guard shows up. Daiichi doesn't say a word. He shoves on harder, and a sickening snap cracks through the air as the thug's arm gives way and breaks. A man howls in brutal agony, and the helmeted thug turns to Daiichi, barking a warning about what'll happen when the guards finally show up. Daiichi freezes, because that scream basically proves his suspicion. These guys have a direct line inside the guard, and suddenly the whole situation gets a whole lot more dangerous and way more interesting. His face tightens into a vicious glare as he challenges the thugs. Do they really think they'll all still be in one piece by the time they reach Garderotte? His sudden, menacing threat freezes the thugs in their tracks. They gawk at him, totally lost, demanding to know what he even means if he's lost his mind, while the air around him crackles with deadly pressure. Watching the tension spike straight toward brutal violence, Fiona, shaking with fear, steps up and pleads with Daiichi, begging him to think twice and not blow everything up for the sake of the orphanage. He whips around to her and that terrifying aura just disappears. Then he flashes a reassuring wink and tells Miss Fiona, "I'm Daiichi Asakura." "You ignored her completely." Sister Fiona's fierce-card face begged Mr. Asakura to stop and wait until the guards showed up. Her desperate plea fell on deaf ears, and Daiichi stayed stone, still as she and the kids huddled together, shaking in fear, eyes bulging with pure dread. He stood his ground, and Melissa pushed him to wait, reminding him those thugs brag about their connections while she doubts how much muscle they really have. And then the kids screamed together, begging their big bro to listen to her sister, terrified he'd get hurt. He brushed off their swarm of pleas, just a quick turn of his head to catch Alicia's eyes. She held his gaze and flashed that calm, confident smile like, "I've got you." Backed by her support, he snapped his focus forward again, and with a grim certainty he realized the whole crowd had locked onto him, no one looking away. Daiichi's quiet watch got ripped apart as a thug surged in, teeth bared and fists flying, demanding to know what he'd been saying, calling him out for going suddenly silent like he was afraid. The young guy just pinched his nose, unimpressed as ever. "You stink," he snapped, and the thug plus his buddy froze, totally lost. That insult just hung there, and a few people in the crowd burst into chuckles, while Daichai kept going, bluntly musing out loud about that nasty smell he'd been clocking and asking the guy straight up if he ever bothered to wash himself. The thug didn't even have a comeback, he just stammered in stunned disbelief. His eyes narrowed with pure contempt. "That's the stench," he said, voice like steel. "A coward bullies women and children, then hides behind guards like they're his shield." Before those thugs could so much as blink, their faces contorted with rage as Daichai's hand erupted in crackling dark energy, screaming through the air like lightning. He snarled, voice raw with fury, "Don't fuck with me!" One thought burned through him, unshakable, protect the orphanage. In the packed market, a gang of thugs crowds Fiona, Melissa, Alicia, and the kids, faces contorted with rage as they bellow a brutal warning, "Don't even think about messing with them." The others freeze in terror, but Daichai Asakura just stands there, steady as stone, eyes locked forward, already focused on one thing, protecting the orphanage. With a snap of his fingers, he hurls a tiny object through the air. Wham! It smacks one thug's helmet, then ricochets with a brutal thud right into the next guy's face, leaving both of them frozen in stunned silence. Daichi rockets forward, then smashes his forehead into the man's face with a sickening whack right as the crowd sucks in a breath. Fiona and Alicia shout his name in panic, and even a nearby merchant blurts that an adventurer just headbutted a traitor. He staggers backward from the impact of his own strike, clutching his head and mumbling through the pain, while down below the thug of the day gets stomped by one of his totally baffled buddies, eyes bulging with pure shock. When Thug sees his guys buckling, he snarls for them to hold, screaming that he hasn't even given the go-ahead to attack yet, while his two subordinates wobble like they're about to fall, clutching their heads in a dizzy daze. Tai Kai shrugs him off, turns to the group, and snaps his knuckles like he's counting down. His eyes go sharp as he yells that it's payback time. The thug left standing instantly flinches, terror written all over his face. He streaks in like lightning and slams his fist into a thug's jaw. Boom! The hit whips the man airborne, and the rest of the crew crumples onto the cobblestones in one brutal heap. Rage surged through the leader as he yanked his sword free and screamed for his men to come at him. Then Daichai exploded forward, driving his fist straight into the guy's stomach with a brutal, bone-rattling slam. The leader gets blasted backward, spinning through the air upside down as his breath flees, then slams into the ground and collapses, shuddering hard, while Daichai looms over the defeated crowd, making it clear the danger is instantly wiped out. Suddenly, another man bursts in and swings his sword. Daichai dodges it in a blink. The attacker trips over his own momentum and crashes to the ground, and when he looks up, Daichai just tells him, cool as ice, to watch his feet. Right as he lifts his eyes, his new challenger's foot crashes down with a brutal kick. Boom! And the impact rips through the air. The masked man's knife clatters to the floor, and before he can even blink, Daichai slips right into his guard, grabs his arm, and shuts the attack down instantly. The masked adventurer barely fights back before he collapses to the ground, finished. Daichai standing over him, face still set, while the thugs he already took out slump unconscious nearby. He lets out a quiet breath, and the second the crowd goes wild and cheers, one guy yells that his display was freaking amazing. Sister Fiona and the kids let out a breath of relief as the townsfolk buzz with excitement, praising how it all turned out, then immediately start whispering, "Wait, who is that mystery young man?" He shuts out the crowd's questions and locks his eyes on Alicia, standing right there, while Nike pokes out from his hoodie collar, silently watching everything unfold. He whips around to face her with a warm grin and asks, "Were you worried about me?" And Alicia just shakes her head without a word. She locks eyes with total confidence and tells him straight up that not once did she doubt him, leaving Daichai so thrown off that it almost makes him blush. Just as their moment starts to bloom, a sudden rattling eruption snaps it in half. Then both of them whip around, staring at the chaos swelling through the crowd. The chaos swells as armored guards shove through the crowd, barking "Make way" and "Move out," until the onlookers finally have to clear a path. He watches the armed figures close in, stillness on his face as he quietly accepts their arrival. Their armor rattles through the marketplace square as it's littered with unconscious thugs, and the masked adventurer he just wiped out. Armored boots slammed over cobblestones as the city guards charged into the scene, their grim faces sweeping the wreckage. Then, just nearby, one of the fallen men groaned through the pain. The lead guard drops to one knee to check on his men, cursing the bloody mess. Then one of the conscious thugs gasps for air, staggers his arm, points at Daichai and screams that he attacked them with zero provocation. The young man stays dead silent, eyes locked as the accusation hits him like a punch, and beside him Alicia's worry keeps climbing. The guards drop the thug's story and lock onto Daichai. Right away the captain snaps that a little scrap between adventurers is one thing, but this has crossed the line, and another guard sneers that if he doesn't watch out this will end badly for him. Right before anyone can move, Sister Fiona shoves past H and throws herself between him and the guards, begging them to hold up, claiming he only helped them. Her sudden intervention slams into his focus and a blush creeps up his cheeks. While Fiona trembles, she refuses to back down, planting her feet with pure resolve. Her courage lights a spark in every orphan kid and the whole crowd explodes, yelling that she's right, that Daichai didn't do a thing wrong and that the thugs are the true villains. The kids' screams lit a fire under every single person watching, voices surged from every direction, backing the tale loud and clear. The thugs started it by hassling the sister and the clash was 100% deserved, turning the whole crowd into a roaring shield for the defenders. Riled up by the public outrage, a city guard blasts for silence and snaps that any answers will happen down at the station. The guard's shout rips Sister Fiona out of the moment, and she flinches hard as he roars at everyone who isn't involved to clear the area right now. Daichi lunges forward, his face tightening into pure steel, and snaps at the guard that there's no reason to bark at women and kids, calling him out for trying to intimidate them. The guard glares right back and spits out an insult under his breath. The mustached guard boss snaps his head to his subordinate and admits it. He doesn't know anything about the other three attackers, but the two who are awake, they're obviously guilty. Then he snaps a hard stare at Daichai and Daichai jolts like he's been caught. So the guard leader slams the point that this is why Daichai ends up siding with criminals, and that truth lights a fire under them, convincing them they can do whatever they want and escape. Just as the tense standoff is about to explode, a sharp new voice slices through the air. Then a young woman with cat-like features darts between Daichai and the guards and declares it's all a misunderstanding. Melissa steps up and introduces herself as the Melissa from the Commercial Guild, ready to be a witness for the whole event. Then she snaps with total conviction that the blame hits the adventurers, saying Daichai was only defending himself after they attacked the sister. Her testimony rips the crowd from doubt to action. One guy yells that they'll stand by her, and another swears he caught the thugs talking about kidnapping the kids. A flustered guard tries to shove them away, but the noise swells and swallows his order whole. The chaos snaps to silence the second a higher-ranking officer shows up and the guards freeze, faces tightening with panic as their stern commander steps in and scans the scene. He clears his throat and snaps every subordinate to attention, then the commander points straight at the injured thugs and barks his first order. Get me a mage who can heal them. He swept the crowd with sharp eyes, blasting his voice as he demanded water mages step in and rush emergency treatment until a real healer showed up. And then, from the crowd, a timid hand finally lifted. His gaze snapped to the source, a young sister from the church, and he demanded if she could help the injured men. She nodded with shaking nerves, saying she could, at least She barely had to explain. She only said she could probably stabilize them and keep them from dying. And the commander snapped into action, telling her to start right now, waving it off like those delicate injuries were no big deal at all. Once the medical crisis was handled, he snapped his intense gaze to the heart of the chaos and strode in. I'm Aaron, squad leader. He demanded to know what happened, and Melissa, still clutching Daichai's arm, burst into an explanation. They'd sprinted over the moment they heard adventurers were fighting, pointing straight at Daichai like he was the reason it all exploded. His eyes narrowed hard, zeroing in on Daichai, and he couldn't believe it. Was this kid really the one who took out his whole squad by himself? Alone for a beat, Daichi opened his mouth, then Melissa shot him a frantic look and demanded he show the squad leader his guild ID, and as soon as it clicked, Daichi started digging for it. Aaron handed over the identification, and the second his eyes locked on it, his whole face snapped rigid with disbelief, sweat poured down his brow, while Daichi just held his stunned gaze with icy calm. quietly asking who that man even was. Daiichi thrusts a document into the guard commander's hands, and the moment he spots the seal, his eyes go wide, because it's the real Merchant Guild identification. The commander freezes, then blurts out, "Wait, are you really a merchant, Daiichi?" Daiichi just grins and nods, confirming it without a doubt. Melissa, his companion, suddenly snaps into outrage. She grabs him and shouts, "Why are you flashing a merchant's pass when you've got a Mages Guild ID?" Daiichi fumbles, turning red as he blurts that he was told the Mages Guild isn't trusted around here. The commander listens, and recognition flashes across his face as he praises Daiichi's skill. Then Melissa leans in, points at the document, and demands he double-check the issue date. Right before anyone can stop him, Daiichi flashes a peace sign and coolly declares, "A Sakura here got registered today and I already got him certified as C rank," leaving everyone staring in dead silence. His words slam into the crowd like a shockwave, and suddenly every murmur swells around him as Melissa stands right beside him, both of them soaking up all the eyes. The guard commander takes in this fresh intel, shrugs like it's no shock at all for a C-rank mage to stir up trouble, and then erupts into a booming, hearty laugh. He whips around and yanks one of his subordinates by the collar, roaring at the terrified guard that they should count their blessings they're still breathing after daring to tangle with someone at that level. Meanwhile, another guard storms up to Daiichi and blurts out an apology, insisting it was the other side that started the violence. The commander watches the clash from afar and a cold certainty hits him. This isn't a rehearsal, it's the real fight, so with one last stare he turns and strides off. Stretched out on the cobblestones, he started piecing it all together, like some too-big-for-his-boots adventurer sparked the violence first and the kid only struck back. Then the commander grilled him for every detail of what really happened. He hauled himself upright, scanned the chaos, and grimly realized one thing. No matter how he looked at it, that boy was stronger than the 5 men he just wiped out. So he decided the smartest move was to back down because picking a fight was a really bad idea. Daiichi felt that sense of awe wash over him and it hit hard, so even within the city guards there are people with truly unbelievable character. Before long, his companions caught up and you could practically see the weight lift off their shoulders. Then he rushed to steady things, claiming his moves were only overboard self-defense and bragging that his water magic was nothing special. From a distance, Karina watched with a grin, relieved they finally seemed to get it. The guard commander strode up to them with a rigid, formal tone, saying they had to report in, and ordering Dai Kai and his whole party to come with him to the station. Melissa and Alicia's stomachs dropped the second his words landed, panic hit hard. They snatched a Daiichi, convinced that if they headed for the station the guards would flip their decision and slam the door on them. Seeing everyone fall apart, Daiichi blurted out reassurances fast, then slammed his connections into the open. His guardian was with the Asakura Guild, his patron tied to the Bertram Trading Company, and his other guardian belonged to the Kirsch Mages Guild. The moment it hit, Melissa was left completely speechless. As the group marched away, Karina stayed back and stared into the distance, her mind racing with the shock. Dai Kai was now a ward of the Bertram noble house, and he was tied to her own Kirsch family too. Trouble would spell disaster for their name, she worried. But then she told herself it was okay, he just had to go to the station. Still, she clenched her resolve and promised she'd handle this delicate mess with kid gloves. The guard commander watched them slip away and snapped to his subordinate, warning him in a voice full of concern as he muttered about how to deal with this tangled mess. Daiichi paused mid-motion, whipped his gaze back at the unconscious adventurers being dumped onto a cart, and for a split second he wondered if they could spill something useful. Then he shoved the thought away. He flashes the guard commander a confident grin, then tells him straight up, "I'm strong, yeah, but as long as you treat me the right way, nothing goes wrong." Right when it seems he can't go any further, he slaps down yet another document, and the commander's eyes blow wide with shock as he spots it. A letter of introduction from the head of the Bertram Trading Company, stamped and addressed to Lord Denali. He coolly lays it out that Lord Denali is the commander's employer, then requests that if they ever cross paths the commander delivers his apologies. A bead of sweat drips down the commander's face as his mind scrambles to make sense of everything. Then he finally blurts out, "Who is Daiichi really?" The young man only smiles back. Then he snaps back and makes it crystal clear. He didn't drag out all of this just to hide behind excuses for what he did. He whirled on his companions and laid out the plan. First they eat, then they handle that property business. And when he said he can't show his face at the church or the orphanage for now, Karina visibly flinched like the words hit her hard. He whips his gaze back to the commander, checking that this plan works, and the commander snaps back yes, reassuring him it's completely fine. Then he promises to keep the other adventurers locked up until Daichai's debriefing wraps. He fires off one last demand. Leave the sister and the kids at the orphanage alone, don't interrogate anyone until he's done talking. The commander gives in and admits he can handle that much. Then, with a small dip of his head, Daichi fires back a sincere thanks for his cooperation. With the trouble finally settled, he strides through town beside Alicia and his brain races, linking thugs to the kidnapping, then to those adventurers and even to the city guards. He watches Sister Fiona steady the kids with calm words, then he sees her soothe a little girl who's sobbing, and that's when a new thought hits him. He has to investigate something. Right as that thought hits, a lavish feast appears on the table in front of him, so sudden it shocks everyone watching. He grabs a rice ball, breaks into a warm smile, and tells them he's worried everyone's been struggling to eat, so he's hoping they'll come sit with him. The kids burst into cheers, practically bouncing as they demand to know if he really means it. One kid yells, "Big brother," with pure joy, shouting that he's so generous. As everyone digs in with full gusto, Karina swivels toward Melissa, who's grinning like she knows something, and fires off the question. "So, you bought all this food, right?" Later, Daichai finds himself standing outside a solid stone building, the local real estate office. Inside, Melissa leans in and hypes the place like crazy, while Daichi, Nike perched on his shoulder, gawks at how massive it is. She nods along, explaining the last owner had already ripped it apart and rebuilt it to the max. Alicia suddenly shows up and blurts out that the last owner's big request was simple: make the building rock solid. When Daichai asks why she's there, Melissa smirks and says Alicia was out running a job and just got back. He stares at the floor plan, convinced it lines up with every one of his needs, until doubt claws at him because nothing that perfect ever stays clean. Then Melissa drops the bomb. The building was built 3 years ago and it's been sitting empty for the past year. A year later, he pushes harder, demanding to know why the last owner only lasted 2 years. Melissa freezes for a second, then snaps, "Wait," and digs through the records, until moments later she triumphantly waves a document in the air and declares she finally found the answer. She launched into the backstory of the property, pointing at a towering, ornate portrait, and said the man in it was the 80-year-old fifth son of a viscount, an invited researcher at the Royal University who later became an associate professor of pharmacology. Daichai just stood there, trying to keep up as the guy's life sounded impossibly prestigious. While it all clicked in his head, he swung his focus to the building outside, dragging his hand along the solid stone wall. And damn, for a viscount's place, this thing was built like a fortress, stacked with top-notch materials and crafted by the best of the best. Every inch of the place screamed quality, from the solid workshop right beside the main house to the way it all felt built to last. And from the balcony, Melissa leaned over and confirmed his judgment. Melissa then dropped a game-changing clue about the ex-resident. He was the best magic tool craftsman in the whole town. That hit Daichai like lightning, snapping his attention wide open. "A craftsman," he said, eyes locked in, "and I have to be sure." She called across the yard and asked if he was into magic tools, and Daichi lit up, basically shouting that he was totally into them. His mind sprinted through a storm of possibilities, because his rare gift didn't let him invent from nothing, it let him mash modern tech with this world's stuff. And the moment he caught that gap, he knew getting the know-how of a magic tool craftsman would be priceless. Right then, Melissa snapped back the detail that Alicia also wanted to be a magic tool craftsman, so she told him to talk to her about it someday and flicked her hand, motioning him to follow her inside. She guided him through the huge, open interior, pointing out that a shop this big could swallow supplies and everyday goods with ease, just like Sikura's place, and Daichai nodded along without hesitation. Their tour finally stopped at this one door, and Melissa swore it led straight to the workshop. With a glowing object in hand that threw a tiny circle of light, Daichai stepped forward and pointed out how pitch black everything was. Then, with one touch, the door groaned and swung open. The moment the door yanked open, a blinding flash of light blasted the darkness away, and Melissa gasped as Daichi went stone still, glowing under that fierce beam. "What happened?" she blurted, whipping around to him, panic sharp in her voice. He watches Melissa light up and point at the glowing lantern, straight up asking if it's something they can sell. Then blurts out that he's wondering if any magic tools were left behind, and Melissa explains that the last owner probably grabbed every valuable thing before heading to the capital, leaving only what got yanked off the fixtures. Then he asks if he can tweak things through the guild, and Melissa lights up and tells him, "Yeah, you totally can." She drags him toward a massive stone warehouse, and that mysterious lantern keeps glowing softly over a wooden barrel. He peeks around and mutters that the space feels a bit cramped, but Melissa snaps back that it's totally big enough for the shot. She flashes a confident wink and says, "Don't worry, since you won't need a workshop, take this whole space and fill it with storage." He lays out his plan and goes, "I'm turning this workshop into the main shop." If he pulls it off, he says they won't need that huge warehouse anymore. Melissa just sits with the idea, weighing every word. Then he lets it slip. He's got an item box, so a physical warehouse becomes totally pointless, and Melissa's shock snaps straight into a clear, instant understanding. After he checks the ground floor, he urges them to head upstairs to scope out the second floor, and she agrees without hesitation. She strides into the fully furnished room, grinning like she owns the place, and announces their arrival with pure cheer. Pointing straight at the doors, she smugly declares the balcony view is the best part, and Daichai just stares on, awestruck. He burst onto the second-floor balcony and froze. There on the balcony across the way were two familiar faces, Melissa and the young girl, Alicia. As he blurted out Alicia's name in pure surprise, the door behind her swung open and out stepped an elderly woman, staring at them with wide curiosity like she'd been caught mid-mystery. And she, too, realized who she was looking. Alicia's great-grandmother leaned in and spoke straight to him, saying she'd heard someone was shopping for the neighboring house. She just never thought it would be someone like him. He smiled as it all clicked into place, like fate had just nudged him, and yeah, the coincidence was way too wild to ignore. Then his great-grandmother cut straight to it, asking him point-blank if he really planned to buy the property. She kept talking, saying that the house had been sitting empty for a while, and if you go in to renovate, you're likely to stir up noise and bring a whole lot of trouble to them. Daichi just grinned, waved back like a friendly highlight of the day, and told her he couldn't wait to become her neighbor. Her granddaughter's face lit up like fireworks, and Alicia clasped her hands tight, grinning, saying she felt it too, because this new bond in this brand new life was just getting started. With a bright, cheerful grin, Melissa pops up a finger like, "Wait, here's what we do next," and then she dives right in. "All right then." Meanwhile, Kai slaps his signature on the document with exhausted resignation, eyes shut tight. Then he lets out a silent sigh because even in this whole new world, the paperwork is still a damn nightmare. Once he's done, Melissa snatches the form and checks it over, and from the floor Daichai calls out, asking if everything's perfect. She nods, tells him their next stops are the orphanage and the church, and he immediately agrees. She tweaks the plan on the spot, tells him she's in, and argues they should hit the guard station first. Daichai looks up at her and blurts out his thanks, then says he'll go with her. He blurts out he needs to make one thing clear. Since he was the only one summoned, he can't expect Melissa to do everything for him. Then Melissa immediately snaps, forcefully shuts him down, and refuses. She leans in with fierce conviction and tells him, "Sure, only a Sakura was called to the battle, but I went with him because I had to prove who I am." And with that, she makes it crystal clear. She's not letting herself stay out of his business. Her mind spins out of control, her eyes darting like crazy, because suddenly it clicks. This isn't random, there's a hidden meaning in all of it, and the deeper connection she's been stressing about is finally real. She snaps back to the moment, grinning, and lifts her hand. "All right, I get it," she declares. "From now on, I'm officially going with you." Daichai exhales in relief and nods, saying he'll be in her care. He breaks down his game plan right as they're headed for the guard station. He tells them to hit the Merchants Guild first and push for permission to travel together. Because if the guild knows they're coming, it's like having insurance in case trouble erupts with the guards. The moment Melissa hears his plan, she snaps up straight away, fully understanding. "Let's head back to the guild right now," she declares. Daichai's caught off guard, hand flying to his mouth as he tries to stop himself because visiting the orphanage and the church has to come first. He sits at the table while Melissa leans in to confirm they've changed the plans, and she pushes hard, making it clear that hitting their other destination first is the right call, because even the platoon leader got it, so the guard station can wait. and he nods right along. As they lock in their decision, a sharp voice snaps from the doorway, round glasses and all. An elderly woman beckons someone and barks, "Mum." Her eyes lock in and she shoots them an invitation. Nike and the rest in close. "Come inside," she says, "let's have some tea." Daiichi freezes at the sudden invitation, but Melissa shoots him a knowing wink and pushes him to say yes. Then, in private, she makes it crystal clear the guild always comes first. He tails the woman alongside Melissa, leaning in to whisper that she's gotta be Celia Heartland, the town's biggest name, only for Melissa to snap back and correct him in a heartbeat. She tells him straight up that the woman is one of the country's top 5 magic tool artisans, and Dai Kai would be wildly better off the moment he can call her an acquaintance. Melissa not blurts it out with a jolt of certainty. This really is Alicia's great-grandmother, the same woman who runs the shop right next door. With this new understanding, he grins and gladly accepts the woman's hospitality. The moment they roll up to the woman's establishment, Melissa drops her head in respect and Daichi watches her like a hawk, thinking, straight up, how sharp and coldly calculating she is. The door swings open and there's Alicia, all smiles. She greets Daichi by name. Daichi grins and says he came for tea, claiming the monk told him all about her. The elderly woman shushes Alicia, saying she shouldn't worry their guests, but Melissa, totally flustered, snaps that she's not grandma. As everyone crowded around the table, Daichi leaned in and asked about the house. Right then, Alicia's great-grandmother smiled and said she'd just signed the contract, then told him to ask anything he wanted. She slid him a cup of tea and Daichi sagged in his seat. Then he took it with a quick, grateful thank you. Moments later, a huge platter of fresh-baked pastries hit the table, and they urged everyone to talk it out right there while they ate. The sweet mountain they brought had Alyssa and Alicia snapping into pure delight, gasping like kids on a holiday, while their host grinned and urged them to go wild, insisting there was more than enough for everyone. Daichi took a bite of the cookie and grinned, saying this place was exactly what he needed, sturdy, roomy, and right on the mark. His comment snapped the old artisan's eyes into a grave stare. She said a workshop that expects explosions needs something solid, not just some flimsy setup that a simple merchant would settle for, and Daichi whirled back, stunned, wondering if she really meant that. With a proud grin, she bragged that her underground workshop was absolutely magnificent, then promised that next time she'll build it even tougher, still buried underground. That shock jolted Daichi straight upright, and he snapped, voice ringing out as he demanded answers about the underground workshop. Her great-grandmother nodded instantly, then leaned in and revealed the truth. Her secret techniques were forged and passed down right in that very workshop. Her hand clenched into a fist as she stared at Daichi's unblinking, razor-focused silence. Then she blurted, "What's wrong?" while Melissa and Nike watched, totally baffled. He eagerly pushes them to recheck the blueprints, and Melissa nods fast, claiming she might have scribbled something important on them. With a bold flourish, the architectural plans burst across the table, laid out for everyone to see. They crowd around the table and tear into the document, and he demands to know where the workshop is. Then Melissa spots a huge underfloor storage space in the kitchen. A finger slides across the page, then taps down hard on the exact spot they're looking for. Alicia's great-grandmother points it out and says, "That's the right place," revealing a hidden staircase that drops straight into the underground workshop. While Melissa looks totally lost at the plan mismatch, Daichi's face turns grim as he imagines a secret lab owned by some noble pharmacist. Daichi's eyes sharpen as he demands to know whether the Merchants Guild did an on-site inspection. Melissa nods and says the rules insist on it, with the owner there in person. Alicia chimes in that the original owner is stuck in the capital, and Daichi presses harder. Are the staff and the person in charge of the branch still here on site? Alicia confirms they are, both of them. Armed with this new info, he vows to make the two responsible parties face accountability, and Melissa practically bursts with excitement, agreeing on the spot. Before they can move, the great-grandmother calmly cuts in, swirls her tea, and drops the truth. She's the one who had that hidden staircase built, no room for doubt. Then she offers to lead them herself to verify it because Daichi built it, and that means the guild staff will be here any moment. Alicia whips around to her great-grandmother, stunned, and demands to know if she truly built that secret staircase, only for the old woman to smile and confirm it, saying the meeting was a roaring success. Melissa can't stop buzzing about the coming inspection, and while the great-grandmother calmly sips her tea, Daichi stays stone-faced and silent. Then Alicia turns toward him and tentatively starts to speak. Alicia Flower tilts her head at the great-grandmother and asks whether the house's old owner was a pharmacist. She nods and says he came from a noble family. Daichai's face tightens the moment the truth hits, visibly shaken by what he's just heard. So Alicia blurts, wondering if that secret workshop was used to cook up shady drugs or if it's just a polished upgrade of some old hidden lab. He grimaces like a swarm of sketchy pharmacists and alchemists is crawling through his head, dead sure these shady types are always up to secret schemes, and he figures that if they even knew about the hidden staircase, then they had to be the ones who built it. His thoughts snap into action as he scribbles his priorities on scraps of paper: underground workshop, orphanage, church, guard post, then decides the first thing he has to check is the workshop's condition. As he's shuffling through the notes, Melissa swoops in and taps his shoulder, calling out how bizarre his order is. She tells him the guard post is usually the final stop, then stares like, "Why are you firing off all these requests at once?" That makes Alicia snap to the same weird detail too. Then Melissa leans in, grabs the reins, and declares she'll go straight to the guard post herself. And the moment she says it, Daichai and Alicia both start protesting at once. She gets ready to leave and tells them, for now, head back to the guild and summon the one in charge. Daichi watches her walk off and calls out a warm goodbye. Just before she slips out, she whips around and leans in close to Daikai while he sips his tea, then demands to know what he was really doing while she was gone at the Merchants Guild. He looks up and tells her he wants her by his side for a quick trip to Asakura. Her help would be priceless. Then he leans in and admits that before they hit the guard post, he's got one thing to check, and he plans to use that time to get the info he needs from her. Her tough facade melts into a knowing smile and she leans in like she's got the answer. She asks what he wants to know, hinting she can give him exactly what he's after. Daichai stares down at his hands, weighing her offer. The moment the conversation kicked off, the whole town suddenly felt like the culprit. Locals were whispering that disappearances and kidnappings had been happening way too often. Daichi nodded and said he'd heard the same thing, then pointed out the kidnappings of kids from the local orphanage were skyrocketing. Hearing that, the old merchant peered at him over her spectacles, and the moment her gaze sharpened, she demanded, dead serious, why he was asking about matters like that. After the chaos that morning, she said there was yet another blow-up, adventurers showing up and causing a scene, and that's when she caught wind of something that screamed trouble. She told me she'd overheard a creepy man mutter that with so many already disappearing, kidnapping and selling one or two more would slip right under the radar. Then he kept marching straight toward the orphanage. Shaiichi weighed every word, eyes drifting like he was already somewhere else, and he thought, if they're only bluffing, fine, but what if they're not? Because the thought kept clawing at him. These people might really be running the kidnappings, ripping children from their homes and selling them off. Then he made his stance crystal clear. It didn't matter if they knew nothing that could prove the pharmacist was innocent. His investigation was the only thing that mattered. The old merchant leaned in, eyes sharp, and demanded to know if the kid's drive was powered by justice. He softly rubbed Nike's head and shot down the whole noble intentions thing, straight up admitting it was only for his own comfort. He scooped up the little cat and a warm smile lit up his face as he told his plain, honest dream. He just wanted a calm, comfortable life right here in this town. After he wrapped up his explanation, the old merchant studied every word, and then she smiled, because she didn't hate his selfish motive one bit. If anything, she found that blunt, honest reason way more believable. Once she'd made up her mind, she offered to spill every last thing she knew, and Daichi snapped it up gratefully, while the merchant warned that if she was going to borrow the Lord's words, she'd better go all in. As they talked, Alicia kept a soft, calm look on her face, and inside she decided something important. Since she'd be here in this town for a while, she wanted it to become a place where her grandmother could finally live in comfort. Melissa didn't waste time. Practical thoughts hit her hard. With a ghost lurking around, there was no point ignoring the one chance to turn it to their advantage. He caught himself nodding along with Melissa's take, and yeah, He didn't hate that style of thinking either, so he wheeled back to the old merchant and straight up asked her to teach him everything she knew, even as his nerves fought him over her bold, in-your-face honesty. A wave of silent understanding hit them both and their eyes snapped locked, like a brand new deal just sealed itself. Melissa shattered the quiet with a cheerful grin, saying she'd head to the Merchants Guild just to pass the time, until the old merchant cut in and told her to use the errand runners from Alicia's tailor shop instead, and Alicia immediately agreed. The moment Melissa heard that suggestion, it lit up her like a spark. An enormous, cat-like grin bloomed across her face. Her playful smile vanished in a blink. She snapped her gaze to Alicia, set a cup down hard on the table, and made it crystal clear that everything they just discussed was strictly not for repeating. Daichai heard the stern warning and froze for a split second, then he swallowed hard and nodded, quietly promising he understood. It kicks off with the brutal truth of their case. Over the last year, kidnappings and disappearances have skyrocketed, missing kids are piling up, especially from the local orphanage, and the whole horror is nailed down by one mud-stained child's shoe left abandoned in a puddle. Alicia's face turns grim as she confirms it. Back then, incidents like this were way rarer. Melissa tightens the grim report and it hits harder than anyone expected. It's not just orphans disappearing. During the same stretch of time, kids from regular families and even adults start vanishing in shocking, growing numbers. With her fingers steepled and her eyes locked on the details, the old merchant leans in and links the clues. Because the spike in disappearances hits the exact same time the streets fill up with more wandering adventurers. Around the table, someone snaps, "You got it?" and then warns them, the real problem is about to hit and it's going to change everything. Melissa storms in with the bombshell and she swears that most of these vagrant adventures are actually people from our own town, our kingdom. Daichai's eyes blow wide with pure disbelief. She calmly doubles down on her words, and while Daichai's still reeling from the shock, he blurts out, "So what exactly is the town art kingdom?" Melissa drops a bombshell. She says the town's Art Kingdom soldiers are backing these vagrants, and her words hit harder as she insists there's no way the kingdom's military isn't wrapped up in it when so many of their own are doing this. He whirls on the old merchant, furious for answers. Where did this insane info come from? She just takes a calm sip from her cup and drops a two-word bomb, the nightly order. The answer hits him like a punch. He's completely stunned. He surges forward, voice shaking with disbelief, and demands to know how she could possibly pull off getting that kind of sensitive intel from the nightly order. He leans in as the old merchant spills the truth about where she got it from. Then the moment she says, "About 10 days ago," Daichi's eyes sharpen, because the Beltram nightly order had already dumped a bunch of thieves into their hands for investigation, and she's naming the exact crew. She drops the full truth. She secretly cooked up a confession drug herself and fed it to the thieves. Trade after trade, she sold that brutal concoction to get hard-hitting intel, and just last night she even snagged a fresh extra supply. He locks eyes on her, stunned that her methods even exist, and starts grilling her like, "Is the vice commander of the nightly order really the one who came to buy the drug?" Then he demands to know exactly what gives her the right to operate. Just as the old merchant opens his mouth, Melissa swoops in and lays out the whole hierarchy: vice commander, a top-tier officer. She adds that confession drugs are officially banned, but everyone there treats it like an open secret, and with zero doubt she tells him he'll convince that vice commander to buy the forbidden stuff. The old merchant keeps right on with her story, saying she'd been tracking 5 people, and after she slipped her drug to them the night before, all 5 were knocked out cold, completely helpless, and she makes it painfully clear. This isn't something the public is ever supposed to know. He takes a slow drink, grimace on his face, and starts lining up the disturbing new info. Is mine. The intelligence they've gathered paints a grim, chilling picture. Over the past year, disappearances have skyrocketed, hitting vagrants, adults, and even children, and it all kicked off the moment adventurers from the Talanar Kingdom started rolling in. Then the truth landed hard. The thieves they captured were actually soldiers from that same kingdom. The ending hits like a wall, there's no dodging it. So the Talnart Kingdom's army is likely right in the middle of those kidnappings. He snaps his gaze away, grimly sure the town's about as peaceful as a storm, and the old merchant just shakes her head, utterly drained. This situation is a full-blown disaster. His face tightens. No way can he pretend this is nothing. Because the Knightly Order is the group tied to the drug, he'll use his power as the local lord and push a formal request straight to them. He slumps back into his chair with a breath of relief, like, finally, he's nailed down one solid, reassuring detail, and Melissa watches him closely and demands, "Wait, what do you mean?" He glances up at the ornate chandelier and admits what's been eating at him. He's been scared that the house he just bought is somehow linked to those recent disappearances, because owning a place like that feels downright unsettling. He snaps his fingers and fires off a theory. Now that the suspicious pharmacist is gone, the kidnappings must have started cooling down, while Melissa, clutching a tiny vial, nods and admits she'd been worried too. She digs into her worry, saying the timing smells fishy, like the moment that property goes empty, the disappearances start going wild. That thought throws him into a full-blown panic. He flails his hands, begging Melissa to stop tossing around those ominous ideas, but she doesn't blink, just presses, "So what are you planning to do now?" At that exact moment, Alicia tore her eyes from the window and announced, loud and urgent, that the Merchant Guild's representative had just arrived. Her announcement hits them like lightning. Daichi clenches his fist, fired up with pure resolve, while Melissa's eyes blaze as she swears the person she's pointing to is the one behind every last problem plaguing the property. He stands rock steady, jaw clenched with resolve, with Melissa, Alicia, and that old merchant right behind him. Then he declares the wait is over. This is the one he's been hunting, and he's ready to fight for the peaceful life they all deserve. In a fancy, well-lit room, Melissa beams and offers to make the introductions. Then Richard, a stern Merchants Guild property manager, steps forward with his partner, Edward, the man currently handling the property, and Daichi watches, stunned, because all the crucial people connected to the house are finally gathered in one place. Richard blurts that the moment he heard the name Cecilia, he bolted over, scribbled everything down in a letter, and then he leans in, demanding to know if what's written in it is actually true. This question jolts Daichi into replaying every detail, the hidden basement on the property, how it ties to the rising pile of missing people, and the kicker. The Bertram Trading Company guy who sold him the place has vanished too. With that memory hitting him, determination hardens across his face. The letter also spilled that Cecilia wasn't just some name. It belonged to the wife of the first blacksmith guildmaster, a powerful woman tied to the second magic guildmaster, and the moment that name hit the page, you could feel the whole place ignite with shock. He stares at that twisted web of connections, jaw tight, and grimly fears it might be a social death sentence. Meanwhile, the old merchant whips around to Alicia and tells her they have no choice now. They've got to verify the map's truth. Richard admits there might have been a mistake, but Daichi just quietly nods, like he totally gets how Richard feels about it. Then the old merchant leans straight into Alicia's face and confirms it. There really is an underground workshop. He swears she saw it with her own eyes, even helped build the walls as a favor when the house was put up, and he can't understand why they're dragging her into this again. She leans in and starts telling it from the moment they were building the neighboring house. Back then, they asked her to craft a special wall for a magic tool, one that couldn't be seen through at all. She's cornered by the former guild master, and he demands, without mercy, that she tell him if the Bon who built the underground workshop is still around, staring her down until she looks painfully starved. Daichi snaps back that he had zero clue about any underground workshop or hidden staircase. This is the first time he's hearing about it, and Farrell never mentioned a word. Melissa then remembers Farrell, the former nobleman and pharmacist. The ex-guild master corners the old merchant and demands to know if she heard about it from the carpenters during the land survey. She hesitates, then finally admits she caught a rumor. She breaks the silence and admits it straight. Once she knew Cecilia was in it, she couldn't force herself to question anything, especially when even the carpenters kept their mouths shut. When the talk goes nowhere, the ex-guild master decides to go straight to the site for a real inspection, and Daichi blurts out, "You mean outside the little hide, right?" Instead, the old merchant hustles everyone up a staircase inside the house and tells them the workshop on the first floor is right up ahead. As soon as Daichi steps into the room, he jabs a finger at one exact spot in the wooden floor, declares this is it, and taps the boards like he's found the answer. He stares around like there's nothing at all. Then Melissa looks too, and all she sees is a plain wooden floor. The old merchant finally snaps him into focus, telling him that the staircase she built to hide everything wasn't supposed to be discovered so easily, and then she flat out says that no matter how you slice it, Cecilia has her share of blame in all of this. She orders him to pour his magic straight into the floor, and Daichi's eyes light up. He can feel something magical working beneath the wood. He drops to his knees, slams his palm down, and gets ready to fuel it with his power. He poured his magic into the floorboards, and with a sharp crack, the wood twisted and shifted under his grip. The ground started to quake, and then a hidden trapdoor yanked itself open, shoving darkness aside to reveal a sinister passage below. The whole crew leaned in toward the fresh new opening, and Daichi fired the first words, pointing out the hidden structure tucked inside the staircase. He stared in awe because sure, he'd heard there was a hidden staircase, but he'd never seen one pop out just by pouring magic into the floor, and the whole mechanism was nothing like anything he'd ever faced. Everyone else froze, staring with wide-open eyes, utterly stunned by the impossible thing right in front of them. At last, the Viscount's son snapped the silence and confirmed the rumors were real. Then the old merchant didn't waste a second. He headed straight for the stairs, ready to descend. Daichi snapped to a stop and grabbed her, yelling at her to wait, warning that no one had any clue what kind of danger was waiting down there, and that they'd better move with extreme caution. She glanced over her shoulder with a soft, fragile smile and asked why he cared so much, then told him he was a good young man, nothing like the monster people claimed had torn her family apart. His face hardened with iron resolve. He declared he'd break first, then ordered the others to trail right behind him without falling back. With that, he charged down the stone steps into the dark, and their footsteps thundered through the tight passage as Alicia and the old merchant followed right behind. He charged down those steep, narrow steps, lantern lifted high, slicing through the choking darkness of the hidden passage. Right behind him, the others pressed in tight, their footsteps thumping softly as they plunged deeper into the earth. Daichi reached the bottom, scanned the tiny chamber, and said there was nothing to be found. Then the Viscount's son jabbed toward the far end, where the wall looked strange, and demanded to know what it was. The path just slammed to a stop at a solid brick wall, like the world dared him to turn back, and then a dull thud cracked the silence as something hit it hard. Rage flared in the Viscount's son. He slammed his foot into the wall and snapped at the old merchant, screaming that if she had no memory of it, why the heck had she built a wall in the first place? He kept tearing into the old woman, demanding answers. Why build a wall and then swear it was enchanted? He even admitted he'd ordered the whole underground workshop to be soundproofed and deodorized with enchantment magic, and that truth hit Daichi like a punch. He finally understood enchantment magic in a far darker way. Daichi's words hit a nerve like a thunderclap, and he snapped back with a furious shout, accusing the man of crossing the line, because he still couldn't wrap his head around it. The Viscount's son had ordered the workshop sealed tight, so not a single sound or vibration could escape. As the two men went at it, Alicia Flower snapped toward her great-grandmother, her voice trembling with frantic disbelief. She demanded to know how that old woman could possibly take a job that reeked of suspicion. Her anger cracked and concern rushed in, so she asked her great-grandmother what kind of magic had been sealed into that wall, then calmly told her to hold up for just a moment. She snapped toward the wall and told him she was about to do something just like her great-grandmother's spell, then grimaced and admitted she'd always been clumsy with it. Still, she steadied herself, focused hard, and pressed her palm flat to the cold brick, trying to feel the enchantment's pull. As she finished her analysis, the ex-guildmaster strode forward and backed up every single one of her findings, then praised her effort while ripping the enchantment apart, calling it barely functional junk. He laid out the mess step by step. A vibration-proof layer slapped across the whole wall, soundproofing layered over that, and last, deodorizing agent dabbed on with a damp cloth. Daichi just stood there hearing every flaw click into place, and realizing how complicated the job really was. Even if the execution was trash. After the expert's brutal critique, Alicia swallowed her pride, bowed her head, and apologized quietly, cheeks burning with embarrassment. Seichai snapped his gaze to the former guild master and demanded a straight answer. Was this wall really standing the last time his great-grandmother saw the workshop? The old man swore it hadn't, insisting it only never existed right after he finished his own work on the building. He leans in, lays it all out toward the brickwork, and makes it clear, beyond this structure there's another wall, one he enchanted himself. Daichi pressed his hand to the false wall and figured the real original wall sat about 5 meters deeper. Then it hit him hard. This wasn't just a trick, it was a reinforcement. a second wall built right in front of the first. His mind sprinted through every detail, the workshop, that weird empty gap, and the original wall behind it, and then it hit him like a punch. He gasped as the truth clicked. It wasn't just space, it was a hidden room. That chilling idea snapped him around to face his crew, and their expressions instantly broke into shock as they finally caught up to the conclusion he didn't even have to say, while Alicia just wore a sly, faint smirk like she'd been clocking it from the start. Meanwhile, the former guild master jammed his hand into the bricks and grumbled about that crew job. Then a cracked spider web shot out from his palm. With a brutal string of crunching impacts, the whole wall section caved in at once, swallowing itself inward and tearing open a pitch-dark, empty void beyond it, sending the old man stumbling back, stunned by the wall's sudden collapse. A hand shoved a blazing lantern forward, slicing through dust and shadow until the entrance of that newly discovered passage lit up in full view. He hoists a magical lantern overhead, and its blazing light slices through the darkness of this brand new passage. Then his eyes go wide as him and his friends stare into what's beyond, and the young man can barely stammer, "What is this?" The lantern's light cuts through a grim, tight corridor of prison cells, and the air feels thick enough to choke. In one cell on the cold stone floor, a plain bowl sits empty, left behind by a tiny meal, like a silent warning of someone who just got taken. With his eyes locked on the cells, the old merchant mutters that the Viscount's son must have been running some twisted experiments in here, while Daichai, still trying to catch up, can only gawk in disbelief. He whips around to Melissa, demanding what she thinks is going on, and she grimaces like it's just some warehouse. Then Alicia's voice shakes as she steps in and snaps back, dead certain, it's a prison. Prison. Elsewhere, the Viscount's son, Farrell, gapes in terror, demanding to know why a place like this even exists here, while a dark-haired woman beside him hides her face and sobs, swearing she doesn't know why she feels like she should. The old merchant strides up to one of the cells, her face tightening as she studies the bar door's simple yet unbreakable lock, and she goes stone-cold quiet, no words, just a sharp mind racing over every detail. She spins back to the group and slams her findings down. The lock isn't some ancient relic, it's brand new, likely built within the last year, and as Melissa sniffs the air, she swears she can catch that faint wolfkin scent, meaning wolfkin were here just about 2 weeks ago. Gazing up at the merchant, Alicia snaps that they should get the guards right now, and Daichai, still on his knees, nods with full conviction as he studies the dirt up close. This is way too big for them to handle alone. The old merchant weighs it all, then glares toward the passage exit with a grim face, thinking that with things like this going down, bringing in the knights could be the smarter move than relying on the city guard. Once the call gets made, Farrell's calm snaps like glass. He freezes with a blank stare, sweat pouring down his face, while the woman beside him shakes violently, clutching her head in sheer, gut-wrenching terror. He flinched when the old merchant poked a finger at him and snapped that he had to report their discovery to the knights, and the man could only choke out a yes, stammering while sweat poured down his face. She yanked him up by the collar, her voice razor-low and shaking with fury, telling them wasn't enough, she had to make it stick. She ordered that the knights come back with him, then drilled him with one hard question. Did he really understand how deadly this situation was? Right before the man could even answer, a young boy snapped that he'd take care of it, then bolted down the street to get the authorities. Daichi stared after him, worry flickering across his face, wondering if the kid would really be okay on his own. As the messenger vanished into thin air, another guy in their group started shaking so hard he couldn't even stand still. Melissa flicked him a sideways look, face twisted with pure annoyance and disbelief at how badly he crumbled. Her eyes snapped to the trembling man, and the old merchant stepped right up, challenging him straight in the face, her voice razor-sharp as she demanded whether he really thought he could run from shouldering all of this by himself. Beneath that ruthless stare, he broke into a cold sweat, and when Melissa smirked and mocked him as a grandma's boy, she complained that his terrified reaction wasn't funny at all, because she'd been counting on his miserable expression to kill the time until the knights finally came. Daichai stared at the spiraling mess and realized this was beyond what he ever expected. Knights were in the mix now, and the investigation was about to slip straight out of his control. With everything getting this serious, it felt like his sharp wolfkin sense of smell was suddenly useless. Then, right through the tense air, he flashed a sudden, cheerful grin and spun to the others, insisting they all head back upstairs for tea, just a quick breather before the authorities finally showed up, and that awful mystery kept getting worse. History hangs in the air as Daichai rushes to set up the tea party, small pot on the table, cups lined up just right, then grins warmly at Melissa, Alicia, and Richard as they crowd in. From the sidelines, Alicia's great-grandmother gasps at the news like he even kept a whole tea set tucked in his item box. Then she snaps, "All right, everyone pause right now, time for tea." With a dramatic flourish, Daichai yanks a box open and reveals the main event, an enormous, ornate strawberry-topped cake, then proudly declares it his homeland's newest sweet. Melissa and Alicia lock onto it, eyes blazing wide with pure wonder. They lean in, totally hooked. Alicia blurts out, glowing with excitement, "It's a cake!" while Melissa stares in awe at its pure white glow and cloud-soft, fluffy texture. Karina, right there for the moment, throws up a huge thumbs up and practically buzzes with excitement, saying this kind of sweet treat is a rare delicacy here, known to only a lucky handful, and she can't wait to bite into it. Daichi quickly shifts his focus to Richard, grinning as he warmly invites him to join in too, and the stoic man just averts his gaze, giving a soft, unsure nod like he's fighting the urge to refuse. Melissa doesn't hesitate. She drives the fork into the soft cake and raises it straight to her gaping mouth for the very first bite. One bite hits like a lightning strike, instant joy floods her, her eyes squeezing shut as she savors the flavor, then she declares with zero doubt, "That's delicious." Alicia takes a bite and instantly her face lights up with pure bliss. She whispers that she's had cake before, but this one is on a whole other level. Seeing their bright, happy reactions, Daichai's whole face lights up with joy. He's thrilled they're loving the gift he brought them. In the background, Richard can't help it either. Even he flashes a small, satisfied smile. Alicia's great-grandmother caught him and gently scolded him, pointing out that he'd been out with a cute young girl for 5 straight days, something he'd never done before, and warning him to watch every word so nothing could get twisted or misunderstood. She shot him a sideways look and asked if he was just being sweet to some young, cute girl. Then he snapped, insisting it had nothing to do with that. While they talked, Alicia kept tearing into her cake, cheeks puffing as she devoured every sweet bite. For a split second, he toyed with the idea of being sweet to a young, cute woman, but then Melissa's face flashed in his mind, and that thought got shut down instantly. He quickly snapped back to the old woman that this wasn't about being sweet to a young girl. Right then, Alicia paused mid-bite nearby and whipped her head around like she just caught his denial. Daichai's great-grandmother leaned back and warned him that trying to sell cakes and cookies on a street this packed would spark pure chaos. She could already see him getting mobbed by a hungry crowd. He nodded, saying that was exactly why he was holding back for now. Because even with those visions of even fancier confections swarming through his head, he still refused to move. Meanwhile, his friends dug into the cake like it was heaven. Melissa smiled as she ate, Karina stayed calm, and Alicia looked miles away, so Daichai leaned in and quietly warned that he didn't want any misunderstandings. Then he shifted his focus, winked, and pointed at Alicia with a grin so bright it practically sparkled, declaring she was the real cutie all along. That direct compliment hit her like a sudden punch. She snapped her eyes upward, fork still stuck midair near her lips while a deep blush erupted across her face. She stayed totally flustered, cheeks blazing red as she chomped her food, while Daichi grinned and devoured his cake with pure joy. Right next to them, Melissa shamelessly enjoyed her own treat with a playful little lick. As they kept eating, Daichai jabbed a finger at another dessert and told everyone he'd try the white one next. And just like that, Alicia's great-grandmother announced she was going for the yellow, while Melissa instantly nodded along. When Daichi's eyes locked onto the sweetest treats, his great-grandmother snapped a warning. "Too much sugar," she said, "poisons the body." Daichi brushed it off like it was nothing, laughing that if he felt sick he'd just make medicine, and that was the moment she finally scolded him to quit his unhealthy habits. She kept up the teasing, dragging out the fear that if he collapsed, Alicia would be crushed with sadness, until the great-grandmother snapped, making it clear her worry was for Alicia, not him. That hit Melissa like a spark. She slammed both hands on the table and demanded cake for Daichai. The old woman just waved her off and told her to butt out. Daiichi watched Melissa hiss at the old woman and the frustration hit him hard. Just moments ago she was about to break into tears, but now she was perfectly ready to dump her responsibilities on someone else. She told me she'd found a property, but if it wasn't run right they could seize it as evidence, and she'd be damned if that happened. That news slammed into Alicia like a punch. She froze on the spot, eyes wide with shock. After a beat of stunned silence, she slowly lifted her teacup and took a careful, thoughtful sip. Melissa kept going, groaning that she truly believed the place was already paid for since the landlord had disappeared. Then she snapped to the point. If that wasn't true, they'd have to tear up the plan and hunt down a new property. The great-grandmother smirked and said she'd finally found the playmate she'd been craving. Then Melissa, bright as ever, asked for a refill, and Alicia just slammed her head on the table in total despair. All that chaos left Daiichi spinning. He just stared at the empty bowl as the sick truth hit him. Had everyone really forgotten what they'd witnessed? Over on the other side, the Viscount's son, Farrell, clutched his head like it was splitting, agony written all over his face. Yet Daiichi still forced a wide, bright smile like nothing was wrong. As the whole group huddles in tense silence outside the disputed property, Alicia keeps sipping her drink, eyes blazing wide, locked on the scene like it's about to explode. Her calm watch gets smashed by the clang of armor on cobblestone, and a night warrior barrels in at full speed, saying the nightly order has arrived. So Daiichi snaps his head up in alarm. Their great-grandmother snaps in pure frustration, yelling that they showed up way too early, then jabs her finger at Melissa and roars that she hasn't even finished her cake yet. Ignoring the culinary complaint, Farrell shot Daiichi a grim look and said he was heading down to the first floor to greet the nightly order. Then Daiichi nodded and soberly agreed to go with him. Right by the stone entrance, a heavily armored boot crashes onto the ground, and the thud alone screams that the order's leaders have arrived. A young man in a white cloak strides forward and introduces himself as squad leader Bradley of the Hazel Grand Knights, then blurts that he left something out. So Melissa presses him about Viscountess Cecilia, and their great-grandmother leans in, hanging on every word. He leans in and calmly explains that thanks to her recognized talent and alchemy, Cecilia just got crowned as a viscountess for one whole generation, even though she was a commoner from day one, and Daiichi's jaw drops at the news. Relief crashes over the great-grandmother as she admits she was terrified Farrell had sent people to chase them off. Then she snaps her trust onto Bradley and turns, urging Daiichi and Melissa down a stone staircase. As they drop deeper, a massive stone slab spins into place behind them, slamming shut with a thunderous thud that rattles the whole passage. On the far side of that sealed entrance, squad leader Bradley is planted in a dim corridor with two of his men, both faces swallowed by helmet and hood. He drags a hand to his chin, eyes locked forward, like he's piecing the whole nightmare together but won't give a single clue. He slips away with a sharp rustle of his cloak, and as Daiichi watches him disappear, he mutters that it's starting to feel a bit too warm. Then he pushes that they should have headed for the garrison the day after tomorrow. Melissa snaps back instantly. His timing is way too convenient. Leaning in close, she points out the timing is way too suspicious. Now the knights are snooping right where they stand, and he blurts out that they should bolt to the garrison, but she snaps back that there's no way that's happening. As Daiichi stammers, Melissa admits that dragging their departure out doesn't help, but the whole situation reeks of something off. Alicia jumps in, saying maybe squad leader Bradley can write them a formal note. Melissa immediately lights up at the idea. Their talk gets yanked to a halt when the great-grandmother storms in. She says she was told point-blank not to let them escape. Melissa whistles at Cecilia Sima's sharp foresight, and Daiichi just freezes, staring in stunned, silent confusion. Sweat breaks out as his mind spirals, scrambling to lock down the orphanage and church plans for tomorrow, while Melissa watches, saying he finally gets what matters and that he should have been more worried about his own situation. Daiichi bristles and insists he understood it all along. She puffs her chest with fearless confidence, insists she's totally fine, and then admits, since she's the junior on this assignment, that she's only been in charge of the property for the past 2 weeks. As she keeps talking, she drops the bombshell. About 2 weeks ago, someone got caught lurking around the premises, and she even overheard the knights trading whispers about it. Now she's convinced the military has stepped in. Her voice turns playful as she teases Daiichi, asking why Fiona has him so hooked. Like, is this love at first sight? Daichai jolts, then snaps back, shouting, "Why would you bring that up out of nowhere?" Melissa hears her great-grandmother sigh that it's gotta be love at first sight, because those young men are just hopeless. And Melissa can't help but wonder how anyone can fall for someone that fast. Then Daichai, all fired up, snaps back that most young men aren't that dumb. As he protests, Alicia whips around and pins him in place with a fierce, unblinking stare. As the talk drags on, the old merchant shuts down every wild rumor and then drops the real bombshell. The missing numbers have skyrocketed over the past year, maybe tied to the underground. And right when Daichai thinks it can't get worse, she adds that adventurers have been flooding in too, and his face tightens with pure stress. With a grim nod, he slots in the one detail that changes everything. Half the victims are kids pulled from the orphanage. He says this is exactly why he's been hunting for clues at the church, because it's packed with every kind of person, and that makes it the perfect spot to gather intelligence. The old merchant rubs her chin and it hits her he's already made his move. She realizes his love for Fiona was just a handy cover, and Daichi confirms it with that cold, steely stare. It was all for his own convenience. Right then, Alicia blurts out his name and snaps that he runs off doing things solo without checking with anyone. That's why people tease him. While she's talking, Daichi creeps in the background and plants a tiny listening device. Then Alicia, voice soft, tosses out a quick apology. Melissa leans in close to Daichai, her eyes flaring, and cuts him off before he can say more. She tells him that sure, she gets his motives, but pressing Fiona directly is a no-go, and Daichai just stands there, totally baffled, demanding to know why. Before she can even open her mouth, the old merchant slams in the key detail. Those disappearances blew up a year ago, but the pattern had been creeping up for 2 or 3 years before that. Then she fires the question, was Cecilia already in town back then? The timeline snaps into focus for Melissa, and she whips around, jabbing her finger at a stunned Daichai, barking that this proves he should have asked Fiona about what was going on before she even showed up in town over a year ago. He blurts out stammering excuses, suddenly rattled, saying it's too touchy to talk about, and then he admits Fiona is his childhood friend, the one who left this very town with her parents when she was just 10. His calm snaps like glass the moment he waves everything off, choking down pure embarrassment, insisting it's brutal to grill a childhood friend about something so grim, and Melissa just watches his frantic panic like it's the most fascinating thing she's ever seen. A knight strides up and blurts out an apology, insisting he never meant to eavesdrop, but then admits it turned out to be a perfect chance because he just happened to catch everything. He even shows off a tiny listening device, swearing it's only for testing, not spying, and offers to send someone from the courthouse to walk with Daichai, like that could be the move that actually helps. Daichi jumps at the offer on the spot, saying he's got questions for the guards anyway and would love the company. Though the knight looks a little stunned by the sudden excitement, he still nods and agrees. The knight nods like it's a done deal. He's confirming it all and swears he'll come with Daichai to the orphanage and the church the very next day. Daichi locks in the plan for tomorrow too, but a quiet shock hits him, because this twist was never supposed to happen. Daichai can't stop cringing at the thought of teaming up with that handsome knight. It feels like straight-up punishment to him, while his buddies look like they just hit the jackpot. After a brutal, sleepless investigation, the knight man apologizes for stealing their time, then admits he couldn't find a single thing, so whatever they were hunting, it's still gone. Their search finally paid off when they spotted a hidden door, tucked behind crates and barrels inside a first-floor warehouse. Cecilia blurts out that this whole complicated mechanism is actually a genius hidden passage, slipping straight to the basement without a soul noticing. While everyone else missed it, Richard and the former guildmaster kept their eyes on the shadows, watching the hidden door get uncovered at last. Later that night, Bradley slips in to report to a mysterious group, tells them his men were watching the area and presses, "Did you catch anything suspicious about Cecilia?" Then orders, "Report anything you remember." He tells Daichai that the house's owner was a guy named Asakura, and since there's a real chance something criminal happened here, they're locking the place down and handing it over to the night management for now. Bai Kai blurts out how long is this arrangement supposed to last, and admits he doesn't know what went down in the basement, but he refuses to feel safe staying there. He keeps talking about how uneasy he feels, like even if he knew every detail of what happened, he still couldn't live there with a clear conscience. Bradley listens with a small, calm smile. Suddenly, a slick-haired man with a goatee Klaus barrels in and snaps to Daichi, calling him a Sakura-sama, then declares he'll set up a brand new property for him right away, with the Merchants Guild footing the bill for his lodging until it's ready. Daichi freezes, asking if he gets to pick the inn himself, and Klaus nods, saying the Merchants Guild will take care of everything. With her glasses catching the light, the old merchant taps Daichi's shoulder and tells him, "Don't stress." She explains that since he's new to the city, they'll hook him up with the best lodging they can, no expense spared, just to make things easier. With a fierce, determined look, Lao steals their resolve and promises, "Of course, I'll make sure we prepare the finest room for you." The old merchant tells Daichi this will be a huge help, then urges him to stay the night at their inn, and she slips in that once their room's sorted, she wants to invite him and Alicia over for a meal. Daichi glances away and realizes what she's really aiming for. He whips around to the old merchant and tells her with a sharp regret that he has to refuse, he can't take the offer. He says he's already tied up with something he promised to attend. The merchant's face falls, and then Alicia steps out from behind her, staring up at Dake with wide eyes. Alicia stared at the ground, her face dripping with disappointment, and under her breath she muttered, "Oh really?" After turning down the dinner invite, Daichi just stands there by himself, face set, eyes distant, like he's carrying a whole storm inside. Spotting his opening, Klaus pivots to the old merchant and pitches the idea. Since they're already building new facilities for Alicia, why not all sit down for dinner and hash everything out? But the merchant looks worn to the bone, already thinking about how much more he'll be forced to arrange. He steps in politely and tells them he really appreciates the offer, but he's already got his private room booked for dinner right where he's staying. And the moment Alicia hears it, her face drops as her hopes crumble. Right then, Melissa beams and declares that Mr. Asakura is staying at the Kumleaf. Klaus and the old merchant freeze in surprise, because Klaus knows that name is a top-tier place, way beyond the bargain hotel he'd pictured. He stared at the massive building and realized, yep, this was a full-blown luxury inn, the kind he didn't know he was allowed to enter, and with Guild, the head of the merchants, just introducing it moments ago, yeah, he couldn't shake the worry that maybe this place wasn't meant for him. Realizing it, Klaus whips around, barks Edward's name, and orders him run to the Calm Leaf right now and lock in a private dinner reservation, cost be damned. Edward freezes for a second, then scrambles to agree. Then he whips around to face Daichi and makes a huge vow. Turns out the Merchants Guild will foot every single lodging bill at the Calm Leaf, covering even every expense that's racked up so far. She dies, and right after that, she thanks him for the kindness. Then Melissa strides forward like it's business as usual, confirming she'll keep acting as his liaison for any problems, and with a cheeky wink, she tells him to call her if he ever needs a girlfriend. Her bold move instantly chills her to the core, and panic rips through her thoughts. Sure, finding a place might be one thing, but offering herself up as a sacrifice is a whole other nightmare. Laos smiles as he pats her shoulder, telling her that she and Mr. Asakura clearly click, praising her as an excellent employee and saying he's got full confidence in handing everything over to her. When he gives the order, Melissa slams her hand down hard and declares, "If I finish this job without a single problem, I'm demanding a special reward." Laos, grinning like he's in on the joke, signs on to her terms and swears he'll earn a promotion if she pulls it off, while Edward beside him mutters that this whole thing sounds like a straight-up dirty job. Elsewhere, Daichi catches the commotion and can't stop staring at that intense talk happening right before the night squad. Then Edward starts pounding the table, shoving a written pledge into everyone's hands and barking that it needs a signature right now, and Klaus, no hesitation, agrees. Daichi just stands there completely dumbfounded. Right when his thoughts start to spin, squad leader Bradley snaps his head around, grins at him, and asks if he should call for him. Bradley says he was just settling the last blow and asks Daichi if he's been stuck waiting. Edward cuts in right away, promising Daichi he'll keep everything he saw locked away. He shrugs it all off, saying the night's filthy business isn't his problem, and adding that if someone as sharp as Daichi steps in, it'll only turn into a bigger headache. Daichi's jaw drops at his brutal honesty. Meanwhile, a burst of energy erupts from Melissa as she declares, "I'm ready to go." And right beside her, Alicia, looking a bit overwhelmed, nods along, confirming she'll be going with her. Back with the escort party, Bradley snaps that it's time, everyone's heading to the guard station now. Daiichi clutches Nike tight, warning him to stay focused, but unease keeps crawling up his spine as he studies these bizarre new companions. Edward looks on, baffled because Daiichi still doesn't seem to get what's really going on. In the heart of the city, a towering stone fortress looms, cold, intimidating, and acting as the town's main guard station. Inside, Daichi, Alicia, and Melissa sit before a hard-faced official, a guard captain whose razor-sharp stare pins them in place. Alicia flicks her eyes over the fancy space, and with a sharp little comment, she calls out how oddly comfy this interrogation room really is. With his arms crossed, the guard captain snaps at her, cutting her off fast. This isn't an interrogation room at all, it's just the reception area. That statement throws Daichi for a loop. He blurts out, "Why bring us here?" But the captain snaps back that he'd better stop playing dumb. The captain's thoughts snap back to the time Dai Kai shoved a letter of introduction into his hands, stamped for the Lord. In a quick flashback, Klaus leans in and tells Daichi, "Yeah, I wrote the letter." Daichi lights up. He'd asked for it just to dodge the hassle, treating it like nothing more than a simple formality. Back in the present, the guard leader strides up to his captain and demands answers. Why are they even trying to grab those two from that past incident? He calls it straight up impossible. The guard captain glares like he's ready to explode, baffled that they even tried to grab those people with that much force, and Daiichi just stands there, totally stunned and lost. The captain straightened his story, insisting those two from his past weren't his subordinates at all, he just happened to be around them. Daiichi didn't budge. He demanded the captain rein in his own squad, no excuses. He kept firing questions about why they were being hauled in and treated like scum, and Daichi snapped back that the captain's own defiant stance was reason enough to fight back. Then the captain, blazing with fury, shouted that this was a mockery and demanded the guards stop their insolence. Even after his outburst, the captain snapped into control, then held out a gloved hand and insisted he'd brought them here to keep them safe. And if they wanted his protection, he offered his help. Daichi coolly shot a question, was this offer secretly a loan? And the captain's face lit up just a bit, like he'd been praying Daichi would read it that way. With a tired exhale, Daichi shut the whole idea down. If a loan can't be made, then chasing it is pointless, right? He called their messy overlap a total coincidence and told everyone to drop it. The tense standoff finally cracked as the group was ushered into a lavish room, where a towering ceiling loomed over them and an ornate chandelier blazed at the top. Inside, Alicia Flower got called out to her face. Right away, they demanded to know if she was the successor the proud Heartland family had been bragging about. With a small, humble bow, she admitted she was still only an apprentice and had a lot left to learn. Then the guard captain's expression twisted in stunned disbelief. At that exact moment, Guard Commander Aaron strode up to him and said it was time to go, and the flustered captain blurted out a rushed apology for holding them up. With the heavy door thudding shut behind the guards, Alicia snapped her head toward Daichi and demanded answers, what just happened and why he'd really locked them up. Daichi held his tongue for one brutal second, then the door slammed in their faces. He spun to his companions and laid it out fast. This was a reception room, and he'd already struck a deal with the guards on how to deal with criminals. Meanwhile, the captain kept apologizing to his commander, swearing he'd do anything he could, and Aaron just nodded it off. If things went bad, he'd take the fall and handle it himself. He slammed his fist to the floor and thundered at the guard captain, demanding to know what Boyd was thinking and why he'd just hand over criminals to the support division. Commander Aaron tried to cut in, insisting Boyd calm down and explain himself. He kept going, jabbing an accusatory finger at Daichi, yelling that he was humiliating the guards and that Daichi would pay for it, while Daichi and his crew just stared, totally lost, wondering if the commander was aiming his rant right at them. Fury spiked through Iren's chest. He clenched his fist and roared, demanding to know who gave Daichi permission to speak. Klaus clocked that the commander was livid but coolly shrugged and decided it wasn't his business. Right when the showdown was about to ignite, the guard captain stumbled, crashed backward with a brutal thud, and Aaron froze, still clutching a tiny pouch, as Boyd went tumbling to the floor. As he crashed backward, the captain whirled and jabbed a finger at Aaron, screaming that he'd be hauled straight to the chopping block for this. Dai Kai and the others stared, completely stunned, trying to understand what on earth had gotten into him. In a busy commerce hall, Klaus faced Captain Boy head-on and swore loud and clear that Daichi's crew weren't the criminals. He pointed to Stone's report like it was proof in hand, showing the other side was the one to blame, and then he flat out refused to swallow the accusation. Commander Aaron dug into his own lead and cornered a guard, grilling him about why the report was written in his name. Only for the guard to swear he didn't draft the incident report, he just tacked on a few lines to the patrol off. Now the whole crew was packed into an office with Daichai, Alicia, Melissa, and Klaus perched on a couch, while Commander Aaron and the guard stood face to face in front of them, and the tension in the air was so thick it felt like it could snap. The guard captain paced, muttering that he got it, admitting Stone might have blown past his authority because locking up assault victims just didn't make sense. Aaron leaned in, eyes sharp, and challenged the captain on why he'd even called them victims. With iron resolve, he doubled down on his conclusion. Then the captain snapped that the brutally injured guy had been left behind with no medical help at all. His eyes turned sharp as he stared at Cell, and Klaus's face went pale in disbelief, because no way they were really going to toss that kind of criminal to the support division. He leans in with a razor-sharp stare and snaps, "Why would a brand new suspect pop up right after I took the original criminals into custody?" Klaus Dab's sharp question slices through the air and tension ripples through the room. Klaus Dab's sweat drips as Daichai, Melissa, and Alicia stare with wide-eyed worry, while the guard commander and his men freeze like statues. The guard captain whips around to Klaus and barks, "What are you planning to do?" Klaus, all flustered, snaps that they need to grab Daichai's crew and drag them straight to an interrogation room, right now. Aaron, the guard commander, just stares in stunned disbelief, demanding what exactly Klaus expects him to explain. Just as everyone is about to move on Klaus's order, Aaron jumps in and takes the moment. He says the general commander already gave him the green light to use this exact room, and if they need it, he'll run the investigation right here, but then he drops the real catch. He ends his speech with a razor-sharp glare at the guard captain, and the captain's face twists. He can't argue with someone backed by higher authority, so he grimly admits he has no choice. With both commanders squaring off, Daichi watches from the sidelines, eyes narrowed and mind racing, because suddenly he starts seeing the whole war click into place. After locking down the venue for the investigation, Aaron whips his focus back to the guard captain and fires off an accusation. He says the captain's acting way too unreasonable and that he's just cashing in on the guards' failures, Stone and River. He keeps going, spilling what he's sure is the captain's real motive, set him up by pretending he helped a crew of top-tier adventurers, then cooking the report to make it look like a lie. Aaron just stares because this twist blows past anything he ever expected. As the accusation crashes into the air, Daichai can't stop replaying the chaos unfolding before him, realizing, yeah, this is one spectacle you don't look away from. Aaron snaps around and points straight at him, slicing the moment in half. Then the guard commander barks questions. What crime is Daichai being arrested for and what proof do they have? Daichai just stares back, totally blindsided. He stood there in silence as guard commander Aaron, calm as stone but sharp as a blade, invited him to spill the truth about the crime, while the guard captain beside Daikai went visibly wide-eyed at that blunt question. The guard captain's face twisted with rage as he snapped into a speech, saying the report claimed that a brawl broke out on Hain Street and Daichai's crew had attacked defenseless adventurers all on their own with brutal force. He kept pressing his point, claiming he'd written the report himself after double-checking everything with two of his men who were right there, and he swore there was no mistake at all, while Klaus just stood off to the side, watching. Right as the captain wrapped up, GAR Commander Aaron, calm as ever, leaned in and told him straight he needed to get better at reading people, then declared he'd be the one to take charge of the case. Then he snatched a thick file off the table, said it was his report on the incident, and dove straight into its contents. Aaron slammed the document onto the table and said it was stitched together from interviews with the three people right there, Lord Asakura as the victim, and Lady Melissa and Lady Alicia as the witnesses. The word exploded into the guard captain like a punch, and his eyes went wide as he froze in disbelief, stammering out victims, unable to understand what just hit him. Aaron's voice stayed steady as he confirmed it. These five weren't just suspects, they were the victims. Then he started laying out his findings, and with every sentence he slammed the truth down. The five adventurers were actually the perpetrators. After what happened on Suhin Street, his report made it crystal clear. All 5 of them were officially registered adventurers with a guild in the Talner Kingdom. The conclusion was brutal. These creeps had slipped into the orphanage-run stalls and pushed Sister Fiona to commit crimes. And as the words hit the air, the nun crumpled in tears while 2 of those terrifying adventurers stood over her. As soon as word of the official report hit the streets, a city guard blared the findings to everyone. And the townsfolk snapped with rage when they learned those 5 adventurers already had a long line of complaints filed against them. Meanwhile, Guard Commander Aaron kept pressing his case on the disbelieving guard captain, laying out every detail. How that bunch of fools started it by picking a fight with Daicha while he was just shopping, using it as the perfect excuse to launch their attack. The guard captain, seething behind a mask of frustration, demanded to know how Aaron could be so sure. Then he snapped that these opponents were just 5 adventurers, which meant they must have ambushed Daichai when no one saw it coming. From his seat, Daichai shot him a calm look and corrected him. This wasn't some sudden ambush, he said. He'd intentionally played it like the 5 of them were the ones who started the fight. The guard captain slammed his fist on the table and roared that it was nonsense. How could just 2 people take on 5 adventurers with 3 B and 2 C ranks and walk away unscathed? Daichai didn't argue, he just shoved his guild card right across the table. Then he fired back, "Is the captain a mage too? You should get it." But the captain was still boiling, snapping that he couldn't buy it since Daichai was only C rank, and just then Melissa calmly raised her hand and asked if she could jump in. Guard Commander Aaron kept his cool, then flicked his hand and motioned for her to move forward. With every eye glued to her, Melissa fired off a stunning declaration. Daichai's power was so on par with an A-rank mage that it didn't even need arguing. Every head in the room snapped still, total silence. Guard Captain Commander Aaron, Klaus, and Alicia locked eyes, their faces split between stunned shock and heavy, grinding thought. Melissa leaned in and pressed her case with the stunned guard captain, firing off a question: was he really familiar with the Mage Guild's Alan's test officer? Then she nailed it. Alan was the most trusted user of tribute-less magic in the whole city. He stared there stunned while Melissa kept talking. She made it sound simple. Daichai Sakura had already crushed Alan, then signed up for a mage guild that same day, and in his exam he'd fully overpowered the Burank mage himself. The guard captain could only sputter, and as those words hit, "What did you just say?" Things had gotten wildly complicated fast. Daichai tried to explain it to Alicia, but she just smiled like she could feel his kindness in every word. The captain reeled, stammering that this was the first time he'd heard a word of any of it, while Klaus, broke with disappointment, admitted that with things like this, the way it turned out was locked in no matter how hard anyone protested. While the captain grappled with the shock of the news, Guard Commander Aaron strode forward and shoved a stack of documents into his hands, saying they had witnesses and proof, and then he snapped, asking what the captain thought his disbelief was really trying to suggest. Disbelief ignited into pure fury, so the captain slammed his fist onto the table and screamed at his subordinates, demanding to know what the hell they thought they were doing. He faced the captain's fury with a steady explanation, and Aaron flat-out admitted that another squad had sniffed out how convenient it all felt. He couldn't believe the adventurers would have struck first with no real reason. He kept going, saying he'd even bought the adventurer's story that he was gravely wounded. Then he hit us with even more proof, the kind that made it impossible to ignore. He broke down how they'd hit the scene with zero time to size things up or scout anything, because their only mission was to tear over to the adventurers and pull the injured out fast. The captain pounced on it, voice sharp as a blade, twisting Aaron's words and shouting that he'd swallowed the witnesses' stories hook, line, and sinker, then tried to slam Asakura in cuffs as the culprit. He hammered home the detail. The adventurers had only gotten lightly hurt and already slipped away, while Aaron's own men were obsessed with arresting someone who was temporarily out cold. His commander weighed the sharper jab, silently admitting the captain had a point. But then he snapped his gaze up from those papers, and a full-on counterargument started to rise as he spoke. He snaps his focus to the 2 city guards, voice cutting low and sharp. Does it really mean they forgot what he said at the scene of the incident? He reminds them that just like the other adventurers, they'd been staring to him for help. And the guard captain watches the whole grilling unfold with a grim, hardened face. One guard sits there, sweating buckets with his eyes shut, saying nothing, while the other stammers that he knows nothing at all, like panic's driving his mouth. The guard gets cornered again, dragged into more questions about why he's even there when he and his partner were meant to be off on break. He stammers that they were just grabbing lunch from a food stall. His partner suddenly remembers it, and when he starts talking, Daichai can't help but listen from afar. Right before those mercenaries showed up, one of them joked about luring an orphan just to sell them. Melissa ducks behind cover and hisses to Dai Kai and Alicia that this has to link to the city's kidnapping spree. Then she dares to wonder if the guards are actually behind it. Back in the interrogation room, the mustached guard yells that he knows nothing, swears he's telling the truth, and refuses to budge, until the guard captain snaps, rage exploding in his eyes, and wham asterisk, a roaring punch lands clean on the guard's face. Guard Commander Aaron grabs his superior's arm and snaps at him to calm down, but the enraged captain glares hard at the two shaking men and orders them to brace for brutal questioning, while the other guard, now sobbing, whispers that he only followed what he was told. A tense standoff shatters as a calm voice slices through the air. Then a young man in a white cloak steps forward and swings a silver pendant, asking if he can join the interrogation. The guard captain snaps the uniform into focus, sputtering that he's from the Night Order, and squad leader Bradley steps in to confirm it, then declares he's taking full control of what happens next. He lets his calm gaze snap onto the two terrified guards, then tells them straight up, the night unit is hunting the kidnapping cases and they'll be dragged into custody tomorrow. He stands his ground like he's made of stone as the guard captain demands to know if he plans to work through the night. Then Aaron steps in, barking that the info has to be in by tonight, and the squad leader just shrugs it off, saying tomorrow morning will do. Once it's sorted, he snaps his focus to Daichai and Melissa, tells them they might get questioned later, but for now they're free to go. Melissa blinks, clearly thrown off by being singled out like that. Shaiichi freezes for a beat, eyes hard with focus, then fires off one ruthless question: where are the adventurers they've captured? His question slams into Guard Commander Aaron like a surprise punch, and Aaron whips around with a jolt of sharp worry on his face. The guard captain won't meet their eyes, sweat trails down his temple as he whispers, finally confessing he's the one who let them go. That admission detonates rage in Aaron's chest. He grabs the captain by the uniform and screams at him to whip up wanted posters right now. Daichai's group dashes away from the chaos at the guard post, and he lets out a heavy sigh about how drained he is. Melissa nods too, saying their visit had to happen, but it also poked the kind of problems they don't need inside. Daichai can only agree. He and Alicia watch Melissa stride up, announce she's heading back to the guild to file her report, then swivel toward them and fire a question about what they're planning to do next. Daichai grins and pitches a hotel dinner, buzzing with the promise of a calm, classy night. Alicia lights up with a happy gasp, while Melissa follows behind with a clearly unimpressed scowl. During a training session one day, Daichi gets blindsided by Karina's sharp strike, and his eyes go huge with shock. This session turns brutal, wooden swords smash together like thunder as he desperately blocks Karina's non-stop onslaught, sweat pouring while panic takes over his face. That strike lands with brutal force and he stumbles back hard. Then Karina, perfectly calm, casually tells him that ever since they rolled into Kafna, she's been drilling him in basic swordplay every single morning. She slumps on the ground, utterly drained, and snaps that his sword skills still miss the mark. Yet she admits, grudgingly, that with his non-elemental magic and those one-of-a-kind skills, maybe his blade work doesn't have to be flawless. Frustration hit like a wave. Daichai slammed his fists into the ground and swore he'd find a way to make Karina finally admit defeat, while Jeffrey in the back shrugged and told the others it'll be a piece of cake. She rounds up his companions and lays out the move: pin her to the wall first, then drive a sharp jab straight into her chin, while Karina, catching it all, watches with her irritation sparking higher by the second. Frida drills the move on Jeffrey, snapping a clean strike to his chin while Daichai watches closely, making sure the hit lands exactly where it should. From afar, Nike sizes up the plan while the cat mutters that the technique might work, but it's way too fragile and it would take forever to get her in the yield. A simpler, rougher way is the only thing that'll hit hard enough. The very next day, the contest flips on its head. Daichai, now in a baseball uniform, rockets forward and points at the scoreboard, crowing that he's won their practice match with a killer strikeout. Karina, dressed as a catcher and gripping her mitt, just stares in total shock, unable to even process it. Then Daichai drops the real twist. The winner is whoever grabs the most limited edition jewels, and yep, the uniform itself is the prize. She jabs at Karina and barks that she better shower him with praise and coddle him for that victory. Then Karina snaps right back, saying he's getting too full of himself and he's absolutely terrible at stuff like this. His fantasy competition ended in a brutal loss. 8-4, Karina wiped the floor with him, and he just froze, staring at her status like it was unreal. Not only S-rank sword skills and adventure levels, but S-rank skills for creation and throwing too, with fire and wind attributes stacked on top, and yeah, you can only break down in pure shock. He slammed his fist down in pure frustration. Then Karina, from across the imaginary field, snapped that he should have checked her status first, and that it was time to start the real training. The very next day, he marched right up to Karina, gripping a box in his hands, and announced that today's contest would be a shogi showdown, while she stared back, completely thrown off. He leaned in and told her, face blazing, that the board games from his homeland were way more brutal and tangled than anything she'd ever played. Then he lifted a game piece like it was proof. To his shock, Karina agreed, and you could tell she was completely flustered by the ornate, old-school robes he insisted she wear for the big occasion. He swore it was all about getting into the right fighting spirit, convinced this time he'd finally win for sure. But nope, another crushing victory landed on Karina's side, leaving him totally stunned. Stunned, speechless, he sat there, then she calmly asked why he never told her this world had board games like theirs. Rage kept building in him, and the very next day he stormed up in a chef's uniform and yelled that their next battle would be a cooking duel. She let out a weary sigh, still giving a tired "yeah, sure," and Daichai, packed with confidence, vowed he'd win this time by flexing modern science in his cooking, with Jeffrey stepping in as the judge. The showdown kicked off with Daichai's dish, a jaw-dropping spiny lobster, and when Karina and Jeffrey took one bite, their faces lit up with pure shock at how delicious it was. Thinking he'd finally sealed the win, Daichai threw a victory celebration like he couldn't lose. Next, Karina rolled up and unveiled her masterpiece, a huge sandwich stuffed with meat, crisp veggies, and melted cheese, all packed inside bread like a loaded treasure chest. She named it the Gatani Suburder. Jeffrey took one bite and his whole face lit up instantly. He swore it was so good it felt like it sank straight into his soul. Karina's smile widened like she'd nailed it, while Daichai just froze there, stunned all over again, unable to say a word. He couldn't believe his eyes when Karina was crowned the winner of the cooking contest. And with a tiny but confident fist pump, Jeffrey and Alicia erupted behind her like a whole cheering squad. She finally looked at Daichai with a soft, faint smile and asked, "So you get it now, this whole thing was just a waste of time." Frustration snapped through him as he couldn't believe she even had his soul food to cook. Yet he wouldn't back down, declaring one last showdown. Jeffrey caught it and immediately grilled Daichai's choice, saying he'd surely win with that, but Daichai only went quiet, admitting it was his last shot. With the final challenge locked in, the two sat down at a table stacked high with giant pancakes, straight up mountains. Daichai boomed, yelling that the contest was about to start, and while the hype hit hard, Karina stayed cool, flipping her pancake like it was nothing, all set to tackle the decider. He tore into those pancakes like they were fuel, and suddenly he was on top, until one chilling thought hit him. When did training turn into nothing but chasing a win? The victory felt empty, like it didn't even count. With light, wavy hair and a confident grin, the young man introduces himself, Bradley, the squad leader who just rode in to save them, and Daichai and Fiona stare back, stunned. Daichai, backed up by Alicia, Melissa, and Nike, squints at the man like something's off, then he straight up demands answers. Why Bradley is here and what he's done. The squad leader jabs a hand down the stone-paved alley and tells Daichai to shake off that sour face, then announces they're all marching to the church right now. And with a slick grin, he admits he never promised he'd tag along with them. This leaves Daichai totally baffled, staring at the man like, what on earth could he be doing? Bradley, though, just grins and swears it's no big deal, then practically begs to be let to join them anyway. While they trade words back and forth, Fiona finally creeps forward and with a shaky voice, asks who Bradley is addressing. He snaps his focus to her and introduces himself, Bradley of the Knights, then Fiona dips her head, answering with, I'm Sister Fiona. Once the formalities wrap up, Bradley jumps in and says he's come to thank Asakura for helping him the day before. Then he suggests they head to the church together since they're going the same way. But Fiona dips her head and whispers to Daichai, telling him it's safer if Bradley goes alone because their routes to the church don't match. That night, she asks the other two girls if they're tagging along too. Alicia and Melissa beam and say yes, and Bradley nods, letting himself be guided by them for the trip. With it finally settled, the crew charges into the alley. Bradley takes point, Fiona stays right on his heels, Melissa and Alicia flank close, and Daichai lingers a step back, eyes scanning the new formation like he's plotting the next move. Bradley cornered him and demanded answers, saying the whole ride was basically about how Daichai could possibly get away with running wild as a mercenary, because that night, it made slipping out seem damn near impossible. The night squad leader flashed him a cheerful nod and vowed for him right there at the church. Thanks to his rank, Daichai froze in shock, while Sister Fiona watched with a tight, uneasy hesitation like she wasn't sure what to think. Then he snapped around to Sister Fiona, shot out his hand, and told her to keep the church folk from panicking, no unnecessary alarm. With a calm, steady smile, he said it was time to leave, and for a moment Fiona couldn't even find the words. As the group started heading out, Daichai leaned in and told Bradley he needed to talk, right now, and he begged him to drop the act and quit keeping his guard up around him. He grilled Bradley, asking whether he'd run into the Adventurer's Stone and the river after that interrogation, and Bradley nodded, saying he had, while his two men were already hunting them down. Then he pressed again, asking if Daichi meant the adventurers tied to that recent incident. And it said those adventurers were taking bribes, turning a blind eye, or helping with shady deals, and then she brushed it off like it was a simple move, and boy, it actually worked. Daichi pushed harder, grilling him about whether only those two had taken the bribes. Then Bradley snapped the truth into place. Their boss, a squad leader along with 10+ others whose names were already on a list, had been yanked into custody by the guards. He said with a sharp bit of cynicism that it was a shame 10 corrupt guards had been taken away, then stared hard to catch Bradley's reaction. Bradley then spilled the truth. He was the one who let the adventurers go, not for their info, but because he wanted to keep eyes on them. Daichai nodded and pointed out that nobody had caught the illegal smuggling until now. Bradley's face lit up as he declared that with Daichai on board, they could wipe out the mercenaries' whole operation and grab their massive stash of money. He kept staring over the city, still stuck on the problem, shelling out a fortune to buy adventurers, and slipping mercenaries in without anyone catching on was no small thing, and the real bombshell hit him. Who on earth was funding them with that kind of money? He kept breaking it down with a sharp example, and this whole operation was so massive it even swallowed heavy infantry from the Tarnet Kingdom. Daichai leaned in, face set, while Nike sat on his shoulder like a silent witness. Alicia cut in right away, saying even adventurers like them still know just a bit more than the guards, and she fixed Bradley with a sharp, calculating stare, trying to figure out what he was really cooking. Switching gears, Daichi reminded him he'd been betting on the Sakura Mansion basement investigation too, then pressed him straight up, asking when he could finally get the house back. Bradley shrugged and said the Merchants Guild had already picked up their lodging, so there was no problem at all. Then he teased Daichai, asking if he was still itching for his own home and shop, and Daichai swore that was exactly what he wanted, even as it hit him that a Sakura used to be a merchant too. Then he dropped the most brutal news. Turns out the perfect property, the one that fit every requirement, especially big enough for Alicia and the others, was gone for good, and there was no other place that would work. Bradley abruptly changed the subject and blurted out that Alan had told him something. Daichai, thrown off by the sudden turn, snapped, "Wait, what are you talking about?" He said it was all about the Majors Guild registration exam, then leaned in with burning curiosity, asking why Daichai had gone out of his way just to hear his story. Bradley brushed it off as nothing, but admitted he'd had to squeeze Jeffrey's cooperation out of him again and again, each time dragging his feet. Behind them, Jeffrey muttered under his breath while Daichai stared in shock at this sudden, unexpected link. He leaned in and told me straight up his confidence came from one thing: he knew Jeffrey's power inside and out. Then he made it clear Jeffrey is a top-class mage in the country with just one catch: he's specialized in non-attribute magic. Daichai, totally rattled by all the praise, blurted that calling him top-class was way too much and absolutely a gross exaggeration. He told Bradley that Alan had actually seen him slice through iron, and that alone was proof. No brawl needed to peg him as a C-rank mage, and Melissa jumped in like, "Honestly, that's just way too convenient." Bradley leaned in so close you could feel the tension, his eyes burning. Then he demanded to know if Daichi really talked to Alan at all. That question yanked Bradley straight back to a chat he'd had with Jeffrey. Years ago, Jeffrey swore he'd never once even heard a rumor of a mage who could slice through a wooden sword support pillar that clean. Back in the present, Bradley finally confessed he had no idea such a mage even existed. Then he hit Daichi with a jaw-dropping question: could Daichi really be an A-rank mage, not some measly C-rank? And for a moment, he wondered, maybe the bank thing wasn't the whole truth. Then said back in his home country he barely ever left his mansion, so there was no real chance to measure his skills against anyone else. Lansing spun toward his companions and admitted with a breathless honesty that because of this he genuinely had no clue where his own power was even landing. Bradley snapped that if his gut was right, Daichi had to finally see what he was truly capable of. Then he spun to Alicia and claimed she'd feel it too, catching her completely off guard. Fidgeting hard, Alicia finally blurted that she had a hunch, and before it could go anywhere, Bradley snapped the conversation to the Sanus brutal trial, then demanded to Daichi straight up, "Did you cause what happened?" Daichi just stared back, baffled. Before he could even answer, Melissa burst forward with a thrilled shout and pointed straight ahead. Far in the distance, a grand church with a soaring steeple cut through the forest, and she declared that was exactly where they were headed. Fresh off their arrival, an energized Melissa blurted that they needed to greet the priest first before they even went to the other orphanage. Daichi hides his blushing face with one hand while clutching his fork in the other, muttering that the meal is so rough and unrefined it's downright crude. While he's sitting there with his companions, Melissa leans in and admits she had no clue about this orphanage at all. Sure, most orphanages in town are well funded, but the one Sister Fiona runs is totally different, and the kids there, she says with a worried edge, are living in pure misery. Byron, the biggest trading powerhouse in the neighboring kingdom, sat under the Denali family's rule, and they poured serious money into orphanages there, with only the royal capital able to top it. Even with that generous money rolling in, the truth hit hard, because they had no idea what the exact budget numbers even were, and the clothes on the orphanage kids told the whole story. Flimsy, worn, and way lower quality than what other kids across the city got. While he chewed, that gnawing discrepancy kept tugging at his thoughts, because for orphans in this world, just staying healthy and getting enough food wasn't normal. It was a miracle he never dared hope for. Melissa's explanation painted a darker picture. She said the kids from the other orphanages didn't have Daisy House's bright spark at all. They sat there drained and shut down, and every bit of warmth they offered adults had been ripped away so fast and so cruelly that it left them hollow. With a heavy sigh, she poured that gut-wrenching vibe straight onto the staff too. Daichi's stomach sank as he stared at her account. He got that kids needed care, but he couldn't wrap his head around the total lack of adult staff, and then it hit him. Nearly 10 orphans were left to work alone, with their destinations straight up mysterious. The whole thing felt brutally wrong. Bradley felt the unease, then spoke up in a calm voice and broke it down. Because so many orphans were vanishing, the Guard Corps had to seed orphanages with collaborators and informants. And with a sharp, knowing glance, he added that those steps weren't needed anymore. He jerked his chin toward the nearby building, then Bradley locked eyes with Daichi and said the church and the orphanage staff were the prime suspects for a reason, insisting that if the church really was behind it, that was their problem, not his. He set his glass down, eyes narrowing like he was weighing a secret, then admitted it was way too soon to judge and leaned toward Daichi, asking if anything had been bothering him. Daichi shut it down fast, saying he wasn't trying to dodge anything, he just didn't have enough info yet to make a real call. Meanwhile, inside one of the city's orphanages, a tough senior nun leaned in and snapped at another, grumbling that their whole operation was getting tangled up because a clumsy, brand-new sister couldn't keep up. Then that same nun greeted the group and straight up explained that the church takes care of the orphanage staff. Sure, they don't have tons of workers, but they pair what they do have with the eager ones perfectly, then sat them down at a table for 4. Daichi's thoughts slammed into each other as the truth clicked. What if the church didn't just send help, but purposely dumped a bungling crew and an inexperienced sister at the other 2 orphanages, just to set up a clean excuse for a crime and make the church look like an accomplice? At the table, Melissa let her doubts fly. She couldn't believe the other sisters were that incompetent. and she kept slamming the point that Sister Fiona's staff at the other local orphanages ran their facilities way better. Sister Fiona said her staff was huge and that the sisters showed up every single day, so she couldn't fathom how anyone could have problems like that anywhere else. While Daiichi shoveled food into his mouth, his mind raced through every detail. The Denali territory had dumped a massive budget into the orphanages, and the church was meant to run them, no excuses, no neglect, no burnout for the staff. Still, he kept snapping himself back. Don't let Melissa's emotions hijack your judgment. He reeled off the clues: kidnappings, spiking, a creepy basement under his own home, and that wildly incompetent orphanage, while Bradley's warning about meddling adventurers from other countries and the fact that mercenaries were cashing in on bounties kept hitting him like a drumbeat. Daiichi lifted his chin with steel in his eyes and pressed for answers about the wanted posters, admitting he'd already asked the Adventurers Guild for them and they'd hit the streets soon. While he still didn't have hard proof, his gut feeling was getting stronger by the minute. He faced a wall packed with wanted posters, all screaming that his plan was about to go down, and then he asked the off-screen guy, "Any problem if I take those targets?" The answer came quick. Nope. With light, wavy hair and a grin full of confidence, the adventurer leaned in and said, "Since we're already going after those wanted men, we might as well register with the Adventurers Guild." That suggestion froze Daiichi mid-bite, tired resignation washing over his face as Nike peeked from his collar. So the guild was back again, and it looked like the road forward was dragging him right into that maze of an adventurer's world. While Daiichi sat in the tavern with his crew, Bradley leaned in and fired a straight-up question. What did Daiichi really think about the Adventurers Guild? He tells Daiichi that once a request comes through the guild, even the ones that could get you killed, the guild still hands you certain life-saving comforts, and Daiichi just listens, eyes sharp and face thoughtful. Bradley points out that Daiichi is already signed up with a merchant in the mage guilds, then leans in and asks, will there be any trouble if he signs up as an adventurer too? Turns out joining the other two guilds somehow cuts down the odds of getting stuck with the Adventurers Guild's most annoying designated requests, and Daiichi, totally baffled, blurts out, "Wait, why?" At that, Melissa explodes into laughter, then declares the Adventurers Guild is way beneath the merchant and mage guilds, so beneath it that she could slam any unreasonable demands shut with pressure in seconds. Later, as the group strolls through town, Bradley leans in and tells Daiichi that registering with the Adventurers Guild would fix the whole problem plaguing him. He squints in confusion like, wait, what problem is Bradley talking about? And his mind starts racing, trying to figure out if he somehow forgot something tied to that guilt. Suddenly, Melissa jabs a finger at him, eyes blazing with realization, and snaps that he's been selling magic stones and forest materials without permission, and if he were a registered adventurer this wouldn't be a problem at all. Daiichi, totally flustered, blurts out for her to stop wearing that face. The Adventurers Guild rules sound simple at first. You take the jobs, and if you snag magic stones or materials on a subjugation mission, it's up to you what you do with them. But no matter how you play it, the guild still has to report everything back to the state. And when they go dungeon diving, the guild gets the materials straight off the bat to confirm the request is really done. Melissa even says that's why adventurers aren't allowed to sell their own finds. If they could, the guild wouldn't be able to track what's been taken and how much. Daiichi asks why that matters, and she leans in with a wicked grin. It's to stop tax evasion. He hung on every word as Melissa told him to sign up with the guild and stack up proof of his contributions so he could dodge all the heat, and she made it clear. When it comes to small, unreported sales, the guild usually isn't brutal because they'll turn a blind eye for people they can't fully shield. While they walked, she jabbed a finger toward a huge timber-framed building and called it the Adventurers Guild. Daiichi stared up, stunned by how massive it was. Melissa leaned in and said the building used to be even grander, and then she hit us with the story. 10 years ago, the old guildmaster demanded they build a huge base for their main hall, like he imagined some hilariously ripped, muscle-bulging powerhouse barking the order. She took it all in, staring at how downright luxurious it looked, then let out a sigh and waved it off as pure show, saying the emptiness was just the adventurer's guilt talking. The massive doors groaned as Daiichi strode in, and right then Melissa leaned close to Alicia, whispering that they might not care about the inter-guild rivalries, but the people who do. they'd better stay on guard. Inside, a roar of noise and chaos hit him like a wave. Rough adventurers packed the hall, chugging drinks, shouting at each other and circling a massive quest board. Daichi's eyes popped wide as he finally understood. This was exactly the kind of scene he'd only ever dreamed about from light novels. He stared around the loud, chaotic room as the adventurous Gil hit him for the first time, and right beside him a stoic guard stood watch like a wall. Daichi's all got ripped away the instant a giant bearded adventurer stepped in front of him, barked that this entrance wasn't for some kid and ordered him to get lost. Daichi froze in shock while Alicia blurted, "Was it always this hostile?" Before the tension could explode, Melissa cut in, and Shiori rushed to Daichi's side, telling him that plenty of mages were already registered here, so he'd have time to melt into the crowd. Then she muttered that he probably stuck out only because he was foreign, and that hit Daichi like a slap. He wasn't blending in at all. She swept him past the roaring crowd straight to the reception desk, where a cheerful woman greeted them at full volume. Then Melissa stepped in and said she'd brought someone from the Merchants Guild, so the receptionist leaned forward and demanded to know which one. She stammers, totally flustered by the request, and blurts, "Please wait just a moment." While she's still recovering, Daichi whips his gaze around the counter, scanning for anyone else in the room. He even thinks about Klaus from the Merchants Guild handing him a VIP pass, but he shuts that idea down fast. He refuses to stand out. Just as he's trying to think, an explosive shout rips from behind him. Some burly adventurer lunges in and demands to know who thinks they can sell materials without a permit. The accusation slaps the room like a thunderclap. Daichi drops his eyes, boiling with annoyance at being called out for the same mess again, while Alicia beside him clings to a worried, tense look. He snaps around the moment the adventurer steps up to him, calling out Daichi Asakura by name, and Daichi starts to explain he was told it was fine. Then the man cuts him off cold, saying the Adventurers Guild has rules you don't break, and they'll hash it out in a separate room before any registration gets finalized. Right before things can spiral, an older guild receptionist snaps his gaze up from his paperwork and asks if the registration is for one right as Daichi opens his mouth. Then Alicia darts into view, flashes two fingers and beams that they'll register for two, leaving Daichi and Melissa completely stunned. He whips around to her and asks if she's gonna register too, and Alicia lights up, saying she's wanted to for ages and this is the perfect moment to do it together. Daichi practically bursts with joy, "No problem at all." And as he grins, Nike pops out from inside his jacket. His wild excitement flings Nike right into view, and Alicia instantly starts petting him, cooing about how cute and fluffy he is, while Melissa squints at the cat like he's up to something, demanding to know if he's a monster. Daichi shoots back that Nike is just a normal cat. Just like that, the brief distraction dies off, and they snap right back to the task. Daichi slams the registration form fulfilled, then hands it over to be processed. The verdict hits the room and Daichi just freezes, stunned. They've labeled him a C-rank mage and he gapes at the paper like it's a joke because how could he be C-rank when his magic is supposedly elementless? Still, the report is blunt, crystal clear. He leaned in as Melissa said the Adventurers Guild would surely hunt for a high-ranking mage. Most top-tier adventurers are either mages or carry some rare special gift. And then the receptionist snapped, "Next, Alicia Heartland, age 20. At the counter, the receptionist leaned in and asked Alicia if she just happened to be tied to the Celia Heartland bloodline. Alicia nodded, saying Celia was her great-grandmother, and awe hit her hard. The receptionist bowed deeply, then thanked her again and again. The receptionist was all jitters and pure excitement as soon as she clocked him, Celia's legendary descendant, right in front of her. And she blurted out that it was an absolute honor to welcome both him and Mr. Asakura into their ranks while Daichi and Melissa stood there, watching everything unfold. She stared at the registration paper, eyes snapping wide in total disbelief. "A B-rank mage?" she blurted as she stared at Daichi, then quickly apologized for the outburst and demanded, "Tell me that's true, are you sure?" Alicia stayed calm and confirmed the info was correct. Flooded with relief, the receptionist hurriedly thanked them again, promised to handle both registrations right away, and told them to wait a second, before she darted off to the back like her life depended on it. While they waited, Daichi couldn't stop himself from praising how insane Alicia's mage rank was, and Melissa quickly said, "Sure, a lot of mages show up to the guild, but a mid-rank, D-rank, or higher mage doing it is seriously rare." She kept going, saying the guild's got a special system. Even mages below E rank get it, so they can still rack up better results than adventurers who can't cast at all. And the guild is pushing hard to recruit mages and priests, too. Daichai just couldn't shake the worry that this could spark real tension between magic users and non-magic folk. Melissa snapped back fast, explaining the guild doesn't just stamp anyone as a mage. There's a hard, undeniable line between people who can cast magic and people who can't. She pointed skyward and drew a pyramid in the air. At the base stood the regular adventurers split into combat and gathering. Above them sat the lower-ranking mages, and at the very top the mid-rank and higher mages lived large with the best treatment. He processed it, brow knitted tight as the ideas churned, then blurted out the question. Does the Adventurers Guild have its own combat test too, just like the Mages Guild? Melissa grins and confirms it. Yes, there really is a combat trial. Alicia's eyes go wide and she stammers, asking why anyone would need a test like that. He's left scratching his head, replaying how she tore into the king apes on the front lines, and how she even took on thugs just yesterday. With a heavy, downcast look, Alicia blurts out why she's been hesitating. She's faced monsters before, but only because Daiichi stood right beside her, and the truth hits hard. Alone, she's just not strong enough, and she can only fight if she's in a support role. The receptionist flashes a confident smile, telling them a quick burst of attack magic will be more than enough. Then, right on cue, Sister Fiona, a woman in a nun's habit, strides up to the counter and announces she's back. She swivels toward the two of them and declares that the next step is a full-on combat trial in the training grounds, and Daichai blurts, "So we're really going to square off against an examiner in a one-on-one match." Right before Fiona can even speak, a furious adventurer storms in and yells at them to cut the teasing, because with a B rank and a C rank mage, nobody in their right mind would dare face them in a mock fight. Alicia flinches at the sudden blast of rage. The man keeps screaming, demanding to know where they think they're headed, insisting he has business to handle now that their application is done. Then Daichai snaps around to face the interruption. Fiona keeps her cool and calls the furious adventurer Lodi-san, telling him Daichai and Alicia are still mid-application and heading straight for the combat trial. Then, as her words land, Lodi's rage slips and settles for the moment. His fury snaps back in seconds. Lodi shrugs off the whole mess and declares he'll personally pick the examiner for their mock battle. Then he barks at Fiona to move it and take them straight to the training grounds, and startled, she hurries to comply. The adventurer glares at Daichai and demands he set his eyes on the examiner he picked, but Daichai just smirks and asks politely for him to go easy on him. He locked eyes with his unseen opponent, smirking like he owned the world, and told them, "Go on, be gentle." Behind him, Alicia and Melissa watched, faces tight with dread. Lodi snapped his back to him and strode off down the corridor. Then he warned Daichai, plain and brutal, "Don't even think about trying to run." He didn't plan to run. He cracked his knuckles and declared his move. First, he'd beat the examiner within an inch of his life, and then Alicia panicked and cut him off with a shelf. She snapped back hard, yelling that Lodi was the one to blame, not the examiner, and that the guild would be out of its mind to risk an examiner getting hurt. Then, with a nasty little thought, she even admitted, maybe he should just knock Lodi out because the result would be the same, right? Right then, the chosen examiner showed up, 3 ruthless adventurers led by the towering Captain Jeffrey, marching straight into the courtyard like they owned the place. When Daiichi spotted the trio, he shot a puzzled look. "Why were 3 people here?" Lodi stepped in fast and explained it. This was a 2 versus 1 trial, and only Daiichi was stepping into the fight. Alicia burst out in protest, insisting she'd never even heard of a 2-on-1 exam. Then Lodi spun around, roared at her to shut up, and Finn's patience gasped as the commotion exploded. While the chaos raged all around, Captain Jeffrey wheeled toward one of his companions, a woman with a mustache, and demanded to know Daichai's combat experience because he needed her verdict to pin down exactly how brutal this trial should be. He answered for himself with steady confidence, saying he'd fought in one legit anti-personnel battle against bandits, and he'd also cleaned up his share of local thugs. Another examiner, long, light hair and all, laughed it off, saying it wasn't much at all, and Daichai shot back that people who know nothing always talk trash, but the examiner wasn't even listening anymore. He was already daydreaming about the money he could rake in selling whatever magic stones or materials Daichai might have. Daiichi stays cool as he tells Melissa that a hardcore guild member snapping is hardly strange because the bond runs deep, and right behind them Lodi erupts, screaming that Daiichi needs to explain himself and accusing him of breaking the rules. The arrogant examiner snaps at Lodi to calm down while the scarred veteran leans in fast, yanking his focus back and demanding what he plans to do about that monster opponent. Daiichi barrels through his report, brushing them off as he claims he wiped out dozens of king apes and even trained his magic in a nearby forest, battling goblins and orcs. Melissa snaps back in full shock, yelling in disbelief at the mention of the king apes. His casual claim hits the room like a thunderclap, and every examiner and opponent just freezes, staring in stunned silence. Lodi's thunderous laughter tears through the silence as he shuts down the claim as a ridiculous bluff, then snaps at Daiichi to stop stalling and just get on with it, while the scarred veteran leans in, demanding details, asking exactly how he managed to wipe out the king apes. Unbothered, Daiichi strides up to a dead, withered tree, reaches out, and yanks a brittle twig straight from its branch. He tells you he pulled it off using brute body strength and magic, then proves it by slamming a pathetic little twig into the tree trunk and watching a chunk of wood explode off on impact. And yeah, he casually adds that he didn't stop there, he's used other weapons too, like a knife. Daiichi clutches the snapped twig and right then makes it official. He's a C-rank magician. Melissa quickly jumps in, saying he even wiped out Alan of the Alan Guild all by himself, and that his other companion, Alicia, is the heir to the B-rank magician. This flood of fresh info utterly breaks Jeffrey's composure, and with his two companions they're left drenched in sweat, staring, and utterly stuck for words. Lodi can't take the non-stop bombshells anymore. He crumples to the ground, froth spilling from his mouth, while the other two examiners stare in helpless defeat. Right after the chaos, the guild receptionist storms in, cheeks blazing from the rush, and snaps, "No mock battle, period." She blasts that a showdown with someone of the magician's caliber is totally impossible, and just like that the whole mess gets shut down. Daiichi's adventure registration is officially done. Behind her, Daiichi stands there looking kinda stunned while Alicia finally exhales, a soft smile lighting up her face. Outside that massive building, Daiichi Asakura spots a tiny uproar spilling down the street. Then he snaps his eyes to Captain Jeffrey and asks if they really should stay out of it. Jeffrey shoots a cold glance away, shrugs off the moment like it's not their business, and says they've got zero reason to step in, while Frida and the scarred veteran just stand there, locked in, listening hard. Crossing his arms, he lays it all out. A C-rank mage is already on them, itching to kill, and once blood's in the air that guy's rage flips on fast, he was even trying to build a 4-person party. Jeffrey shoots a look at Daiichi and tells him, "If you're so worried, go school that little brat in what adventurers face for real." Suddenly the vibe turns calm. Right there stands a weird scarecrow, grinning with a simple smile painted on its sackcloth head, strapped up in a metal breastplate, shoulder pauldrons, and a sharp conical hat. Back in town, Daiichi bears his determination and tells a young girl in a bonnet it's time to go. She panics, blurting that he doesn't have to insist, and for a heartbeat his resolve wavers, but he snaps back fast and steadies himself. Alicia Heartland stared as they disappeared, a shy blush crawling up her cheeks while Dai Kai and Nike Wave called goodbye from afar, wishing her luck. Then the bonnet girl slid up beside her and asked what kind of errand she'd been sent on. In the middle of the field, she turns to the girl and the armored scarecrow and drops a bombshell. Alicia says she can use every kind of magic and then asks which spell they should watch first. The girl can't believe what she's hearing. Her face hardens, fists clenching as pure determination surges through her. Then she straight up declares she's mastered 4-element magic, non-elemental magic, enchantment magic, and even alchemy. Celia, shaken to the core, bolts into the distance, tears streaming as she blurts out that Alicia's grandfather was right. She really was fighting alongside a future great sage, while in the back Jeffrey's party stares in stunned confusion, jaws hanging. She comes back and fires off a question to Alicia. "Did you bring a follower with you?" But before anyone can even answer, the sky above the training ground detonates in a blinding burst of light and energy, and Daiichi and Melissa whip their heads up just as something crashes straight down toward them. The object rockets past Celia in a blur, and she gasps in pure shock. Alicia calmly snatches a tiny bird wrapped in blazing blue flames from the air into her open hand. And everyone, Jeffrey included, gapes in disbelief as someone yells that the beast is a blue inferno. He asks her what she's holding, and Alicia snaps back that it's real, a rank-designated monster with serious power. but she swings in fast to calm him down, saying it's basically a well-behaved kid that listens to every word she says. Even with Melissa's "trust me," her face screams full-on doubt. Alicia barely even glances at her and spins back to the armored scarecrow, then declares she's about to start her wind magic demonstration. She whips out a brutal gust of wind, only to miss her mark entirely. The shockwave rips through the huge building behind her, blasting it into splinters, and Alicia just stares, totally baffled by what she unleashed. She whirls away from the wreckage, lets out an embarrassed laugh, and blurts out apology after apology. Then she sheepishly admits she's just not that great with attack magic. Her casual apology slams into the room and everyone just freezes, stunned. Daichai, Jeffrey, the scarred veteran, Melissa, and Frida can't do a thing but stare, their faces going blank as they realize how casually she's showing off overwhelming destructive power. He finally snaps the silence and points out that, somewhere in the chaos, the target they aimed for got totally wiped out, vaporized. Then she doesn't even flinch, she just asks about her pet, Pichan, while the tiny blue inferno sits on top of the scarecrow's smoldering, molten wreck, blasting with even wilder flames, and Daichi and Melissa can only stare in pure, helpless horror. Little fiery birds whirl around Alicia's head like they're in no rush at all. Then she beams softly and tells Daichi they're smart enough to read her intentions without her having to give orders, but Daichi's not buying it. His face stays stone calm as he presses her on whether she can truly control them. She flicks her temple with total confidence, shuts down his worries like they're nothing, and orders her familiars to stop using any more attack magic, because she's already sprinting mentally toward the next demonstration. She balls her fist, but right behind her, Karina and Melissa panic and plead, begging her to stop now that she's already passed the exam. The blast from her earlier spell still hangs in the air, and this time the proof is brutal. The building has been smashed into a pile of splintered wreckage and shattered stone. As night drops, the full moon crests over the town's silent streets, casting everything into an eerie glow. Under the moonlight, the whole group strides through the quiet streets, right past the scarred veteran adventurer sitting in silence by the roadside. Her eyes drift up to a nearby rooftop, worry gnawing at her face, and she can't stop wondering if it was really okay they didn't have to pay for the damage. Daichai hears her worry and tells her to chill. The guild already said it wasn't needed, so there's no reason to panic. Then Melissa jumps in and points the finger straight at Lodi, saying his provocations sparked the whole incident. This all kicked off because the exam was a total mess. Brutal, volatile mages were being shoved into it like it was nothing, and Lodi got the blame for every bit of chaos. Years of misconduct had already riled up his coworkers, and now, with the latest disaster exploding in their faces, the guild submaster finally saw his opening. He marched right in and pinned every last ounce of the damage squarely on Lodi's shoulders. Standing in front of the wreckage, Melissa gapes at how massive the destruction is and how brutally hard the guild came down on it. Daichai takes one look and mutters that now it feels like every single Adventurers Guild member is scared stiff of Alicia. He lifts a document to prove the guild handled every last arrangement, and then his mind spirals into the fallout, imagining a rage-filled Lodi and the other examiners getting nailed for the whole disastrous mess. He decides their next move, and from tomorrow on, they're hunting down a flyer. He presses the group for any leads on where the 3 people he was told about might be. He tells them to kick things off by checking out the nearby building, but warns them not to get their hopes up. This is just a hunch, cooked up from the way the guy talked. As he grips Pichan, his mind snaps to the real target, the Taltnart Kingdom. Then it hits him, the horse corps he was recruited to join is charging there too. Corina lays out the whole political mess for him, saying she thinks he's aiming to trade with the Taltnart Kingdom. Then hitting the truth hard, merchants who make that deal aren't allowed to trade info or goods with any other nation at all. That restriction hangs over him like a storm cloud, and Melissa clocks his grim face. She tells him to stop wearing that serious mask, reminding him it's just a possibility. He refuses to back down, then whips around to Melissa and starts asking for her help, only for her to shut him down fast with a hard, no-nonsense refusal. Her rejection only fuels him. He keeps pushing, pleading for even a scrap of info, and when she snaps back, she refuses with full certainty, saying he's asking for private details about another country's trade breakthrough and that it's simply impossible to share. After that heated blow-up, Melissa backs off a little, then slams a condition on the table. Starting tomorrow, they've got to hunt down adventurers from her secret list with 0 hints. The moment Daichai agrees, the news completely crushes his spirit because it's just the two of them. Right in the middle of his shock, Alicia bursts in, grinning, and announces that their party application just got accepted. Then she tells him to work hard together, and it leaves him completely baffled. Daichai slumps down as Alicia spills the whole story, admitting she'd gotten swept up, so thrilled to grab the Golden Head subjugation quest that she invited the other Alicia to join their party and brave a deadly region. While Pai-chan seethes, clocking that Daichai completely blanked the diagram meant to show him. He insisted the place was too dangerous for him to go alone, especially not with her, and Alicia snapped back, annoyed that she wouldn't leave him to face it by himself. Then she grinned and claimed Pai-chan would have his back perfectly. But Daichai shot his gaze away, frustration blazing, muttering that Pai-chan was exactly why he couldn't stop worrying. Daichai tried to cook up an excuse, until Melissa burst into the doorway and shut it down. Daichai offered to leave if Celia obeyed and he got permission, but Melissa flatly refused. Then Alicia declared she was grown too, only for Melissa to nod with a knowing smile like she'd already figured out that this resolve wasn't going anywhere. As the sun dipped, golden light spilled across a stone tower and stretched long shadows, snapping the world from day to evening. Later, Alicia blushed and admitted it was her first time doing something like this. Then Daichi confessed it was his first time too. When they were alone together, she gasped that her heart was pounding so hard it felt like it might jump out of her chest. Their talk cut off the second they reached the overlook. Then the slum district sprawled out before them, packed with grim, weather-beaten buildings under a sky turning black, while Nike sat calm and still on Daichai's shoulder. Suddenly, a terrifying sound ripped through the air. Daichai yelped in shock, and Alicia snapped upright, her little animal companions reacting the same way. She steadied her breath, then gently stroked Pai-chan, smiling through a soft laugh as if to say, "We're in this together." They hit a doorway and Alicia stopped dead in her tracks, then spun to Daichai and snapped, "Don't worry about what my great-grandma might think." She lifted her chin like she owned the moment. "I'm an adult now." Right on cue, the door swung open, and an elderly woman stepped in with a scowl so sharp it could cut glass. She zeroed in on Daichai and warned him loud and clear that if Alicia got hurt, he'd be on the hook for it all. Alicia immediately snapped back and cried to her great-grandmother, furious and pleading. Despite the warning's bite, he stared at Alicia with unshakable confidence, telling her it was all going to be okay and swearing he'd protect her with everything he had, and when those words hit, her heart jolted like it couldn't believe him. He and Alicia strode into the slum district, where crumbling stone walls sagged and weathered buildings looked one storm away from collapse, and wanted posters slapped onto a busted wall like a grim warning that this lawless place never played by the rules. They soon stumbled upon a knot of men clustered around a table, and Daichai dove right in with a bright greeting, only for a long dark-haired man to glare at them like trouble. He didn't buy the act at all, called Daichai brother like it meant nothing, and demanded to know what they wanted. Then straight up told him to get lost if this was just another push to recruit for the Graham family. He grinned and told them the truth, that they weren't tracking him at all but hunting the guy whose name sat on the wanted posters he'd printed. Yet the long-haired man just stared, said nothing would be found there anymore, and left the whole thing hanging. Daichai didn't back down. He kept pushing that with the man's connections, finding them would be easy. The man thought it over, then snapped back, asking if Daichai was calling him a liar. Daichai only shook his head. No. His suspicion cracked. Then a sly amusement lit up his eyes and a slow, knowing smile stretched across his face as he took a sip from his cup, totally hooked by the boy's nerve. Daichi saw he had the man's full attention, then said it straight. He knew the man knew where the wanted person was, and he pressed, asking exactly what it would take to get him to talk. The man's playful vibe evaporated on the spot. He snapped that Daichai needed to leave, warning that a rough crowd was seconds away, but Daichai didn't budge. He offered to cover the cost for the info and pressed, "Would you talk?" That offer hit him like a spark. His eyes flared with fury. He slammed his cup down hard enough to shatter it, and he snarled, asking whether Daichai was really trying to buy his silence. Even after the shouting, Daichai didn't flinch. He calmly laid out what it really meant. If the guy wanted to call it a buyout, fine, but Daichai came with something way better than just handing over money. He leaned back as the fury finally fizzled out and curiosity crashed back in. Then he said Daichai was a truly fascinating guy. Fellow, he leaned in and listened as Daichai laid out his plan. No, they weren't just hunting for information, they were hunting for the right partner to seal the deal. Tai Kai threw down his rules. They had to be lucky, sharp in the head with big ambition, and absolutely trustworthy. And then he pressed the informant straight up, asking if that person was him or if he knew someone from the Graham family who fit the bill. Alicia backed him up, saying the target was lucky to the bone. The informant paused for half a heartbeat, then jabbed a finger straight at Daichai and blurted that the first lucky soul he'd ever crossed paths with in the slums was none other than Daichai. His words were instantly shattered by a thunderous laugh, and the dice man, completely stunned, asked if he just said something weird, while the informant kept smirking and wondered if he was a mage. As they talked, a new man strode in with a blindfold over his eyes, then snapped his attention to the informant. He swore he trusted his own power, but dragging a woman into a place like this was pure reckless folly. Seichai's presence sharpened like a blade, and he delivered a calm, rock-solid warning: touch Alicia, and Peichan would torch the whole slum district in a blazing wave of fire, no questions asked. He made it clear he was only saying it to prevent anything bad from happening. A blindfolded fury burst out of him. He snapped that he wouldn't tolerate such talk from some brat, then demanded they get to the point, but the informant shot a hand up and shut him down. Daichai didn't flinch. He still wanted to know how that guy could be so rattled even with a whole crowd around him, and he made it clear. The informant's confidence was real, and Alicia's calm wasn't an act either. The informant's eyes popped open a little when the truth hit, and their steady, unshakable composure screamed exactly how much power they were sitting on. Hell, everything clicked, and the informant's whole outlook flipped overnight. He spun back to Daichai, called him brother, and demanded to know if what he was hinting at was actually true. Daichai just grinned and said, "I'm really looking forward to teaming up with you." He leaned in and listened as the informant nodded and agreed to the terms, and the moment the deal was sealed, the man jolted up from his seat, like it was time to slip somewhere else and keep talking. The informant swung them out of the alley and into a building, and as they followed him, he and Alicia slipped past the silent guard at the entrance, the blindfolded man standing there like a statue. Inside the new room, their guide swept an arm toward an ornate chair and, like a perfect host, formally welcomed them into the Graham family's domain. From his seat, the other man cleared his throat and introduced himself as Gilbert Graham, the exact guy Daichi had been hunting. Then the informant slipped back into line as a subordinate, turned to Gilbert, and told him to start the deal, calling him boss. Daichai Asakura's goal was crystal clear. He'd drag Earth's civilization into this new world and prove with zero doubt that his home was better. Still, his mind kept drifting to something completely different. His eyes snapped wide the instant the thought clicked, and he realized this was one of the top 3 things he had to do now that he was trapped in another world. His hunger turned into a question he tossed to Melissa and Alicia. Did any culture out there actually cook monsters? Melissa just blinked, but Alicia stayed steady, saying maybe don't, then quietly handed the call to him. Alicia leaned in and said she'd heard rumors about monster parts getting turned into weird medicines in some places, but that kind of thing just wasn't normal. Then she wagged her finger like, seriously, that's a strange move. Undeterred, Daichi strode up like a hero and proudly unveiled a huge slab of meat, then bragged that he'd found a monster that looked edible, a big, spiky beast, and had the guild butcher it for him, insisting on a cut that he swore was safe to eat. He talked about roasting that huge slab of meat over an open fire, and Melissa instantly wrinkled her nose at the stench like it offended her. Alicia leaned in, unable to resist asking if he'd toss in herbs, and Daichai nodded. He was going to add them and cook it all the way through to drive off every nasty odor. He carefully rubbed the slab with herbs and citrus, then laid it on the grill to crackle and sizzle over the roaring flames. The monster steak came out flawless, smoking hot, decked with crisp crosshatch grill marks, and topped with a puddle of butter that melted like pure magic. Daichi spun to his companions and asked Melissa what she thought. She practically snapped at him to just eat it already. Alicia then pumped him up, urging him to give it everything. With a steady breath, Daichi activated his skill. His chest flared with light as he shouted, "Body enhancement, digestive system." He took a bite of the monster steak, chewed slow like he was judging perfection, while Melissa and Alicia leaned in with bated breath. Alicia even blurted out, "Does it taste like chicken?" But Daichai stayed quiet, eyes locked on the flavor. After a beat of deep thought, one idea snapped into his head, and it felt weirdly ordinary. Melissa scoffed and rolled her eyes, basically unimpressed. Since they were chewing on a monster they already knew, she said the flavor had to be boring. Then she challenged him. If he was serious about eating monsters, he should try a goblin, a king ape, or even a Demomoris, because hey, he'd promised to quit after that last one. His eyes flared with stubborn defiance as he snapped that this was only the warm-up, and that he wanted to take on the next one, earning him a harsher buke from Alicia. Then a burning, unstoppable wish slammed through him. He had to be reborn. That bombshell announcement left his crew totally lost. Daichai scrambled to explain that some people really do get reborn into brand new bodies, and the whole thing made Alicia's stomach churn with doubt. With a soft, gentle smile, he made it clear this wasn't about dying at all. It was about craving the chance to be someone else. Understanding hit Alicia like a spark. She lit up and urged them to ask her Auntie Cecilia, a woman everyone in town swore they could trust. They followed her straight to a workshop, and there an old man shoved a potion into Dai Kai's hands, warning him to brace his heart for what came next. A flash of light exploded and flowers spun through the air like magic. Then the transformation slammed into place. Daichai snapped his head down, stunned by what he'd become, a girl, cat ears and a tail and all. His companion just gaped, their faces caught between pure shock and total awe. That first jolt of shock melted fast into pure joy. Alicia cheered Dana-san for becoming a Payatsakedo channeler, and Melissa said his dream finally came true but warned him not to jump to the wrong conclusion. Then the newly transformed Daichai, long dark hair and all, spot his cat and shouted Nike. The little creature gazed up like it still knew him, even after the wild change. In his new form, he cradles Nike with trembling gentleness, and the old merchant leans in to explain. Since her usual space is gone, he needs to come back for the cat tomorrow and leave it with her for the night. A thoughtful look settles on his face, then it hits him like lightning. He remembers the third thing he swore he'd do to get back from that other world, and the cheat skill he'd promised himself to take with him. His sudden outburst freezes Melissa and Alicia in their tracks, their faces going completely blank with shock. Reeling from the shock, they corner him, demanding answers. So is he really going back to his homeland? He snaps his gaze away, stalling before he can speak. His thoughts yank him back to his old life, him, smiling and serving like it was just another day in a tavern, living bite by bite, with no big dream chasing him and no real hope to hold onto. His memory slips away and boom, he snaps back to the present, feeling the heavy gloom hanging over him while his companions stare with worry as he murmurs, quietly but confidently, "I'm okay." He whips around to face them, flashes a bright, locked-in smile, and with Nike perched on his shoulder, he declares he's done going back home. He's here to hunt down his third purpose, right in this world. His heartfelt confession hits the air, and Alicia and Melissa just stare at him, eyes shining with total awe, while even Nike seems to nod along in approval. Right when things start to feel sweet, an old merchant snaps and shoves their softness aside, grumbling that their sentimentality isn't welcome, so he and his friends catch the cue and head out. After that choice, his life flips into a brand new chapter, packed with shocks he never saw coming. One moment he's thrown into strange situations, rocking everything from a maid's uniform to casual clothes, and somehow he embraces this whole new look with surprising excitement. In a dim, shadowy room, Daichai and Alicia face off against a nasty crew, and their long-haired leader studies them like a hawk, watching Alicia's tension spike, warning that picking a fight with the Graham family was a terrible move, all while his fist clenches hard at his side. Daichi scoots in close beside Alicia, feeling her nerves flutter, then leans toward her and tells her, "Don't worry, I'm right here with you." She looks up, steadies herself on his voice, and finally nods like, "All right, I'll lean on you." The leader watches the back and forth with a sharp, judging stare, saying Daichai's face hasn't budged once. Then a cheerful grin flashes across Daichai's face as he admits that Alicia counting on him fuels his drive, and the leader just scoffs like, "So you're only playing the brave act, huh?" Pats the blindfolded guy on the shoulder, grinning as he says he just doesn't show his emotions on his face, while the long-haired man watches, clearly not buying it. Then he straightens up and formally introduces himself. He's Gilbert Graham. He claims he speaks for the Graham family, the ones who run the southern end of the slums. Daichi beams and introduces himself, Daichi Asakura, an independent merchant, then sweeps his arm like a showman and points her out. Alicia Heartland, his apprentice alchemist. When her name, Heartland, hits the room, shock ripples everywhere and Gilbert's men can't help but mutter in surprise. Even Gilbert repeats it himself, voice tightening as he pushes her, demanding to know if she's really an alchemist. As Daichai pours the drinks, he tosses out a casual question. Do you know the family? Alicia's great-grandmother straightens up and tells Gilbert that almost nobody in this country knows the Heartland alchemists, but she's heard rumors that one of them showed up in this very town. Alicia's cheeks burn under the spotlight and she stammers that she's just an apprentice. Then Gilbert's mood drops to serious as he demands to see her brother's ID tag and she fumbles with it, reaching for the one hanging from her neck. Right before she can even present it, Daichi thrusts two metal tags into view, one that's probably his and one that belongs to her brother, then demands they get inspected. He corners Gilbert and demands if those identification tags were enough to earn his trust, only for Gilbert to go stone still, arms crossed, silent as a bead of sweat crawls down the blindfolded man's temple. Gilbert finally admits it's inevitable and right on cue, Daichi snaps, "Then we start our deal," reaching straight into his pack. He slams the long, sheathed weapon onto the table with a heavy thud, then pushes it forward like a down payment for the intel. Gilbert snatched up the item and drew it out. Bam, steel flashed, a blade so bright it nearly stole the spotlight, and Daichi went, "Yeah, it's a foreign sword, custom-made, razor-sharp and worth a fortune even just as art." That hit Gilbert like lightning and he blurted, "Wait, so you're a foreigner too?" He backs it up by saying the outlaws back home swear by this kind of blade, then leans in and pushes Gilbert to keep it in mind for future favors. Without a second thought after agreeing, Gilbert slams a stack of wanted posters onto the table. Then he tells everyone these guys rolled into town about 6 months ago and are tied to the Tornado army, pointing straight at a distant castle. While he pours drinks, he leans in and spells it out. Over the past year, wave after wave of people from the Tornado Kingdom has been flooding into the city, and Daichai listens like every word is burning a hole through his focus. Alicia plops down next to Daichai and leans in for answers. She demands to know what percentage of them were tied to the old Tornado army and whether he knows their names and where they're hiding. Gilbert's face drops to grim silence and he flat out tells them the real danger is right here, then admits his own people don't even come close to how dangerous they are. Daichai locks eyes with him, unshaken, and blurts out that he knows every risk that's waiting, and then he fires back at Gilbert, straight up asking if he's having second thoughts. He fired back at Gilbert's worry, demanding if he was stressed about the other side in their deal, then, still, thanked him for the concern as Alicia stood there watching. Gilbert's burning stare pinned him in place. Then the informant finally spilled the group's name, the Giletti family, and when Alicia heard it, she jolted like she'd been struck. He explained that the Giletti family is made up of ex-citizens of the Tornado Kingdom, then snapped out that there are exactly 5 of them, so Daichai immediately demanded their names and what makes each one stand out. While he poured the drink, Gilbert dropped one game-changing detail. Besides the 5, he said, more than 10 C-rank mages had already poured in from Tornado, and that was everything he knew right now. Daichai took in the news in silence, fingers stroking Nike where she sat snug in his jacket, and then it hit him. If he wanted to survive and see old age, he couldn't afford to think he was stronger than he really was. Daichai sincerely thanked Gilbert for the warning and the informant grinned, saying it'd be a shame to let such a promising shot slip away. Daichai jerked his gaze back, confused, and demanded, "Wait, what opportunity are you talking about?" Gilbert lifted his cup for a slow sip, eyes sharp with thought, then admitted he'd been plotting to step into the front world as a real merchant, and Daichai's timing was the crucial piece of his whole plan. He kept talking, eyes drifting as he admitted that yeah, he'd climbed to the top of the underworld, but even that life had a ceiling with the line between criminal and legit starting to smear, and he could feel it. It was time to switch the battlefield. And with that, Gilbert tossed a fresh proposal on the table. If Daichai wanted more info later, he'd have to hand Gilbert the exclusive rights to sell Daichai's rare products, the kind you couldn't find anywhere else in the whole country. Daichai snapped back without hesitation, "If Gilbert's family starts a real business, I'd welcome it." He set his cup down and Gilbert couldn't deny it, Daichai was a lucky man. You slam the agreement shut with a solid handshake, and just like that, their new partnership is officially forged. Then he laid out the terms. His product was priceless here, not something you could tally up in cold cash because depending on the situation it could mean the difference between life and death. Gilbert Graham was told to remember that. And as he listened, Gilbert finally seemed to get it asterisk. The warning's weight hit hard. When the business wrapped up, Alicia leaned back and took a sip, then slid right into it. Deal made, questions up. So she demanded, "All right, who's out there trading with the Tornado Kingdom? Which merchant companies?" Gilbert answered instantly, blurting out the Godot company's name, and then said that even though Daichai's brothers were eyeing their moves like they had something to hide, he still hadn't seen the first real move from them. He laid out what the company had been up to lately, turning the Godot trade away from the Tornado Kingdom and steadily pumping it into the nearby kingdoms of Mistral, Delbia, and Chitamil. Daichi took the news in, but the official excuse didn't fully sit right. The Neuendorf and Tornado kingdoms were allegedly strained, a claim the Godot company's representative had gone public with, yet Daichi still felt it was just a camouflage. Then he probed for the other merchant houses and Gilbert nodded. There was the Cairo company. He said their dealings with the Tornado Kingdom had been spiking in a way that screamed trouble, and that exact crew was what Daichai's brother was digging into. The puzzle finally clicked into place. Over the last year, trade with Tornado had been exploding, running straight through Cairo's company or slipping in through other merchants who served him. Now he saw the real difference. On the surface, Godot and Cairo looked like ordinary merchant fronts, but underneath they were totally different. Gilbert figured that if the Godot company suddenly seized the Tornado trade routes, the Cairo company would be crushed, and he didn't hold back. He said the Cairo crew was just flashing a fake smile to cover up how dire things really were. Gilbert then dropped a jaw-shattering clue right in the middle of the Cairo company's trade expansion with the Tornado Kingdom. They'd quietly hired a man about 2 years earlier, Kyle. Daichai stared at the wall packed with wanted posters, and a cold certainty settled in. He'd crossed paths with every one of them over and over. Right as Daichai's thoughts were about to take off, Alicia popped up beside him, eyes blazing with pure delight. This was her first time, and her heart was slamming against her ribs with excitement. Meanwhile, one of Daichai's little companions watched closely, wondering if this felt any different from the other events. She beamed as she told me this was her very first time stepping into the slums and talking to people from the other world, and then she flashed a confident grin, no fear in her at all because Daichi was right there with her. Daikai looked a little flustered after her declaration, and he blurted out what she was planning to do next. Then Alicia rushed to apologize for scaring him, promised she'd do better from here on out, and said she'd ask for his help. As they pushed forward, Daichai's thoughts kept slipping back to his investigation. Should he hit the Cairo company first or go straight for Gato? Alicia clocked the change in his mood and asked if he was headed somewhere. Daichai just smirked and said that getting her into the Giletti family would take a bit more preparation. 3 brutal men suddenly slammed their way into the narrow alley, and the leader hissed for a toll, sneering like they'd already won. Alicia's voice cracked as she cried that the bad guys were here, but Daikai stayed cool and murmured that it was okay. Her fear burned into courage. She shouted that she wasn't scared because he was right there with her. Daikai nodded, admitting he had to protect her, even if a little fear was lurking in his own chest.